so excited to be bringing you this first video in a series of videos about the about the transit of the North Node through Aries and the transit of the South Node through Libra. That is happening July of 2023 through January of 2025. And this is my second time paying attention as we're having these nodal transits that last about 18 months each. And I had so much fun tracking the transit of the North Node through Taurus that I have been already thinking and looking forward to this transit of the North Node through Aries for years now at this point, and we're here. And this expansion, this North Node expansion of our soul onto our soul's path is going to the next level in a big way. Because these nodes move backwards normally, Aries is the last sign. It starts in Pisces and ends in Aries with a culmination of ourself into our new form. Every 18 and a half years, the North Node is going through Aries with this culmination point of us into our new form. And we are going to get to see ourselves come out of the cocoon in a new way. That is what we have in store for us. I am Carly. This is Owning Authenticity. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up. Please subscribe to the channel. As I mentioned, there will be other videos in this series. We have several planned, and I'm not saying this is even the whole list, but today's video is the look back to look forward. Then we'll do more of an overview, kind of the 30,000 foot view of this transit of the North Node through Aries and the South Node through Libra. And then we'll go true, deep diving style, and we will dig deeper into the Aries North Node and the Libra South Node. And by that point, I'm thinking we'll be on into the transit, so I can really be channeling that in there as much as I possibly can. Kitty wants in my lap. For those of you who enjoy timestamps, those are in the description box, so please feel free to jump to wherever you like in the video. And I also want to give a quick acknowledgement, a quick shout out to past me. She did such a good job on the North Node going through Taurus video. It's like an hour and 40 minutes. So well done. Good job, past me. I'm not going to rehash any of that. If I said it in that video, we're just going to pretend like you already know all that. So I'm going to start from the next step, and we're going to, like I said, take it even deeper, go to the next level, just like the Aries North Node wants us to do. So when we analyze the nodal transits through each sign, this is taking us into a realm of karmic astrology. So karmic astrology is really important for each of us personally, right? Like there's mass consciousness karma that we each are helping to resolve by each unraveling our own part. But what your natal chart is showing you is your own personal contribution to the karma of mass consciousness. So you can understand kind of the spinal cord, if you will, of your personal karma by looking at your personal South Node and your personal North Node. What signs are they in? What houses are they in? What aspects are they making to other planets and bodies and points in your natal chart? And all of that tells a story. I will recommend two of my favorite books on the nodes, and I think these are the only two I've read. So 2 out of 2 get a recommendation. But I will recommend more, what's the word, energetic assessment, I would say, is in Jan Spiller's book, Astrology for the Soul. That one is very good and moves a lot of energy through you. Like I'll even go so far as to recommend, like I've got it on Audible so I could listen to it. So I listened through basically every single chapter, and we are all made up of all 12 of the zodiac energies, and every single chapter that she had on every single different North Node helped me to develop a different part of myself. So I cannot recommend her book enough. Again, that's Astrology for the Soul by Jan Spiller. And then the other one I want to recommend is definitely more technical. Like if your ears perked up when I said, what sign is your nodes in, what sign, what houses are they in, what aspects are they making to planets and points. That book, Yesterday's Sky by Stephen Forrest, has chapters, like section by section, on like what if your South Node is making a hard aspect to something? What if then it goes through like, a hard aspect being like a square opposition to Pluto, to the moon, to the sun, and like goes through interpreting like every single thing. Not really, obviously that would be infinite, but like so many of the pieces that you can put together to kind of paint a picture of what is the personal karma that you're bringing into your life. And karma karma has kind of a bad reputation, if you ask me about it, like kind of a negative connotation, where karma, in my mind, as I understand it, just means consequences. I heard somebody talking about it where it's like karma's like a box. Like imagine like a handball court where like it's just like a big white box. And you throw the ball and you know that the ball's gonna bounce off the wall and come back to you, don't you? Like that's the whole point of the earth realm, is this like boomerang effect, this like cause and effect, the law of karma, the lord of karma that sends back to you any balls that you throw. Karma, it's just consequences. And so that is so neutral. That's so neutral. And again, I say karma has a bad reputation because I think most people take the word consequences and they instantly freak out. But it's like, what if you took that in a positive direction and said, what if I throw a ball that when it comes back to me, I'm going to be like, this is the best thing that I've ever had land in my lap? Like, throw the balls that you're going to be excited to have come back to you. That's the option that's available to all of us when we learn how to work with karma, when we learn how to participate with it in a way that feels good to us, where we love the consequences of the seeds that we've sown. A harvest is a consequence of planting seeds in the soil and then watering those seeds and fertilizing those seeds and putting your pesticides down to keep the weeds out and like tilling all of that effort into your crop. The consequence is the harvest. And so this North Node through Aries is a harvest opportunity. If I've ever felt one, this is a big moment of everything that you've put in around this cycle these last 18 and a half years is coming to fruition and is landing in your lap. And we're going to get to see, for better or for worse, the consequences, the balls that we threw out in the handball court, and they're coming back to us hot, coming in hot. So that is like a very basic overview. We'll have to wait until the real overview and the deep dive to like really get into the transit. It's coming, promise. All in good time. So worth the wait, I promise you. This video is really like, okay, so if the overview is the 30,000 foot view, this is the 300,000 foot view, if you want to zoom out with me that far. We're going to look at like all of the cycles, going to give each cycle a little treatment on like what really happened during that cycle from January of 2019 through January of 2028. So we're kind of in the middle of this picture that I'm going to paint for the rest of this video. And it starts with the South Node entering Capricorn, North Node entering Cancer in January of 2019. Okay, so let's do the thing where we use our time machine called our brain, and let's go back to January of 2019, where the South Node entered Capricorn and the North Node entered Cancer. And the North Node in Cancer is all about developing security and our inner underlying stable foundations for our most private self. So that's basically to say our home. Usually, most of us are doing that in our home. That's our space for our innermost security. And so that cycle of basically the recipe was go home and feel into what you're building in your life. And is it sustainable? And so that started in January of 2019 and lasted until July of 2020. So the pandemic literally sent everybody home. And all of us got to, well, no, not all of us. Frontline workers were the exception. Almost everybody on the planet was forced, put on lockdown, made to go home and be there. Cancer North Node. Amazing. And what a lot of people uncovered was that it's not good. What I'm building in my life, it's not good. It's not what I want it to be. It's full of a lot of things that are keeping me distracted. And if you took away those distractions, like we are right now in lockdown, I am miserable in my life. And I think a lot of people were on autopilot and they didn't really know that. And then the Cancer North Node of like really feel into yourself and how do you feel about your job, about your family, about your spouse, about your friends, about your social life, about your creative life, about your on and on and on. How do you feel about it? And a lot of people got a lot clearer about how they feel, about themselves, about their lives. I mean, we saw mental health issues shoot up, not because anything went wrong, but because people are being disillusioned that I'm miserable and I didn't even know it. I think it was just a bringing it into consciousness with that Cancer North Node, um, bringing to the surface that there is such a misalignment between how I'm constructing my life, the structures that I have in place to support me in my life, and what's true in my heart. And those two things are not together. And like when you built it for them to be apart, like it's not surprising that they're apart. So no big deal. Like we just have to build them so that they're closer together. So that wake up call moment of the Cancer North Node and the lockdown, that the opportunity that presented to go home and be with your emotions. um, yeah, that was a beautiful opportunity that really, obviously, we've been having these cycles on back through the eons of history, but that's where I'm starting in this overview of like kind of everything that's unfolded since then and where we're building to then in these few cycles afterwards. I had something of a different experience during the pandemic, especially the early days, because as I said, the frontline workers were exempted. And as the owner of a grocery store, I was at work more than I had been in a while at that point. And we were there to sell the groceries. And that was one of the few things that people were allowed to get out and do. And it really had the same effect on me as far as kind of like bringing me to my breaking point, bringing me to a point where like I recognized that I was burned out. I'm burned out. I've given it all I could give it and it needs so much more and I just don't have it. And as it turns out, I didn't know about astrology during that cycle. Um, I got to the point though where I could feel enough like how empty my tank was and how like I need to do something to build myself back up. Like, apart from the business I've been trying to give it all to, like I need to focus on myself. And in July of 2020, like the very home stretch of this transit, I downloaded the intuitive insight that I'm ready for my life coach. That was something that I had in the back of my mind for like 10 years before that I want to work with a life coach someday. And I didn't know like what do I mean by that and what kind of a life coach am I talking about and what do I want to work on with them? Like what do you even do with a life coach? I don't know. I want a life coach someday. Like that was just something that I knew. And so July of 2020 downloaded the insight I'm ready for my life coach. And I had a friend at the time who was a life coach, and I asked her, like, is there anybody in your circles that you would recommend? And she's like, yeah, I would definitely recommend my coach. I love her. I've used her. We've renewed many times already. Um, so gave me her information, and I reached out, and the next month in August of 2020 was the first time that I met with my life coach, Melissa, my first life coach. And she showed me my natal chart on that very first session together. And before that, I didn't even know that I had a natal chart, let alone what it looked like or what it meant or how you understood it or anything. August 2020 was my introduction to my natal chart. And I think it's so beautiful because that puts us perfectly in line with the Gemini Sagittarius cycle that came next, the North Node moving from Cancer into Gemini, and the South Node going from Capricorn into Sagittarius. That happened in July of 2020. And when the North Node entered Gemini, I'm going to put my chart on the screen here and share this one little conjunction because little conjunction. When the North Node entered Gemini, it was immediately on my Chiron, and within just a little bit was exactly conjunct my sun. And those two pieces are exactly opposite in Sagittarius at 29 degrees, my Saturn and my Uranus. And so that shift of like literally at the same exact time that the nodes are conjuncting four planets in my natal chart exactly. Here's your natal chart. You need to see this. Here's a person who can walk with you for the next 7 months to help you integrate and open up this Pandora's box that you are meant to see. This is information, Gemini, that you are meant to have. This is soul wisdom from your past that belongs to you, South Node and Sagittarius. It was such a divinely timed introduction. It's one of the reasons why when people are like, oh, astrology, that's bull hockey, and like, I don't believe in it. And I'm like, whatever, dude. Like, it's too close to say that it's not a thing. Like, oh my, I can go on and on. So that was the beginning of that July 2020 point of information getting out there. And when we have the North Node going through Gemini, the highest frequency of Gemini is to be a sponge, to listen and absorb, and anybody's viewpoint. There's nobody's viewpoint you don't want to hear about. Like everyone's experience is relevant and important and interesting. And we took in so much information during that transit. And at the same time, the South Node in Sagittarius was like a scrubber working on our belief system. So like when we would take in new ideas, we would realize that like, wow, like if I'm gonna, I really like how this new idea feels in my body. It's really relaxing. It feels good. It feels right to me. But I can see where it exactly contradicts like this other thing over here. Like I think about kind of what was going on at that time, like the summer of 2020. The one that comes to mind most is the murder of George Floyd, and how many books sold in the aftermath of that. Like not even just like the next couple weeks, but like just kind of still like the conversation, the idea, the experiences, the voices of the minority, the marginalized, they came to the surface and people started listening. And it's so funny because I heard like black people talking about this time as far as like, yeah, white people act like this is brand new information. Like we've been talking about this forever. It's just nobody was listening. And during that time, you got to give it to people. They were listening. They were more receptive. Like people in general, I think we did see the highest frequency of Gemini. People were more receptive. And because of the new information and the new vantage points, the new ideas that we took in, the new people whose story we listened to and absorbed, that naturally provided the scrubber for our belief system and like what is outdated, what needs to go, what no longer serves me or the collective. That was such a beautiful process for, and like I was doing, like absorbing all of this new spiritual information. We also had Neptune in Pisces that, like, kind of maybe a quarter of the way into the North Node through Gemini transit, they would have been square. So there was definitely a lot of spiritual information also downloading onto the planet at that time through many of the people, I got to think, that are watching this video right now. Um, so, all of this new information, Gemini, that we received allowed us to cleanse and purge our beliefs and what we stood for and what we knew to be true, what we believed was true about the world and the state of things and all of that. It was just very eye-opening, very illuminating, in kind of like a non-threatening way. Like there was this another like really high frequency quality of Gemini is emotional detachment, where you're just curious. You just want to know. Like you're able to listen because you're not getting triggered by every little thing, because you're not taking it personally, because you're emotionally detached. So that's kind of Gemini at its best. Um, and so there was a lot of receptivity. There was a lot of downloads that took place, both physical in the physical world, the state of things, and spiritual, and kind of like this bigger path. Like I think about another download I'll tell the story of here that was like right at the beginning, right before this one was actually in July, at the tail end of July of 2020. I sat in on what was called an angel reading. And the way this lady did it, she showed up on Zoom and she was there for like 3 hours. And she would get like 10 or 12 people to buy tickets ahead of time, like reserve a seat in this Zoom. So there was 10 or 12 of us, and we would take turns where each one of us would get like a 15-minute thereabouts reading, angel reading, where she would channel our angels and deliver messages and information that we personally needed to hear at that time. And again, I just like the synchronicities of our spiritual path. Like when you're paying attention, when you're looking out your eyeballs and like watching what's happening, like the timing is speaking to us, because it was probably about 2 weeks before I saw my natal chart, before I was introduced to astrology, that this woman, she was like hearing from my angels and like they're talking to her. She hasn't said anything to me yet. And she's like getting the message or whatever. And she's like, "Oh, you're an astrologer." And I was like, "No, no, I don't think so." And she's like, "Yeah, like the planets and like the transits and the energies of all the planets and like how it impacts us, and like you're like an expert. You're like a master level soul in astrology." And I'm like, "No, I'm not." No, I'm not. And she's like, "I mean, okay, that's what they're telling me. So like, take it with a grain of salt. Do whatever you want with it." 2 weeks later, I have a life coach that I hired through the referral of my friend sitting in front of me, showing me my natal chart, explaining to me that this is your natal chart, this is your unique astrology, and each one of these planets means something different about a different facet of your energy. And so what we're going to do is take it facet by facet and really zoom in on each of these individual pieces so that you can really start to understand and comprehend the whole of who you are. And what came next was a blossoming, like with the right information, with the right beliefs, with the right knowledge of what's true, the right ability to feel what's true in your bones. Like that was my experience of seeing my natal chart and hearing her talk about my energy. Like it was visceral in my bones. I could feel it was true. And that personal experience of the truth, when we can hear and hear and hear and hear and receive and receive and absorb, like so much coming in through that Gemini openness, that's beautiful. And on the Sagittarius end, when we're really good and really not good, in balance, when we're really in balance, when it's working, the mechanics are functioning and everything is like spinning the way it should, we can feel in our body when we've received information that's true for us. And we know that because it relaxes us. it like lets your shoulders fall down. It like makes you breathe a sigh of relief. It lets you like relax your whole body. Like, oh my God, that feels so good to know that like I'm good even when I feel bad, or like whatever universal truth you're contemplating at the time. Um, that ability to receive openly and be identifying which are the nuggets of truth for you so that you can pull them down into your inner fire and forge them into your truth so that you have that. Without that, the compass doesn't really work. It's like, the a compass is using the magnetics of like true north or whatever to like tell you. I don't know how a compass works. Like, what I don't know what I'm saying. But the what I'm saying is like that Sagittarius, especially, it might just be for me. I don't know. Take this with a grain of salt because I have Uranus and Saturn in Sagittarius, and I feel like knowing my own personal truth for myself is my compass working right or not. Like, am I pointed towards my own true north or not? And I feel like for a long time in my life, I spun around in a lot of other people's truth and didn't really know. I'm like, I don't really know the right answer. And learning my unique astrology, that Gemini North Node, Sagittarius South Node cycle of receiving this new information that changed what I believed to be true about myself, it was a game changer. And so now, after the Sagittarius South Node, Gemini North Node cycle, I feel like our compass was a lot more tuned in to our personal true north. Not what the culture is feeding us, not what our parents fed us, not what our friends are doing, what our spouse is doing. You personally, what feels right in your body. And that experience set us up perfectly for the next cycle, which was the one that, well, at the time of recording this, May 4th, 2023, we still have just over 2 more months of this cycle left of the Taurus North Node, Scorpio South Node cycle. Yeah, you go and do that next. Oh, that's a good kitty. Oh my goodness. So in the Taurus Scorpio cycle that started January of 2022 and is lasting until July of 2023, like I said, this one would have been my first time to observe one of these cycles from start to finish, and to know that it's coming and know that the moment has happened when they switch into the different signs. This one was my first time and was such a profound experience that I did so many different videos on that cycle. It appeared in my live stream many times and really set me up for this cycle to kind of give myself the breathing room and the freedom to, one, not repeat anything from last time, and number two, to do the information, to share the information however I want to. And if that means dividing it up into multiple videos, then girl, do it. Gave myself a giant permission slip. So that feels really good, all of that. And that goes along so well with what the Taurus Scorpio cycle was really doing for us anyway, where the Taurus North Node is a development and an invitation in building your inner power, your inner security, your inner resource. Like, you think about resilience and perseverance, like when you got to dig deep, like where are you digging? Because that's Taurus. Like when you got to dig deep inside of yourself, you got to know for yourself that you can do it. Um, Believing in yourself, like in your bones, in a physical level, where you're not going to quit. You're going to keep going. That Taurus is fixed earth. You keep going until you get to where you need to be. And so that's what the Taurus North Node was doing, was kind of building up this inner strength inside of ourselves, while the South Node end in Scorpio, the scrubber that was the Scorpio South Node, is basically scrubbing our existing relationships and the power dynamics inside any of those existing relationships, and saying, where have I given you my power? Where am I allowing my power to sit on the table? And rather than picking it up and using it, I'm letting you overpower me because I'm not picking up my power and using it to defend myself or like state my boundary or whatever to protect my physical beingness. Um, no one ever really is holding our power. They're more overpowering us in response to us not holding our power. Like we've got it tucked away in a closet somewhere and aren't paying attention to it. And so they have more power than we do. Again, not because they're holding it. That's what I was thinking in the beginning of this transit, but that's something I've learned during this transit. They're not holding it. They're just showing you that you need to pick up more of your personal power. So the scrubber that's happening during this cycle is to take the pain of being overpowered, the pain of being disrespected, the pain of having your boundaries charged past like a herd of donkeys coming right into your space. Take all that pain and use it to recognize that you could be holding more power within yourself. And that can be kind of a tough pill to swallow. Um, it kind of reminds me of like the victim archetype. I'm going to link a video in the description actually that's Carolyn Meese going through a description of the victim archetype. I feel like that has been something that has really healed a lot during this Scorpio South Node transit where, yeah, like other people can't give us power. And so often we bypass our own power to yield to other people, and then we're mad at them because they didn't do what we wanted. Wake up. Use your own power to make whatever you want and stop manipulating it out of other people. So this South Node through Scorpio has really lit up any of our emotional manipulation tactics that we are so used to using. We're used to other people caving to our will or other people providing something to us and in them doing their dance like a good monkey, then we feel safe and secure. Dude, this is like the definition of my teens and 20s and my romantic relationships during this time is like, I don't feel secure unless you're butter and my biscuit 24/7. And if you stop for even a half a second, I'm gonna be mad about it. So it's like recognizing that we don't need anything from anybody else, that actually there's nothing that anybody else can really provide to us that will truly translate to inner fulfillment and satisfaction. That like we use our power to manipulate other people so that they'll, do what we want so we can feel secure. And then we don't feel secure. We don't feel satisfied. We feel worried that they're not going to do it next time, that we're going to have to keep applying this pressure to get it what we want. And you don't. The Taurus North Node cycle, the beauty of it has been to show us that inner peace isn't something that anybody ever is going to give to us. It's something that we ourselves choose to relax into. We choose to let go of the thorn out of our paw. And in the letting go of that, there is peace. Peace is natural for us. To be emotionally disrupted is unnatural. There's something, I don't mean that. That didn't come out right, but like it's not our natural state. Like we are meant to feel good. That is our natural state. So if you don't feel good, something is wrong. There's a shard of glass in your heart. Something is wrong. And with that, I'm going to put in the description my video, The Wound of Conditional Love, because that has been one of the biggest shards that this Scorpio South Node has helped me to process and really extract from my heart, this deep emotional wound that has caused me so much pain, so many other insecure, defensive, trying to control the situation to avoid more pain like this. And this transit has brought me through the stages of actually healing some of those deep emotional wounds. One of the other things that I want to point out with this transit is that basically through silent meditation. So like the transit started at the end of January, and at the end of February, I stepped into silent meditation again, I've tried many times and I'm not good at it. And it sucks. It's terrible. I got all kinds of reasons why I don't like it. I sit down to meditate and it's quiet. I'm outside. The sun is shining. I close my eyes and in less than 10-20 seconds, I have like a waking nightmare of seeing my dog hurt and somebody like the vision that just didn't happen. It was like a hallucination, like a fantasy, a nightmare. Um, Somebody had come to my house and hurt my dog, and there was like blood everywhere in her body, and like it was absolutely terrible. And my eyes jerk open, and I'm like, this is why I hate this. This is why I hate meditating. And the intuition came over me that said, like, but why does this scare you? Like, why is this the worst thing that you can be shown? And basically, I didn't close my eyes again, but I sat with that question and I looked back in at what I was being shown as far as like, what are the components? What are the elements of what happened here? Someone came into my home. They breached my most sacred boundary. Talk about piss me off. So I was angry. That was one of the pieces. Hurt my dog. Are you fucking kidding me? Again, angry. And all of that, like anger that I was able to find when I really started like teasing apart the components of like what was in the nightmare, um, the anger. I'm like, okay, so why would that make you so angry? Sink down a little deeper underneath the anger is the fear. And beneath the fear is the attachment. Is the I can't live without this thing. It's the holding on to the sanctity of my home. I'm attached to the sanctity of my boundary of my home, and I'm attached to my dog. And like these are such normal human things, but it's like that really shows like those attachments they torment us because if we need it, then we have to be afraid of losing it because life isn't as good. Life gets worse when I lose this thing. So now I'm terrified. Now I'm in a defensive, insecure position because I have to try to figure out how to keep this thing. And that is the posture that we have really relaxed out of. And I personally took that journey of relaxing out of that posture and coming into my body through crying buckets and buckets and buckets and buckets of tears. And like, that's basically what overwhelmed me was as I really looked at, like, I'm not angry that they hurt my dog. I'm scared that my dog would ever go away. There's no scenario in which my dog goes away and I'm not upset by that. And so I feel like what I did was like I grieved these connections, these attachments to my animals for the last like year and a half. I've been grieving them. None of them died, but I've been grieving them all the same that like I'll have to let go of you someday. And even just that simple fact of having to do it someday is enough to make me want to just bawl. It hurts. And to really feel that pain and let those emotions come up to come out. That has been my experience of the Taurus Scorpio cycle. So that brings us to this cycle of Aries North Node and Libra South Node, and what we can expect for like what's coming up now that we've laid these pieces in our foundation. We got to feel deeply into, do we like our life? Do we like our life the way it is, or is something missing for us personally to be having the life that we want to have? And then once we realize that, yeah, actually, like there is something that I would like a little bit more of in my life, then here comes the Gemini North Node to give us the information to help us get there. And then here comes the Taurus North Node to help us build it, to help us ground into ourselves so that we can hold the space that nurtures what it is that we truly want. And then the Aries North Node. And I'm going to say, in kind of a foreshadowing way for those upcoming videos, that This is where we light the fire that allows us to protect what it is that we're building from any opposition that it could face. Like there's something that I've been saying a lot lately that is, if you want change in this world, prepare to be challenged. Prepare for pushback, prepare for the headwinds of resistance and people who like the status quo the way it is. They're not wrong, you're not wrong. If you have a good idea, prepare to say it over and over and over and over and over until it happens. That's the mark of a good leader, is that they're like a dog with a bone and they don't give up just because somebody said, nah, I don't want to do that. Okay, that's fine. I'm still pushing. I'm still charging forward. I'm still doing what feels right to me, no matter the consequences. I am following my inner fire to protect what feels sacred to me. And if that clashes with society and the rules or whatever between people and me, that the inner fire is going to win. And that sacred light that's inside of all of us is rising to the surface in a new way through this Aries North Node transit. And with that, I want to read you some of the lyrics or words from this song. I'm struggling to describe it because it's half song, half kind of guided meditation. It's called Sit Around the Fire by John Hopkins, Ram Dass, and East Forest. And I've deleted some of it. I've left a lot of it. So it's going to take a second. And I really, 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 really cannot encourage you enough to please go listen to it. And, if you can, close your eyes. If not, keep them open, but look at something that's still and just absorb what it is that he's saying. Absorb the music and the energy of the freedom of what he's saying. And so I'm going to read you some of it. We can do all the deep dives. We can swim a million miles down into the energy of this transit, and we will, because that's my personal jam. But let this serve as like a 5-minute version of the story. Yeah, I like that. It's really time for you to see through the absurdity of your own predicament. You aren't who you thought you were. You just aren't that person. And in this very lifetime, you can know it. Right now, the real work you have to do is in the privacy of your own heart. All of the external forms are lovely, but the real work is your inner connection. Don't worship the gate. Go into the inner temple. Everything in you that you don't need, you can let go of. You don't need loneliness, for you couldn't possibly be alone. You don't need greed because you already have it all. You don't need doubt because you already know. The confusion is saying, I don't know. But the minute you are quiet, you find out that in truth you do know. For in you, you know. Plane after plane will open to you. I want to know who I really am. As if in each of us, there once was a fire. And for some of us, there seems as if there are only ashes now. But when we dig in the ashes, we find one ember. And very gently, we fan that ember, blow on it. It gets brighter. And from that ember, we rebuild the fire. The only thing that's important is that ember. That's what you and I are here to celebrate. That though we've lived our life totally involved in the world, we know that we're of the spirit. The ember gets stronger, flame starts to flicker a bit, and pretty soon you realize that all we're going to do for eternity is sit around the fire. So I hope you enjoyed that. Again, I cannot recommend enough that you go check out the version on YouTube. I've linked it in the description box. I've played that over and over and over, and I feel like nothing else has gotten me more ready for this Aries North Node transit of tending to that inner fire, tending to that inner ember, treating that ember as sacred amongst everything else that the world has to offer, and letting that glow then into a form of self-trust that we have not been able to reach before. So this North Node in Aries, South Node through Libra transit promises to be really transformational and really a culmination of so many things that we have been working on and integrating over a lot of these different cycles. And once we get beyond that, so I promised we would look forward a couple cycles. The next one, and this is partly why I'm so interested in these next cycles, is because I have a Pisces North Node. And so that means that that is coming next. After the Aries Libra, we'll have Pisces Virgo. And so January of 2025, the North Node will move from Aries to Pisces, and the South Node will go from Libra to Virgo. And my North Node is at 17 degrees of Pisces, so my nodal return will be like early in 2026. We all have a nodal return every 18 and a half years, so that means like when you're 18 and a half, when you're 37, and you can just keep that going every 18 and a half years. We all, every single human being on the planet, is having a nodal return. And what that means, whether you're Taurus North Nodes, Aries, Pisces, whatever, doesn't matter. When you have your nodal return personally for your chart, like I will in 2026, that is a turning point moment of getting more aligned, getting more up on the path of your soul's journey. Like I think about where I was at 18 and a half, and I was having such an experience of like I think back to the Aries North Node chapter and then the Pisces North Node chapter and like what that created then during my nodal return. And it was like such an expansion that happened through Aries as far as my leadership self expanding. And I gotta pick a piece of cake. Hang on, please. Hello?
There's not much in the way of cake.
Don't worry, there was no cake, but we're gonna have some cookies instead. So, yeah, it was such an expansion through the Aries cycle just before of my leadership, and that took me on this journey of something that, I just could never have imagined for my life. And that was really just the beginning of everything that has happened, obviously since I was 18 and a half. So to be coming up on the next one definitely has me reflecting back to what was it during that time that happened. And when I look at the dates for the Pisces Virgo cycle, so the last time the North Node went through Pisces was from June of 2006 until December of 2007. And so that was my first year away from home. That was my first time like going away to college and having my own experience. Um, my North Node is also in my 12th house, and just the unknown of it all, like starting at the beginning of a journey where like I have no idea what I want to major in, I have no idea what I want to be, and now I'm at college paying good money to become something that I have no idea what I want to be. It was very much like I had no choice but to go with the flow kind of thing because there was nothing being revealed to me. And so I can definitely see the correlations where a Pisces North Node is asking you to learn how to surrender, is learning how to go with the flow of what is and accept and transcend whatever is, to love unconditionally whatever is. And with a Virgo South Node, we also become really aware of what are our routines? What is our preference for what our day-to-day life looks like. And we realize that, especially when the South Node is in Virgo, that we have a bit of a control freak side that is anything but surrendering and going with anybody's flow. No, I have a checklist and we haven't marked off number 7 yet. Like Virgo South Node. Hello. So during that transit, it's like the stress goes up. The Virgo South Node can be stressful because it brings to light like all of the pieces that you're aware of that aren't perfect yet. And in the world, there's like countless imperfect pieces are here with us. And so that's where there's a lot to surrender to. And so if you think back to that time of your life of, the December 2006, or sorry, June 2006 to December of 2007, um, and get a sense of like what were the stressful things and what was the unknown that you had no choice but to surrender to. And that's basically where we're headed with the Pisces North Node transit coming up then for January 2025 through July of 2026. So then the last cycle that we're going to cover is the North Node going on into Aquarius and the South Node going on into Leo. And that is happening July of 2026 through January of 2028. So that's where we get to. In January of 2028, we are finishing the Leo South Node cycle, and we're entering into the Cancer South Node cycle, which would be the inverse of where we started with the North Node going through Cancer, bringing it full circle. So this is like basically covering like one half of the journey through this full North Node process that takes 18 and a half years. So where we'll get to is with this North Node in Aquarius starting July 2026. What's happening with that, and that's why I went all the way here, is because that's where the North Node and Pluto are going to meet up. And that, I didn't look up when the last time that happened was. I would love to know. If you do the research and you find the date, definitely put it in the description box for us all. But it doesn't happen very often because the North Node goes around in 18 and a half years and Pluto's barely moving. So it takes about that long, I would think. Maybe a little bit less since they're moving towards each other where the nodes are retrograde and the Pluto's moving forward. But anyways, 15, 16, 17 years-ish, I gotta think, is how often the North Node conjuncts Pluto. Half that time is how much the South Node conjuncts Pluto. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a transformative time, a time where Pluto in Aquarius, that might be the only time the North Node conjuncts Pluto while it's in Aquarius. It might do it again at the very end because Pluto's in Aquarius for 20 years. But yeah, so that promises to be a transformative time where I also like to think about, and this really lets us do that. So I like to think about, every other cycle is back into feminine or masculine. Like right now, we're finishing up Taurus Scorpio. That's a feminine cycle. And then next, we're going to go into Aries Libra. That's a masculine cycle because we're in fire and air signs. And last time we did Gemini and Sagittarius. And every time you flip back and forth between these masculine and feminine, you switch which one is the North Node in and which one is the South Node in. Like last we had the South Node go through Sagittarius. That was the last masculine cycle. South Node through fire. And now next we have North Node through fire. And then after that, we'll have South Node through fire. And that'll be Leo. That's the one after the Virgo South Node. So Leo South Node will be again South Node through fire, where that's a deep purge of kind of all the historical story and version of who we are. And we're getting rid of that, not because we have to, not because anybody is making us, not because the stars are forcing some fate on us. But, no, we set our own destiny when we choose to come here. But this is an opening up on that North Node side, especially when the North Node conjuncts Pluto exactly. It is a massive opening up, not to what is good for you individually, but what is good for the all. And so what I want to say about that, because it does, like I said, like as you go back and forth between South Node through fire and then North Node through fire and then South Node through fire and then North Node through fire, it's like, what am I supposed to be doing? Like, I'm supposed to do the Aries thing next. Like, right, we're having North Node go through fire, where like every bit of your desire and your life force energy should be directed at whatever you personally think is right. You and your judgment is paramount during this Aries North Node cycle. And then when we get a couple cycles ahead and we have this Leo South Node cycle, like there is no right, like one right way to be, where we can say you should live for yourself, you should live for other people, you should prioritize what your heart wants, you should look at what's good for the collective. Like these things are often in opposition to each other, and sometimes, like the simple answer is sometimes you should do it this way and sometimes you should do it this way. And that's one of the reasons I really, really love the nodal cycles that we have, because I feel like it does show us which way to lean. Like the North Node is the equivalent of like a North Star in our development. And so, and the South Node is also giving us a really good idea at what kinds of shadows, what kind of history is being processed at this time. And so, this framework of understanding of the North and South Node and the signs that they move through during this most upcoming cycle, this Aries North Node cycle, where we have the North Node going through fire, we are developing our fire. And that embracing of the fire, the heat, the anger, the passion, the explosion, the eruption of just raw, primal, carnal energy, raw. And it feels so powerful. And that's what we should be doing. Like during the North Node through Aries, you should lean in that direction of like your fire will guide the way. And then get a couple cycles ahead to where we have the South Node going through fire and the North Node going through air again. The North Node going through Aquarius, coming over Pluto. It will be a transformation. Like I see it, the Pluto the Pluto symbolism is often the phoenix of like the old version burning to the ground, and in its place from the ashes of the old rises the new form. And so we have so much unfolding that has been going on for years at this point, is building to, I would say that North Node conjunct Pluto will be a turning point. I mean, Pluto is very associated with transformation to the point where, like, the old is not even recognizable inside the new. Like, that's the phoenix. Like, the old one burns to the ashes to the where it's not even existing anymore. The caterpillar melts to goo before it can become the butterfly. Like you would never look at the new one and just know, oh yeah, obviously that butterfly came out of that caterpillar. Like unless you saw it happen, you wouldn't believe your eyes at what new version comes out of the cocoon. And that North Node conjunct Pluto is a moment of coming out of the cocoon big time. Thank you so much for joining me for this video. If you liked it, please give it a thumbs up. Please subscribe to my channel for all of the future videos along this series. Next, we'll be doing that 30,000 foot view. We'll come down from 300,000 feet and just do the 30,000 foot view on really diving into this Aries Libra sister sign pair and what the nodes transiting those signs is likely to bring up for us energetically, and then what are some of the ways that those energies could manifest themselves. So that'll be in the next video. If you have any questions, like in anything that I've brought up or anything that you're hearing out there in the spiritual community, please leave those in the comments. They are so inspiring to me. I love, ow, Nuggy, she scratched right on my leg. Um, I love your questions. They're so inspiring to me. I love answering questions. So anytime you can leave me a comment and let me know like what stood out to you or what are you still curious about, I personally find that very energizing as far as like motivating me to make more videos. So especially on this series though, I would be glad to bake in the answers to those questions in these future videos. Also, in the description box, like I mentioned throughout, I did link a few different things, so feel free to check out those extra videos. And there's also links to my Patreon where I host a monthly spiritual conversation over Zoom. So if you want to interact with me, you sure can. That's set at Pay What Feels Good. There's lots of other stuff on the channel. I live stream every other Friday. Come check it out. I would love to have you there. It's been my honor to connect with you and to bring you this information and these stories. I look forward to the next pile of goods that I'm able to drop at your doorstep with the next video. Until then, I do hope that you will take such good care of yourselves, and so will I. Hello, dear friends, and welcome to the second video in our series on the North Node transit moving through Aries, the South Node transit moving through Libra. We are going to kick on back and enjoy this leisurely overview of this Aries Libra axis and what it means to have the North Node specifically working on Aries while the South Node is working on Libra. And I also have another video on this transit that's already live on the channel. That one is a 300,000 foot view of 2019 through 2028. So the 9-year period, half of one nodal cycle. We went through stage by stage, chapter by chapter to reflect and draw out some of the themes, because these cycles, like Aries North Node cycle, for example, is not happening in isolation. It's part of a much longer, more in-depth, rich, intricate storyline. And so that video is already live on the channel. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend. It's a fun little story time that you can kind of like put your own life into the timeline and see what, has been unfolding for you. And then in this video, like I said, we'll do the 30,000 foot overview. So really high level, looking at all the pieces that are at play with this transit. And then in the next video that's still coming soon at the time of recording this, hopefully when you're finding this, it's already out. Shouldn't be too long, probably closer than I think, considering this video right here, I am recording it on May 9th, 2023, and I fully expected it to be at least June when I recorded this video. And the fact that today of all days, Sun is conjunct Uranus, and I got the video, or I got the message from 3 different videos this morning to stop sleeping on it. Like, stop sleeping on it. Like, multiple different creators were saying that in the videos that I watched this morning. And what came to me was this video, that it's time for this to come out. And that did kind of provoke me a little bit in my guts, like made me squirm a little bit, because I'm like, I'm not ready. And it was like a perfectionism thing, like good enough, time for the leap of faith, time to be spontaneous and act in alignment with what your drive is telling you and what feels right in the moment, regardless of what you had planned. And so that is the best teeny tiny little summary I've ever come up with as far as like how to characterize this shift between the Taurus Scorpio cycle that's just finishing up in July of 2022 is a feminine cycle, and is really getting us to the heart of like what is valuable inside of us. What do we personally hold to be the most valuable thing in the world? Like, what is at the top of that list? What is the core of value that you've uncovered through this greater unfolding and really through this most recent cycle of the Taurus North Node? connected us with our sense of our own inner power and inner security. And now I see us moving into this Aries North Node cycle as like the beating heart in the chest is what we got hooked up with during the Taurus cycle. And in this Aries North Node cycle, we make sure that we have the proper rib cage structure to protect that really feminine, tender, but so deeply valuable part of ourselves that we have been fortunate to hook up with during this last Taurus North Node transit. And as we carry that forward, this Aries North Node transit sparks our protective fire. And really, like that absolutely extends to others, like in our close personal families. Aries energy can be very protective, like over their spouse, their children, their close ones. But also in a realm for all of us and at a human individual level, it's talking about self-protection. And we're going to get way more into all of these things as we really do take it step by step by step. I hope you enjoy this. There are timestamps in the description. Feel free to jump around as much as you like. But without further ado, we're going to take it one chunk at a time and take our time unpacking this and exploring as a thought exercise more than anything else, just for fun. What is it that we've unearthed during these last several years as the world has, almost literally been turned upside down in a lot of ways? There's a brand new paradigm emerging. We're living history right now, and we doing our own individual work in our own individual safe space inside of ourselves with that tender heart and the protective rib cage around it. We all have that inner work to do. And with this transit, it's like each person doing that is building this bigger picture that if you watched the first video in the series, really is that North Node through Aquarius conjunct Pluto in Aquarius turning point where everything that we're doing that is satisfying to us, that stokes our passions, that connects us with our inner fire and our sense of self respect, our sense of dignity and honor, that we are valuable creatures and that we have something to add. The more we can get lined up with our individual sense of value and purpose and mission in this world, whatever that is that like feels like it speaks directly to your soul, the more we can do that, the more we can be living that path here later on in the 2020s when we do get to some of these later transits where it really does become it's so fascinating because it really is for the good of the collective, but how do you get there? You need the individuals to be living as themselves. You need the individuals to be fully empowered and living their individual path no matter what anybody else is doing. And who is that for? It's for everyone. So it's this dynamic of the individual and the collective, and where do those two things come together? And I think this transit of the North Node through Aries, more than any of these other ones, it's really like breaking us free from whatever the old paradigm was. We've been years now since the global pandemic at the time of recording this in 2023. Like we've been in this in between space where it's very clear that the old kind of is never coming back and that we live in this new normal. And honestly, I personally get really excited about that. My energy is very supportive for spaces where there's a blank canvas, where there's like open-endedness, and we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen and what the new form looks like, but we get to help create it. We get to help make it what it's going to be. It's not some random thing that is like a random number generator going to just spit something out. It's going to be the amalgamation of every individual's individual journey on this planet. No pressure, but you're kind of important. So, this is the cycle where we really get to step into how important our individual life is in this bigger picture of what's unfolding for the collective. Okay, so this cycle of the Aries North Node and the Libra South Node starts in this most current version, July 17th, 2023, through January 11th, 2025. So each of these chapters, as the North Node makes its way around, is 18 months long. That's standard across the zodiac. And this particular chapter, the last time that this uh, took place, this exact cycle of the Aries North Node and the Libra South Node, was December 25th, 2004 through June 22nd of 2006. And so just going to pause right here for a second and take a step back to where were you in your unfolding at that time, the December '04 through June of '06. And while you do that, I highly recommend some journaling, some reflection, some, taking that in on a car trip or something and unpack it a little bit and see what happened because holy moly, like it's like a grand finale, like a big reveal, this North Node going through Aries because the nodes are normally moving in a retrograde, aka backwards motion. They are the only thing that start in Pisces and end in Aries. That's like the end of this 18-year cycle is this next chapter. And then we'll have North Node go through Pisces, and that'll be the beginning of this next 18 and a half year cycle. So we're getting to see the culmination of who we have become. And it's a very like pulling back the veil kind of moment on, we've been becoming it so incrementally as we go through each of these individual 18-month chapters. We work on this little bit and we get this improvement, and we work on this little bit and we get that improvement. And it's like all hunky dory along the way. But then at the end, you get to kind of stand back and see, like, okay, so what has all of that added up into? And it's like life gets to show you who you are by presenting the circumstances. And in my experience, and I'm going to tell my story just to maybe help spur some extra details in your own reflection. But for me, December '04 through June of '06 was the middle of my junior year of high school through the end of my high school. So I graduated high school in May of '06. And so on into June. I keep bumping you. She's okay. She doesn't. Um, so that I had to check I was recording with the right thing. Um, so at that time, like what was going on for me, like being an upperclassman and finishing high school and kind of getting to be the the bigger fish in the little pond kind of thing. Because like when you're a freshman or even in middle school, like I felt very teeny tiny and so inadequate in my confidence. And as these chapters went, like that Taurus North Node chapter that happened when I was a sophomore, junior, that was huge for my confidence, same as this has been. Like, it just gives me this sense of inner security, like knowing within myself that I'm doing a good job, that I am good, that I don't even have to be good, as my life coach would tell me, like, you don't even have to be good. You can be bad. Like, what is even good and bad? These are such valuable questions that have been so freeing during this Taurus North Node cycle. And I do remember that, like, that era of my high school career was equally beneficial in building up my confidence. And so then, as an upperclassman, I was kind of involved in some aspects, the pieces that I wanted to be doing. I was kind of involved in FFA, and that's where I was doing my parliamentary procedure, which is part of how I practice my public speaking. And then I was also doing prepared public speaking through FFA and using that as an arena to hone my craft as a speaker. And so my FFA advisor, he what the heck was that? Oh, this one over here, this Christmas cactus. I have such a hard time watering it the way that it wants to be watered. It keeps spitting its leaves off. Um, so my advisor in FFA, he pulled me aside. It was like the middle of my senior year, and he told me that you have to run for state office in FFA. And this is something that in Kansas, you have to wait until you graduate high school, and then you're eligible to run during your like freshman year of college and your sophomore year of college. Those are the people that they can pull from for candidates to be state officers. And I looked at him like he was freaking insane because why would I do that? Why? I haven't been a chapter officer. I haven't been a district officer. I wasn't a green hand officer. I don't want to. Why? Why? What gives you this idea? And he's like, I don't know. There's just something about it. You really need to think about this. And so I started thinking about it and had mostly decided that, yeah, no, I don't see the point in that. And he basically convinced me to do it. Like, as much as I want to say it was my idea and I didn't need to be like pulled along or whatever, that's kind of what ended up happening. Like he really sold it to me. Like he did a sales job as far as like it's not about getting elected. It's not even about necessarily like being a state officer. It's about the process and taking advantage of the rich opportunity that even going through the process of being a candidate would mean. Like to be a candidate meant that you're going to get multiple rounds of interviews. And at the main round of interview, right before the actual election, you go through a 3-day process where they ask you 100 behavioral based interview questions. Those are like, tell me about a time that you overcame a challenge, and you're supposed to tell them a story. And so you have to answer 100 of those questions in front of the same panel of 10 people over a 3-day period. So you practiced a lot on having lots of different examples that you could pull from so that you every single time wasn't like, well, so I had this job at this grocery store, and then the next time, so my grocery store job, and then the next time, so my grocery store job, like 100 times. You have so many examples that you practice telling those stories so that you can answer the questions in an interesting way. And so he sold it to me like, look at how much practice you're going to get at interviewing, at speaking, at because he knew that was my jam. Like I was all about prepared public speaking. That was my main thing. And I only did par law because you got to debate, and that was just little mini speeches that you got to practice making them up on the spot. And so, yeah, like he knew that was my thing. And so he totally baited the hook with exactly what was speaking my language, which was you're going to get practice at speaking. You're going to get practice at talking in front of people. You're going to get practice. Like if you get slated, right? So that 3-day interview process yields a slate of 10 candidates. There were 22 in my round. So 22 of us go in and they pick the 10 who are the top of the class or whatever. And they put this slate out there, and that lets the delegates, there's like however many delegates, few hundred, I think, 2 from each chapter in the state. And so a few hundred delegates, high school students, are the ones that actually vote on the slate of officer candidates. And if you're on the slate, that means that you're going to give your little like 2.5 to 3 minute speech, your candidate speech, in front of the whole auditorium, which is like 1,500 people. So that was why I was there. And that's why I tell that whole long story, is because I wanted to be on the slate. Because if I could give my speech on stage at McCain Auditorium in front of 1,500 people, that would be the largest audience I've ever gotten to speak in front of, and I want that. I want that experience. And so he was very clear with me about like, don't you want this? Don't you want this one little thing? And because I was open to like, I'm not even trying to get elected. I'm trying to practice my craft. I'm trying to like get better at being a leader, get better at like doing my public speaking thing and pulling from my experience and turning it into something that can not only light the way for myself, but that can light the way for other people too, maybe. Like I've had these aspirations since I was very small. Check out my video or no, my podcast episode, Patience. There's a link for it in the description box. I talk about the 28-year journey that I've been on so far to become a professional public speaker, and how I would gladly stay on this journey for the rest of my life and not ever make any money at it because this is just what I feel like I was born to do. And so that's what he baited the hook with, and that got me to run for state office. office. And so June 2nd of 2006, right before this Aries North Node transit was over, I got elected as the state sentinel for the Kansas FFA for the year 2006 to 2007. And I served in that position, which meant that I got a scholarship, a very small one, to Kansas State University. And that is why I went to college. I was not going to go. I don't want to go. I'm so done with school. I want out of here. I want my freedom. I've done the school thing. I'm ready for something different. I was gonna go to cosmetology school because that's only like a year, maybe two, depending on what all you're going to do. And I was going to learn how to cut hair, and then I was going to start cutting hair, and that's what I was going to do with my 20s, I guess. I don't know how long I thought that was going to go on. And then my advisor pulled me aside and he told me, okay, great about the cosmetology thing, but at least run for state office and see what happens. And so, because of the whole process of applying for state office, you also had to apply to K State so that if you do get elected, you're going to be accepted there and you can start going to college or whatever. And I was like, yeah, whatever, here you go. And I was not going to go because I had no expectations for getting elected. And then I got on the slate. It's like a whole thing. It's an amazing story, and not just for the fun of it. I'm really going to tell you the slow version because it was one of the most exhilarating moments of my life to stand backstage with the 22 of us that, a month before that, we did our first round of interviews, and like they were more practice ones, and then we did the 3-day process of like 12-hour days of being together and going through this like very exhausting process all together. We're all about the same age, same point in our lives, and standing backstage in the dark with all of them and these instructions about how this next thing where they're going to announce the slate, how this is going to go down, is the current state officers. So the people who are just finishing their term, like the Sentinel, for example, he's there and he's ready to, on either side of him, the two candidates who get slated as Sentinel are going to step forward and he's gonna grab their arms and he's gonna run with them out to the chairs that they're gonna sit in. And by the end of this process, all 10 of us candidates are gonna be seated in our chairs in our pairs of like these two are slated as sentinel and these two are slated as reporter and these two are slated as treasurer and these two are on and on and on. So there's 10 of us seated on stage at the end of this. That's what we're about to do. And so we're all standing in this big huddle of the 22 of us, and you can't go through that whole process and not want to be elected. like at the beginning, I didn't care. I just wanted to be on the slate so that I could like give my speech on stage. And by that point, I was all in. I wanted it. I wanted this experience. I wanted to be a state officer. I wanted like all of the different experiences that would entail for my life. College, yes, but everything, all the leadership development that went into those state officers and like all the different speaking opportunities, all the different leadership opportunities, all the networking with everybody else who had gone through that path of being a state officer. Like it's a portal into all of these different opportunities. And so by the time I had gotten to that moment, June 2nd, standing backstage, I wanted it. And the first position that they announced was the Sentinel, and your candidates for 2006 2007 State Sentinel are Carly Wharton and I was the first name they said. And I stepped forward and he ran us on stage, and it was incredible the high that moment was. And so now you're sitting on stage, and now it's time to give your speech. And she was first, and she was very, very, very in shock. Like you could tell it was almost like a crisis of worthiness at that moment where she was so in shock that she was even sitting in that chair, that she was so emotional. And as she gave her speech, like she was so choked up through the whole thing that it wasn't smooth. And I had seen her give it just like 2 days before, and she rocked it. Like, she was awesome at that speech, but the emotion of the moment was just intense for her. And yeah, like it kind of sucked her under a little bit. And again, I say that because at the end of the day, like, I felt like when they announced that it's her versus me, she had been a district officer for like a couple years. She'd been a chapter officer for a few years. Like, we all got to know each other really well. So like then you see who you're paired against. I'm like, I don't stand a chance, but I get to give my speech on the stage. I'm so excited. And so I got up there. Oh God, you better believe, like, I was born for this. Like, I was born for this moment. I've been practicing my public speaking on purpose since I was 7 years old, and here I am at 17, almost 18 years old, 11 years later, and I this is what I've been working towards. Like, I had a laser focus in that moment, and later, the I got elected, obviously, you heard that part. Later, this was like a year, 2 years later, the person who ran the committee, but, like, behind the scenes that, like, did the electing and, like, counted the votes and, like, got the little envelopes ready of, like, who won out of all of this, um, she told me that they counted those votes, like, 3 different times because they just couldn't believe that somebody who had no reputation, no experience being an officer of any kind, had no resume, basically, for leadership. On that speech, I got, like, 90% of the votes. In those 2 minutes, I won my election. And I'm hearing this, uh, quote that is, "Luck is when opportunity meets preparation." And what we have been doing this whole entire cycle between the Pisces North Node last time and, now 18 and a half years later, we're having this final chapter of the Aries North Node. Um, we're going to get to see this actualization of self again, where life is going to hold up a mirror to you and say, do you see what you've become? Like, I didn't know what my speech would be. I just knew, like, I want that experience. I want to sit in those chairs. I want to be handed this microphone. And I mean, I had lived that moment over and over and over and over and over. So when I'm now holding the microphone, I am just like, I was so calm in the moment that, like, again, I killed that speech and won by a landslide. And that catapulted my life in a very different direction, right? Like, I went to college, I graduated from college, I went immediately into graduate school, which obviously also wouldn't have happened. And then when I finished graduate school, then I moved to Dallas, Texas to work at a software company and, like, then leave that to become an entrepreneur. And now I own 2 grocery stores. It's not the straightest of lines, but it all started because somebody worked on me to convince me that going after this thing, taking this risk, putting myself out there, running for state office, yeah, it's a risk. Like, I could do the whole thing and then not get elected. I could be disappointed. I could get my hopes up and then be disappointed. Or, or it could be the moment that you were born for. That, like, everything that you've been doing has been leading to this moment. That's what's possible in this transit. And I, for one, am really looking forward to it. So, sister signs. We are all 12 of the zodiac archetypes. And so the 12 zodiac archetypes that make up every single person's natal chart, makes up the sky above us, those 12 signs are paired into sister sign combinations. And those are the 2 signs that are always across from each other in the zodiac. So in this case, Aries and Libra are sister signs. These pairs, these functional pairs, represent oppositions where if you carry them in your natal chart, and the North Node South Node axis is an axis, so like it automatically represents an opposition. oppositions are one of the most uncomfortable configurations to have in your natal chart because they feel like they're pulling you in two completely opposite directions. Where, like, I can't go north and go south at the same time. Like in the 3D, in the land of physics, it's impossible to move in two different directions at the same time. And so that's the pulling and the tearing that an opposition can feel like before you figured out how to balance those, how to bring them into balance and not go this way or that way, but turn them both this way. And now we're moving forward like this. And now we're covering an even greater breadth and depth and width and complexity and richness that we're capable of because we have both of these energies working together as a pair. And so while oppositions can be one of the most uncomfortable, I also personally believe that they're one of the most powerful configurations to have in your natal chart because it's unifying, it's harmonizing, it's forcing you to figure out how to open up to receiving the best of both worlds. So when we look at these opposites, they are archetypal opposites. And what do I mean by that? It means that in some ways, these archetypes, they attract each other. So like it's common for like Tauruses and Scorpios or Aries and Libras to like have this attraction towards each other kind of because the other one, that other energy represents the what I'm not really capable of. Like I see a grace and a beauty inside the other one's directness where I'm more passive, or on the flip side, like I wish I could be more diplomatic like this other person. I'm so direct and harsh, or like whatever it is. Like there's this attraction to the other one has like what I've, always been baffled by. On that same exact coin, though, and I would say which side you land on depends on your own personal frequency, there's also this repulsion between the two because Aries wants to do it like this and Libra wants to do it like this. And if both of those are fixed in their like kind of egoic need and egoic attachment to having it their way, that nobody like this one's going this way, this one's going this way, and now we're back into the pulling thing. And so there's this repulsion that's like, I don't like their way, I like it my way. So balancing an opposition is no small task. And every single one of these nodal chapters, between the North Node being in one sister sign and the South Node being in the other one, we're also not exactly they're not exactly created equal, if we can say that, to like pull on a Libra term here with equality. They're not exactly created equal when we have the North and South Node as the activator of that sister sign combo, because the South Node represents where have we overdeveloped, where are we overindulging in a certain energy, and the North Node shows where we're underdeveloped in a certain energy. And so if you look at your natal chart with your own personal South Node placement, North Node placement, I referenced in the first video that that's kind of like the spinal cord of your own personal karma. So like your personal South Node represents where are you the most overdeveloped, and your personal North Node represents where are you the most underdeveloped. And so maybe this is your nodal return, maybe meaning you're a natal Aries North Node. So maybe like all the time you have this Aries North Node configuration. So like the things that we're going to talk about in this video, it's like your whole life is one giant Aries North Node chapter. Whatever your North Node is, though, for you, you can be sure that that is the least developed part of your energy. And that's why it's pointing you right there. It's pointing you to the edge of your comfort zone and beyond. And that is really where the North Node and Aries energy in general have a really beautiful harmony to them. They both really want the same thing as far as like finding that leading, sometimes bleeding edge of who were you born to be? Who did you come here to become? not who were you before or who you were in your childhood or any of that. Aries does not give two shits about the past at all. Very right now and looking forward to like the next immediate right now and like, what do I want in this kind of space? And so letting go of the old stories and being willing to inhabit whatever new form it is that is wanting to be released to bring into balance this Libra energy when we have the South Node there, can be very overly concerned with what other people want, with what is in harmony with the group, with what's diplomatic and proper and appropriate. Those are kind of like where we can get our own individual self lost in trying to be fair to other people. We can lose track of what's fair to us. And so these are just a couple of the pieces to do with the sister sign combo. We're going to look in depth, though, at the whole cycle overall and each of these individually. But to get kind of, again, a real story to really ground us in here for what I think the gist of the energy of an Aries North Node cycle, what it's doing. So to tell this story, I'm going to look back a little bit to March of 2023 to the Aries new moon solar eclipse. So this is very much like foreshadowing, right? Like happening at the very tail end of Aries where the North Node is about to enter. It's foreshadowing what is it that is wanting to open up in your life. And so what happened on the Aries solar eclipse new moon for me was that, nothing too crazy, but as I'm going to get in my car, I had like a whole stack of like my laptop and my notebook and my phone is like all kind of stacked up and I have it here in my arm. And as I go to get in my car, my phone falls out and lands face down. And as I like go to pick it up, I'm like, please don't be broken, please. Ah! Totally shattered and useless. Like now I obviously need a new phone. And so I get the new phone. Long story short, I get the new phone and I go to take a shower for the first time with the new phone, and my shower like routine is that I hook my phone to this like Bluetooth speaker that I have that projects the sound so that I can hear it still really well and kind of crank some tunes while I'm in the shower. And I got my new phone and I'm go to hook it to the speaker and it's like the first time I'm trying to pair these devices and it's like searching for devices. Like it doesn't find that the speaker even exists. It like will not find the device so that I can pair them. And finally, I'm like, whatever, okay? I'm just gonna play the music, and if I can't hear it, oh well, I guess today's shower is supposed to be music free. No big deal. And so I get in the shower, and the music starts playing, and not on the speaker, on the phone. And what I discover is that the speaker on the phone, my new phone, is like twice as loud as the speaker that was on my old phone. And so now I don't even need the Bluetooth speaker. I don't need to pair with the Bluetooth speaker because my speaker on my new phone is good enough to project its own sound. So now all in one. Like this little device here is self-sufficient and no longer needs the support, the secondary function of another team member. Like I had this routine that required my phone and the speaker to be a team to give me this experience of this surround sound during my shower. And now the phone is capable of doing it by himself and does not need the speaker. And this is what I'm seeing as far as like this blossoming of Aries energy, where this self sufficiency, self respect, seeing what you're really capable of automatically means that, any of your relationships that are being held together by dependence, like in Jan Spiller's book, I'm pretty sure is where she talked about this in the Aries North Node chapter, where like if if you have a relationship, let's say, with someone because you don't drive and for whatever reason you don't drive. And then you have these people who are your like ride friends, right? Like these are the people that you call when you need a ride somewhere. And then let's say you have this like huge expansion and you figure out how to drive, or now you have the money for a car, or you get hypnotized and now your phobia of driving goes away. I don't know. Whatever happens, that now you're going to be a driver. and you're going to have your own vehicle, your own mode of transportation, it's going to become obvious real quick which of your ride friends were only in your life because they were giving you rides, and which one of them is a relationship that exists outside of that simple dependency where I need help with this, and so that's why this person is in my life. Like, what if you're totally self sufficient? What if you don't need help? What if you personally can take care of everything that you need in your life? At that point, who stays? Who's still there? And those are your soul tribe. Those are the people that we really want to try to find anyway, right? Like I think so. I don't know. I personally am not a huge fan of people needing me. I would much rather they want to be around me. But that's just me, like everybody's free to look at it however they like. So I do think that that is, again, a nice little summary of what this Aries North Node energy, Libra South Node energy, like the releasing on the relationship side, releasing of the need to pair with another. We no longer need to do that because now we're capable of whatever it is by ourselves. Aries North Node, Libra South Node. So July 2023 through January 2025. I I know that this is bringing overarching themes of self-actualization and this contemplation around inner balance versus outer balance, where Libra very much relates to the outer balance side, where, like, within Aries and Libra, we have Aries the self and Libra the other. So, on that Libra South Node side, it's like we're seeing the toxic ends of our old relationship patterns, our old patterns for relating to other people through need based exchanges where, again, yeah, I need you to do this for me. I can't do it for myself. I'm depending on you to show up and do it for me. Those paradigms are coming to an end. And that outer balance, or finding balance by forcing balance between these external people, this group of people, that again, any amount of that is becoming less and less practical, less and less effective. And what we're leaning into then on the other side is this sense of inner balance, this sense of, instead of balancing with the other people, balance the various bits and bobs of who you are, the different facets of yourself. Instead of finding harmony with another, find harmony inside yourself such that no matter what anybody else is doing, you're good to go. We have our own back covered. Like, this piece came out of Jan Spiller's Aries South Node chapter. But like, when you have over exaggerated Aries energy, it's like this hyper focus on the self. And like, that is traumatically induced through past lifetimes, if you go there with karmic astrology, as far as where we've been in our past lifetimes. But it's like traumatically induced through battle conditions or war conditions where, when you stopped focusing on yourself, you left yourself vulnerable to an attack, and there was nobody else there to protect you. And so an Aries South Node is very much coming to this lifetime to learn how to take the focus off of the self and open it up onto other people. That's if that's in your natal chart, and that's when, 9 years from now, when we're going to go through the next Aries South Node cycle. But for this time, it's like the hyper focus and the toxic attention is on the other. It's on trying to harmonize with what the other person is doing and constantly being a puppet on the strings of what other people are doing. And in this transit, I just saw we are snipping those strings, and nobody else's behavior, nobody else showing up or not showing up is going to mess with our inner peace. That's something that is not pullable by another person. And that brings me to this question of, are you singing melody or harmony in your life? And this is kind of a broad question. And if you're not familiar, which I really don't know that much about music, other than to know melody is kind of like the main little fragment of music that like really sets the song, kind of the backbone of the song, like the melody. And then you might bring in other elements and other pieces to harmonize with the melody and kind of add depth and flavor and richness to the sound that you're creating. And there's this song called Life is What You Make It by Graham Colton. And the lyrics of that song I absolutely love. He says, basically, find your melody and we'll join in harmony. Ah, ah, oh, life's what you make it. And that brings me to the playlist that's down in the description box. I'm going to tie in a lot of songs during this video, and I have them all on a Spotify playlist for you that's called Need a Little Extra, because sometimes we do. We need just a little bit of a push, a little bit of a boost. And that one's on there, that Life is What You Make It. So definitely check that out. So another piece of the Aries Libra combo is that they are both what's called cardinal energy. So the three modalities are cardinal, fixed, and mutable. And the cardinal signs are Aries, Libra, Cancer, Capricorn, and they begin each season. So Aries is the beginning of spring, Libra is the beginning of fall in the northern hemisphere, Cancer, Capricorn, summer and winter. So the beginning of things, the beginning of starting something new that doesn't exist yet. So like Aries quite literally relates to birth, and like you think about like a little baby bird who just hatched out of its egg and now it's squawking about being hungry and wanting a worm. And like new life is risky and vulnerable and needing protection and needing support, needing help, maybe that Libra side, but the raw components of life itself is there in the beating heart. And getting back to the core ember of our divine essence is what this Aries North Node transit is all about. And I believe the cardinality of it is very much like I described through, my state officer story. It's like going through an experience that doesn't just begin, one year. It wasn't just like, oh, 2006, 2007, like I'm a state officer, that's the impact of that event. No, like the impact of that event is the rest of my life. And so going through things during this transit that begin huge chapters of things that we did not think that we were capable of, that we never would have pictured for ourselves, taking huge leaps forward in the self that we are actualizing in the world. Good job, Carly. So when we look at cardinal fire, you think about like the beginning of a fire is a spark. And how do you get a spark? You need friction. So to get a fire, you need a spark, you need friction, you need the resistance that creates that friction. And between the friction, between the rub point, you have ignition, you have a burst of life force energy that comes forward. And that cardinal fire, it is a burst. Aries isn't a long-term energy. Like Leo energy is the fixed fire sign. And that is like a fire that burns and burns and burns and burns and burns, where Aries energy is the spark that starts that fire that burns and burns and burns and burns and burns. So it's a very short-lived, you got to strike while the iron is hot kind of thing. And then you flip that to the Libra side of cardinal air, and like, where does air begin? Fresh air, fresh perspectives and ideas, um, loving up in the air contemplations, like where there's just all of these different options and things floating around in the air. And we just get to kind of like, I'm seeing like a giant ball pit where we're just like swimming around inside all of these different ideas and perspectives and facets. And again, because the South Node is on that end, it's like, endless swimming in all of those facets and not quite enough having the friction with the right counterpart to spark the ignition that your soul is ready for at this time. And so we can trust that with the North Node on that cardinal fire sign, there's probably going to be just a little bit of extra friction. There's going to be a little bit of extra resistance to help create that ignition, a little bit of extra push. Like even in my advisor's case, it wasn't so much friction, though he was challenging what I wanted. I wanted to go to cosmetology school. He pushed back on that idea and offered his own idea. And I love that story for this transit because, leaning into our cardinal fire, leaning into our primal life force energy can sound like, the answer is going to come from inside of you. You got to listen to like your own internal intuition or whatever. But this world, we're all in this together. Like the idea that comes that ultimately is the right avenue for the actualization of yourself doesn't necessarily mean that others aren't going to be a part of that. Like he played his part, and that's where I do want to loop back around to kind of like the highest frequency of the Libra South Node, because another half of the South Node piece is that, yes, it brings with you kind of the bad side of being overdeveloped in that area, but that's really a matter of how far do you take it, because before you take it too far, the upside to being really developed in that area is that you do have the capacity to cooperate with other people. And in that cooperation with other people, new things become possible that we are not capable of by ourselves. So, the high frequency of the South Node in Libra is that it really brings to light divine teamwork, divine balancing, where somebody else may have the right idea, not you. Like my advisor in that situation, like he saw a path forward for me that actualized my soul better than what I could see. And so, like, even though the North Node is going through Aries, and that's like really lean into your inner self and your inner intuition, your inner knowing, all of that still stands true. But that's not to say don't listen to anybody else. So I think you get what I'm saying there. So Libra and Aries, another descriptor that they share is that they are both masculine signs. They're both masculine energy, considered that because they're air and fire, and those are considered to be the more masculine of all of the zodiac, versus earth and water are considered to be the feminine signs. So, most recently, we had the South Node of our masculine cycles. Most recently, we had the South Node go through fire by going through Sagittarius, and the North Node went through Gemini. And so now, we just are finishing up the Taurus Scorpio cycle, which is the feminine cycle. And now we're headed back into another masculine cycle. But this time we have the North Node through fire going through Aries and the South Node going through air. So it's kind of the opposite of what we had happen in 2020, where the prescription was really to receive and listen and be open to everybody else's ideas, everybody else's life story, everybody else's perspective and vantage point. And by doing that, that we would come to see our own beliefs differently. We would evolve our belief structure in a positive way. And this time, like I just got done explaining, like it's not that we're trying to cut everybody off, but really the first voice in the room and the last voice in the room both need to be our inner voice. And that is really the source of information that holds the most value for us. Either that inner voice is going to be convinced, like my advisor, he got the job done. He baited the hook with the right thing, and he was able to show me what's in it for me, to the point where my inner voice was like, yeah, that's a good deal. You should do that. There's no downside to that. So even if somebody else brings it, that's okay. But them just saying that that's a good idea and you should do it, that's where, how much is your inner voice making that decision versus how much are you trusting the lead of somebody else? And that's the part where it is important to make sure that it is truly your idea, it's truly your decision, that you want that for your life. I'm reminded here of something my mom used to say to me when I was little, and she still does. Um, that I'm so grateful for, even though, especially the younger I was, I really was very frustrated by her telling me this. She's an Aries South Node, by the way. So she's one of those that's like hyper focused on herself and not really trusting other people in her Libra North Node-ness. Um, but every time I would go to her over my life, which wasn't many times, I'm a pretty self sufficient individual, but when I did go to her, it was usually because I was at the end of my ability to reason through what I was doing and like I really needed help. And so I needed her to weigh in on my decision when I would go to her. And every single time, not one time did she give me advice. Not one time did she even say the words, well, if I was in your position, here's what I would do. Like she refused to tell me anything about what she would do because her point was, you're the one that has to live with it. Nobody else is going to live with what you decide here other than you. And so you are responsible for this decision. And this is her telling me, like, as a 10-year-old, as a 12-year-old, as a 20-year-old, as a 27-year-old, like, on and on and on. Like, she's telling me, like, this is not my decision. This is your decision. You need to decide this because you have to live with it. And that's a very empowered place to be, to accept responsibility for the decisions of your life. That's a very empowered place to be. It's also a very vulnerable place to be because, like, what if it doesn't work out? Who am I going to blame when this doesn't work out? When it blows up in my face, who's my scapegoat? Nobody. You. You chose. You made a decision. The consequences were whatever the consequences were, and whether it's a harvest of millions of dollars or life in jail, like we reap the harvest of what we sow. Nobody else, whether they influence our decisions or not, is going to reap the harvest of what we sow. We are. So, us being good with the choices that we're making, with the ways that we're choosing to navigate our lives, we need to be in right relationship with that. And I could see very easily the kind of the downside of if we have been outsourcing our decisions, that there are going to be powerful reckonings, like just over and over, like just slapping you over and over, powerful reckonings of consequences showing up in your life that are saying, here's why that decision was wrong. Here's the like kind of the damage that that decision led to, and like having it brought to your attention. And you're going to go, well, because so and so told me, and the consequence isn't going to care. The consequence will be non transferable consequences to the decisions that you personally made, regardless of who influenced that decision or not. Karma doesn't care. You threw the ball, it bounced back at you. She told me to throw the ball. You're the one that's going to get hit by it. So you be the one that's satisfied with the decisions that you're making. Take my mom's advice. You got to sleep at night with your own decisions. Don't let anybody tell you what's right for you. Be the one making that choice for yourself. And that is the smoothest that this transit can go. The other piece that I want to bake in here, again, just to kind of lay the groundwork so you can do your own thought exercise around your own timeline, but Aries energy is kind of a star player of these early 2000s, where there have been Aries transits that have already wrapped up. I'm going to tell you about a couple of those. There's one that's ongoing right now, and there are a couple that are coming here for the rest of the 2020s and on into the decades beyond. So again, this Aries North Node chapter of this, like really stepping into being responsible for ourselves, is being supported by a lot of other cosmic energy that has been moving and is going to move through the sign of Aries. So I'm going to put these up on the screen and just kind of take them one at a time. So Uranus worked through Aries from May of 2010 through March of 2019, so about 9 years. And that really shook things up. It completely did a lot like what the North Node is talking about, where non-transferable consequences, and consequences is not a dirty word. It can be a good thing where, again, you received the rewards of places where you have taken personal responsibility, where you are leaning into your intuition. And then there were rewards of ways that you're being brought opportunities to step even further into who it was that you were being born to become. We have Chiron transiting Aries, and that one is currently ongoing. It started in April of 2018 and continues through Aries through April of 2027, with a little bit of an in and out there at the end where it moves between Aries and Taurus. So, about 9 years of Chiron in Aries. And quick fun fact, Chiron has, what is that called? Chiron has an orbit that is inconsistent. That's not the word I was looking for. If you know what I'm talking about, comment below. I would love to hear. But um, if you know what I'm thinking, please tell me. Uh, so Chiron has an orbit that's inconsistent, meaning it stays in some signs longer than it stays in other signs. So Chiron in Aries and Pisces are the two signs that it spends the most time in. And then on the flip side of that, exactly opposite to that, are Virgo and Libra, and that's the signs that it spends the least amount of time in. So just because of it spending longer, more years in these two signs, Pisces and Aries, there's a bigger chunk of the population who have Chiron in those two signs, and it's a lot more rare to have Chiron in Libra or Chiron in Virgo because it only spends about a year going through those signs. So it's harder to come during that window just because the window is so much shorter. So, anyways, lots of people on the planet right now are going through their Chiron return. Meaning they're having their wounds, their wounded healer is becoming more healed, is becoming more versed in their own forms and sources of medicine. That each of us have these inner wounds, and we all have to learn how to soothe and heal whatever unique wounds it is that we have within us. And that Chiron in Aries is really a wound at the sense of like the core of who you are. It's like the bathtub drain being open, and like no amount of self-esteem building in the world gets you self-esteem. It's like every time you build up some self-esteem, it like drains right back out. And so the process of becoming empowered and being able to hold yourself in a position and a posture of dignity and self-respect, and knowing that you bring value to the table day in, day out, you know that to be true. With Chiron and Aries, that's just, it's like a slipperier reality, that it's just harder to latch on to our sense of self-worth and self-respect with Chiron and Aries. And so we're all, for these 9 years, this April 2018 through April 2027, we are all undergoing this process of fortifying inside of ourselves our sense of self, our sense of self worth. That even when other people say you don't deserve that, we know that we do. We have this air of our own divine essence that says we exist and therefore we deserve, we have a right to whatever it is that we desire because we exist, because we're here. It's that simple. There's nothing to earn, there's nothing to, no hoops to jump through, there's no thresholds, minimum requirements that you have to meet in order to be worthy of what it is that you desire. We all are worthy simply because we exist. And so that is what we're learning and practicing during this Chiron moving through Aries transit, these 9 years. And then kind of like right here in the middle, more towards the latter half, we have the North Node going through Aries. So I see that as being a real culmination point of what it is that we've been healing. And again, I see it as this like stepping forward into manifesting something that, like, you did not know you could do this. You did not know you were capable of this thing. And then you manifested it, and you like get the microphone handed to you and you're like, damn, I was born for this. Like, that is what I feel coming, especially for, most of us in the spiritual community. We try our best to take really good care of ourselves, and we do a pretty good job of taking care of ourselves all day, every day. Like, we're not trying to be perfect. Nobody's advocating for that. But like, to realize that we really have healed a lot in these last several years, especially since Chiron entered Aries in April of 2018. And that healing that we have done is going to be manifesting into more of the healer space. Like, okay, so now that you've worked with your own personal wounds this intimately and you've made such strides in closing those gaps, healing those wounds that you personally have, I see the North Node crossing over Chiron, bringing us opportunities to help others who are healing in those same ways still, where we have deep compassion and empathy for the pain that they're in because we've been there, and sharing that medicine that we've been able to cultivate in whatever way feels good for us. The next transit we'll talk a little bit about is Jupiter going through Aries. And at the time of recording this on May 9th, 2023, this one is still ongoing. It's May 2022 was the very first time Jupiter entered Aries, and it just stepped in and then did a transit back into Pisces through a retrograde, and then entered back into Aries at the tail end of 2022, and then has raced across the entire sign of Aries in about 5 months. So end of December 2022 through May 16th of 2023 is when it's going to tip on into Taurus. And that is so auspicious because we have the North Node coming to the very beginning of Taurus as it ends its Taurus chapter, readying for its Aries chapter. And you have Jupiter that just ran through Aries. And those two are going to meet up in the very beginning of Taurus. In the very first couple degrees of Taurus, Jupiter and the North Node are going to connect and have a meeting. They have a meeting around every 10, 11 years, I'm guessing, right in there. If you know exactly, tell us in the comments. But the North Node and Jupiter are going to connect once in a decade kind of transit, and it's happening at the first degrees of Taurus. Right before Jupiter's going to spend a year going through Taurus and retrograding through Taurus, and then some more through Taurus. It's going to be a full year of Jupiter and Taurus. But right after that conjunction of Jupiter and the North Node, in July, that's when the North Node is going to enter on into Aries, and it's going to start going back over all of this space where Jupiter just tore open the sky and like took the lid off of so many different things and really raised our expectation level of like the beauty and the far out nature of what is possible. And so then the North Node is going to transit that same territory over the next 18 months. And I see that as being kind of what Jupiter got stirred up and got started. The North Node is going to be coming along and adding to, kind of watering those seeds. And we're going to start to see some new things sprout up in our life. And the upcoming transits are Neptune and Saturn. So Neptune in March of 2025, so remember the North Node is going to be done in Aries in January of 2025. It'll enter Pisces. So kind of the same thing. The North Node and Neptune are going to meet up at the tail end of Pisces to have one of their meetings. That's only every 16 years or so. And that's just before, a couple months before, the North Node's going to do its process through Aries, and it's going to bring all of that awesome growth and expansion, and it's going to come tell it to Neptune. And they're going to have a little meeting where they're going to like trade, right? Because the North Node's going to go back where Neptune came from, and Neptune's going to go forward towards where the North Node came from. So they're going to have this exchange where Neptune's going to step into Aries in March of 2025, and the North Node will go on through Pisces. And so Neptune in Aries is a time of fighting for what your soul is telling you to fight for. It's definitely a tumultuous time. It's pulling the veil back on what is trying to become, what are the wars worth waging, and in kind of this like higher, more grandiose kind of battle of good versus darkness, light versus darkness, good versus evil. I personally don't I have a different kind of relationship, I think, than most people to these concepts where I think light and dark is really just a matter of the polarity of the 3D realm, where we need that. We need the contrast between the two. We need the polarity of the North Pole and the South Pole in order for the Earth to spin and for us to have weather and sun on multiple parts of the planet so we can grow crops in more than just one region. Like we need this opposition. We need this polarity between light and dark. And Neptune really brings all of that and like pulls the veil back on like what is the battle that we're waging here, and more to come on that, right? Like we haven't had a Neptune transit of Aries since the 1800s. It takes 160 some years for Neptune to go around. So this Neptune through Aries transit will be the first of its kind for anybody who's alive on the planet. So this is definitely something to look forward to and to be ready for, that the North Node going through Aries is preparing us for this handoff that'll happen in March of 2025, right there at the Pisces Aries border. And then we also have in 2025 in May, so a couple months after Neptune gets into Aries, then here comes Saturn to make its every 30-year trip through Aries. So from May of 2025 through April of 2028, we'll have Saturn moving through Aries. So the first few years of Neptune in Aries, which is 14 years, by the way, I forgot to mention that. It'll be March of 2025 through March of 2039. It's hard to even imagine that I'm saying numbers like that right now, but so for the first few years of 2025 through 2028, we'll have Neptune and Saturn working their way through Aries together. And Saturn is very different from Neptune. Saturn is very much the definition of the physical world, like the limitations and the structures and the physical laws that govern our 3D experience. That's very much Saturn, where Neptune is the mystical, the beyond the veil part of our experience. Our intuition is very much part of Neptune. The part that, our higher self and our spiritual support can see on our path, but they're keeping it veiled so that we in our physical can't see. That veil, that limit of what's in the physical and what exists, is very much the intersection of Saturn and Neptune. So the fact that we have them both working together through the later part of the 2020s is very interesting. All of that happening right on the heels of this North Node transit through Aries. So here we've already, done a lot to contemplate this Aries Libra energy, the North Node building Aries and the South Node purging in Libra. We've started to contemplate that, and we have done awesome work here so far. So let's all take a second and pat ourselves on the back. This is a lot. This is a lot to get to chew through, and it's so fun to get to cover it with you guys. So if you're enjoying it, take a second and like the video, share your comments down below. I love getting to hear from you guys. I do have another video that I'm yet to make, so if you do have any questions about this transit, I'd be happy to bake that into the last video in this series and any others that I decide to make along the way as we go through this. So with that, though, we'll get into the beginning of the deep dive, and we'll leave the rest of the deep dive for that next video, like I said. So developing Aries energy. Let's take a second and very, very specifically sink down into our Aries energy. Like I said, we're all 12 of the zodiac archetypes, so we all have Aries energy somewhere in our chart. And even if we don't have any planets in Aries, like for example, I don't, if you count asteroids, I have a couple of asteroids there, but I have no planets in Aries. So even if you don't have any planets in Aries, you can still look to the Mars in your chart. So Mars is the ruler of Aries. We're going to talk more about that in the deep dive. But that really shows your personal Aries energy, wherever your Mars sign is and the house that that's in. So for example, I have a Pisces Mars in the 12th house. So kind of as far away from Aries as you can possibly get as far as what is my warrior style. I'm a mermaid who mostly is going to swim away from you if you try to have a confrontation with me. And if I have to, I'm going to like zap you with some kind of like universal leverage to, not like indirectly have somebody else say what it is that I need said versus like, again, me having to directly confront anything. But that works for me, like our unique Mars energy, the way that we assert ourselves, the way that we understand our sense of self and the way that we relate to our life, that is on purpose the same as the rest of our natal chart. So you can understand your Aries energy a little bit more that way too. But for the sake of this conversation, I really want to take a few keywords related to Aries and get us started in this deep dive. I would also love to hear what are your favorite Aries keywords down below. So when it comes to developing Aries energy, really like this is that spark of life. So one key word for Aries is living, and the sheer selfishness to survive. Like, aggression, for example, is something that, especially in modern civilized society, we're not rewarded for being aggressive in modern times. And yet, that doesn't mean that we don't still possess aggression. And aggression is another one that goes along with living because there are limited resources on this planet. So if you're going to survive, you do have to be willing to take. You have to be willing to pick the fruit off the vine and eat it for yourself, meaning it's not going to be there for somebody else to come along and eat it. So the selfishness to survive, the selfishness to live, the selfishness to let yourself live is all very tied up in Aries and kind of like giving into what it is that your heart is pulling you towards over and over. Those sparks keep guiding you in that direction. Another keyword for Aries is courage. And with that, I would automatically tie together risk. So, risk and courage. And the idea of courage, very specifically, is not that you're fearless. Like, that is not the case with Aries energy or Mars. It's not that they're not afraid, it's that the desire to act is this big and the fear is only this big. So the desire to have the thing is bigger and more compelling than the fear around the thing, and that equals courage. So, how bad do you want it? Is really the question that comes with Aries energy, and with courage specifically. Like, if I'm afraid and I feel like my fear is holding me back, courage is the answer. And how do you get your courage going? You figure out, why is it that I want this? Back to my state officer story, I had a very clear piece that I wanted out of that experience. And I think being so clear about the piece that was in it for me really helped to keep my fear at bay as I went through that process and let me pull on my courage because I can get through all of these other things because I'm going to get to have this. So, yes, when we think about taking a risk or stepping outside of our comfort zone or going to war, we're going to talk about that a little bit more here in a second. Yes, that's a vulnerable place to be. Coming into life itself, being a baby, is a vulnerable place to be. And we all have to go through that incredibly vulnerable stage in order to grow strong enough into a self sufficient creature that can protect itself, that can provide for its needs. And that, again, the vulnerability is worth it. The risk is worth it. And if the risk isn't worth it, if you're looking at it like, yeah, there's really nothing in this for me, I'm going to put myself out there, and for what? Then don't do it. That's where I'm saying, like, somebody else can't tell you that this is a good idea. You have to be able to come to that realization inside of yourself. But sometimes there is incredible risk, there's incredible potential for harm, and it's so worth it that you would give your life to the cause. You would pay the ultimate price. You like the ultimate risk is death. And when we get into the warrior archetype, especially, like, we don't have a whole lot of warriors in today's day and age. I mean, some people sign up for the military, but in the grand scheme of our total global population, I got to think it's pretty small. But there was a time back in the day where we all were kind of up against that paying the ultimate price, and where where is it that we want to dedicate our life to is the question. And I think, like, lately I've been inspired to be watching the Hunger Games movies. I've watched through the series a few times now in the last month or two. And there's actually two different scenes in the Mockingjay, part one, where that's like the third movie in the four-part series. And there's two different scenes where, like, the districts are realizing that the capital is never going to treat them fairly, and that, like, they're just going to keep, getting the shit end of the stick, and they're ready to fight back. They're ready to fight for their own rights. They're ready to fight for a better quality of life than what the measly little scraps that the capital is giving them. They're ready to fight because they don't want to continue on with the status quo in the way that it was. And so the two different scenes, granted this is a fictional movie, but take from it the energetic themes here. Like the two scenes in the movie, the one is when they blow up the dam. And if you've ever seen the movie, like basically there's like these different access points onto the dam, and the peacekeepers, the guards, are like really guarding each of these different access points to the dam. And there's like up high, there's people like guarding this, they're like down on the ground, they're guarding it. And so all of these guards are armed. And the plan that they enacted, the group of the people from the districts, they got together in their numbers, all with their individual willingness to pay this ultimate price. And they had bombs that were in these giant wood boxes that took like 3 or 4 people to carry these boxes. And they got those boxes inside a big group of people, and they like have the 3 or 4 people carrying them, and they all just charge together as a group. And when the guards start firing, these people on the front lines, they go down, and even some of the people carrying the boxes, they go down, and other people grab the boxes and they charge. And eventually there's still enough people that they overpower the guards. They put the boxes inside the dam and they blow up the dam, thus killing the power grid for all of the districts and the capital. And not everybody survived that mission, is really the takeaway. And I'm not advocating at all for like go devote your life to some, like extreme cause, but like think about, why would somebody do that? Why would somebody join a team where we're going to do this thing that you may or may not even live to see us like reap the rewards and like harvest the fruit from these actions? Like you may not even get to enjoy it. Why would somebody do that? Why? I mean, it's a really deep question that I think each of us personally can spend some time with over these next 18 months. The other scene is basically the same. It's in the forest where like the tree people, um, they do their little signal and then they all run, and a bunch of them go down in the firing or whatever, but the rest of them who are able to draw the guards on in, and they climb up the trees and they set off a bomb that like blows up all the guards. And so there's definitely things that are worth fighting for. There are things that are worth paying the ultimate price. And I personally, in my life, I can't really think of one. I can't really think of a cause that I would give my life to, or I would put my life in danger to make sure that this thing happened. But I don't know, like maybe that's something that's going to be presented to us, or maybe there's some lesser version of that kind of idea where we're putting our reputation on the line, or we're putting our family relationships and our sense of social safety, we're putting that on the line. So there could be other risks that we're taking in terms of, you know, blowing up bridges, quite literally. Like what a lot of people did during the George Floyd protests in that summer of 2020, where basically it became clear that staying silent is racism. Like either you're going to be anti-racist, like you're going to condemn people who hold these views, you're going to blow up bridges with the racist ones, or you're as good as the racists themselves. And it is this like official polarization of pick a side and blow up the bridge to the other side, make a stand, declare who you are and what you stand for, beyond the playing politics and playing nice and playing all sides so that I can stay friends with this one and this one and this one and this one and all these different people. It's like at this point during this particular cycle, developing Aries energy, we are being asked to lean into which facet, if you had to pick one. And I know coming from the Libra end, that's so hard to think about, especially when you can. Like one of the highest frequencies of Libra is that you can see all the sides of things. And picking one is extra hard the more sides you can see, but this Aries North Node is begging us to pick one. pick a side and devote yourself to it. Take a risk on behalf of the side that you're picking. And we do that risk, we take that risk, we muster our courage because it's worth it. There's one more piece that I want to share with you to kind of close out this initial deep dive into the developing Aries energy side. This was something that I channeled through one of my morning time journaling sessions. And it is like going along with this idea of what risks are you willing to take, and what are you willing to risk, and for what. And it was like this clearing away of all the noise, and this understanding, this deep understanding of like I was talking about in the first video, sit around the fire, like this inner ember that is like literally sacred within each one of us. And it came to me, this is me talking about me in this new understanding, that the precious is worth it. The precious is worth it. You will not speak to precious that way. You will respect the precious. And that was me talking to me. That was me telling myself that I will respect myself. I will respect my sovereignty and my sacredness. I will hold those things with the dignity and the respect that they deserve. And I will lead everyone around me in showing them, demonstrating through my own behavior how it is that you will treat the precious. So thank you for letting me share that. It cracks me up. The precious is worth it. You will not speak to the precious that way. You will respect the precious. And it was like my inner parent on behalf of my inner child, like really having my back in that instance. So with the North Node, we talked about this a little bit in my Taurus North Node video, like that I released for that chapter. But to bring it back in here too, like this Aries North Node journey of stepping more into your own divine inner essence and respecting yourself more and giving more weight to your own opinion as far as what is right and fair and good for you. In doing all of that, we are all as a collective leaning into our own Aries energy, but really for you personally, this Aries North Node chapter is playing its part in preparing you to step more fully into your own North Node placement. So that's where, again, I go back to what sign is it in? What house is it in? What aspects are it making? I recommended a couple books in that first video that you might like to check out. And there's a song here that I'll leave you with for this section that's on the playlist that I mentioned called Dare You to Move by Switchfoot. And the lyrics specifically that want to come through here are, I dare you to move like today never happened. Today never happened before. And there can be so many times where, especially in life, we learn. We learn that when we do certain things, the world responds to us in a certain way, and we get it in our head that we know exactly what the consequences are. And this song and this North Node transit, here's what I can see it as far as like energetically. It's like the old consequences, the old ways of the world responding to us, the gates are opening and it's time to move forward. So even trying things that we've tried before and failed at before, that doesn't mean that we're not maybe ready to do it now. That maybe the precious is grown up enough to, like, maybe it's time to do it now, precious. Maybe the self-respect that you're going to give your precious is about letting them take a risk that you previously would have thought wasn't safe, but you're going to bet on yourself. And so that leap forward is actually happening in your own personal North Node journey. So look there for more context on this process. So next, we will begin our deep dive into the Libra energy side and healing our Libra energy with the South Node making its transit there. And so Libra is represented by the scales, and the main piece of the scales that I think is a good first piece to lay down here is that it's the only object. So like every other one of the zodiac signs is represented by either an animal or a human. And Libra is the only one that is represented by an inanimate object. And so that really says a lot in the symbolism about how emotionally detached Libra is. It's an air sign, so I mean, all the air signs, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, are all emotionally detached, but Libra especially is powerfully committed to that detachment as a means, as a mechanism for finding the balancing point between any two things. So Libra is that mechanism of the scales that says, I don't care if you're an ounce of gold or an ounce of lead, I can find the point where they both weigh an ounce and they're equal. And so that really is a beautiful side to our energy. I absolutely love Libra energy and want to lay that down there as far as, again, when we think about the South Node, there's two different sides. One, where we're wanting to heal any of the damaging sides of having that energy overdeveloped, but two, we can really embrace the superpowers and the abilities that come to us because we have such well-developed energy in that area. And so, what are the pieces that are like the talents that come with highly developed Libra energy? I would say one of the main ones is keeping the peace. Libra is a very peaceful energy, again, a lot because of that emotional detachment and because of that point of fairness. It's civil, it's like kind of the basis of civilization, like the court of law, of the scales of justice, of weighing out here was the action, and so here's going to be the effect of that action that you took. It's fair and it's balanced. Um, the legal system in general is part of that. Lawyers are part of that. That's where again we see the Libra signification of the devil's advocate. That like, you know, especially in the U.S. court system, we have a right to an attorney. We have a right to be considered innocent until we're proven guilty. So every single person, no matter how damning the evidence, deserves a fair trial and deserves to have their day in court, deserves to have their representation, somebody to fight for them on their side. And so these are typically very beautiful notions, and I'm not saying that they're not, but I do see where, because we're overlaying the South Node, overdeveloped shadow aspects on top of this, we can see where you get into over compromise, we get into a bias towards fairness where, you know, really are these two things equal, or is one of them more appropriate, more applicable to this time? We see where we can get lost in considering the perspectives and the vantage point. Like essentially we become an 8 billion sided scale where we're trying to balance the balance point out of everyone and everything ever. And so then we get stuck in this kind of like analysis paralysis space where endless analysis, no action forward. And so that's the downside to harmony is that the status quo, you can harmonize on a shitty status quo and like nothing gets better. And we have this same shit sandwich for lunch every single day, like going back to the Hunger Games. Like eventually, just because it's balanced and harmonious and like this is what somebody has deemed as fair, what happens when you no longer agree with that? And I don't think this is fair. And I know you're telling me that this is my place and this is what I'm supposed to do, but I'm feeling something inside of me that says I deserve more than this. And so, where are we accepting less than our fair share because we're falling into that Libra shadow of playing the social politics and being overly diplomatic, being the charmer who is so likable by every single person. And so maybe, yeah, you can make friends with lots of people and you can get along with lots of people, but are you living your soul's mission in the middle of all of that? Maybe, maybe you are. And there's no way of knowing, right? This is a general video and like every single person's doing their own thing, but that that charmer personality can also be papering over a wound of social rejection that we personally were hurt by being rejected socially, either within our family or school or something. And because of that pain of social rejection, we now have a fear of social rejection. We want to avoid social rejection at all costs because we don't want another wound like that one. And now we're playing the charmer. We're putting on our mask of being likable and lovable for everyone. And we're doing that because we don't want to risk the pain of social rejection. And that's where, again, that shadow side of Libra is asking for us to grow in our Aries courage. That, like, even if we're afraid of social rejection, like, for example, I had an experience early on in the Taurus North Node cycle where I did experience a very, very mean social rejection. They were very unkind. But I realized in it that I'm okay with that because what I was doing was speaking out against slavery, speaking out against racism, and using any of those kinds of, the color of our skin or whatever to make decisions about how to treat people, about what people are worth. That I was speaking out against this and talking about how, basically the foundation of the United States, the foundation of our country. This was in the Pluto return video for the US. The foundation of our country is built on slavery. So systemic racism exists in the foundation, in the bones, in the pillars, in the tissue, the fabric of what our country is. It's rotten from the inside out, is the only way I can say that. And keep a straight face because that's what I feel is true. And so the comment that I got, and I was nervous putting this out there. I, like, as a disclaimer, I was very nervous because these are controversial viewpoints. This is what I'm talking about with, like, burn the bridge with the other side. Like, I'm taking a stand and I'm saying racism is wrong. I'm not trying to play nice and wear my mask of diplomacy. If you're a racist, like, no, I think I do have an issue with that. And I think this is worth standing up for. And so in that US Pluto return video, I was very transparent about what I thought. And someone responded with a whole comment that I might even put it on the screen here. I don't know. We'll let editing Carly decide that. But it was robust and it was an attack about how dare you? How dare you say these things? How dare you put this on me? How dare you blah, 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 blah. And as I read this person's complaint, I realized I don't care. I don't care that you think that about me. I'm okay with you not liking me. I'm okay with you being mad at me about this because this is worth it. This is something that I feel so strongly in my bones that I am not willing to play nice about this. This is something that is too important to let it get lost in the bias of fairness that says the racist perspective is equal to mine. And, in a human perspective, in a human experiment like what this earth is, yes, we are all entitled to our viewpoint, and I would never take anybody's viewpoint away from them. What I'm talking about is no longer playing small because you're worried about pissing off somebody who sees things completely differently than you do. Like, I'm not going to tell the racists they're wrong and you can't do what you're doing over there, but I'm also going to stop being controlled by having to keep my opinion in a likable place. I'm going to be more honest about what I think about the world and how I see things. And if there are people who do not like that and who feel that they have to disconnect from me as a result of that, I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I'm no longer willing to have a codependent relationship with the whole freaking world where I can't piss off anybody. It's like that was where I was living before that. And that moment of having a racist be mad at me for my anti-racist viewpoint, I realized, like, wow, yeah, this isn't even close to as scary as I thought it was. I'm okay with it. I'm okay that that rubbed her the wrong way. I think that's probably for the best. So, like, there can be value in the conflict. There can be value in something that is confronting and harsh and rubs up against and creates this friction so that there can be a spark, so that something new that does not exist already, something new can be brought to life and can ignite within the individual, yes, but then also that fire spreads through mass consciousness. So each of us ourselves during this transit, you know, there's a quote that I really love that says, "We all wear masks, and the time comes when we cannot remove them without removing some of our own skin." and that's by Andre Berth. It's on the screen. Bless you for not holding me responsible for pronouncing your name. Um, yeah, I see that that could be some of the darker sides of this Libra South Node, is that as you go to take off the masks that you've been wearing, that some of your skin comes off with it. And what I mean by that is like you do lose relationships because you realize, in my example, you realize this didn't happen, but like, for example, that like your best friend is a closet racist and they're the one that gets mad at you when you come out with your anti-racist viewpoint. So like when you start owning who you are and you start living from this place of your inner fire, you never know who it is that's going to have the problem. And sometimes it's like not who you would expect. And so losing certain people out of your life is most likely going to be a natural byproduct of this transit. That's something that I didn't really notice the first time, where it was the difference between high school and college. It made sense that I lost almost everybody out of my life and I went to college and had like all new people there in my life. So it'll be interesting to see how that part plays out, the shift of who is present in your life and what is that relationship based on. The song that I want to leave you with here on this part is one of my absolute favorites. Talk about a song I have listened to on repeat for hours. It is called The Good Parts by Andy Grammer, and it is basically this summarizing this Libra South Node transit, where there are so many times where our social intelligence holds us back. We know what's taboo and what's appropriate and what's not appropriate, and like what they want to hear from us and what they don't want to hear from us. And that social intelligence, it causes us to then express and present a curated picture, Libra and art, a curated picture of who we think people want to see, not who we are. And so that song, The Good Parts by Andy Grammer, is on the playlist for when you need a little bit extra boost to be the real you, and you never know who's waiting to fall in love with that authentic self that you spent so long hiding away because you thought it was inappropriate. So here we are on the home stretch of the second video in this series, and I want to spend this last little bit talking about, so what do you get when you combine Aries and Libra, when you have that axis? Like I said, we're not pulling in this direction and this direction, all going in our own ways, but like what happens when you turn them both towards the same thing and then you start moving in tandem, getting the best of both of those worlds? And I think what you get is a sense of cosmic justice, a sense of devoting your individual life force towards what is fair and what matters and what is right, not what the culture says is right, or what the status quo says is right, or what the Constitution says is right, or like any of that. None of that is our expert source. Our inner fire is our expert source. Our inner fire will guide us towards cosmic justice more faithfully than civilization ever could hope to do, because civilization is an average of all the individual parts. Our own sense of cosmic justice is a personally felt experience that through this transit we are getting better acquainted with. We are getting better acquainted at the wrongs of civilization that we personally just cannot live with. We cannot live with that anymore, and that we personally are willing to burn a couple bridges if it means righting some of these injustices in the world. There's also this idea between Aries and Libra of leadership. And I think like it's a leadership axis, and there's two very different ways of leading. There's the Aries way and the Libra way. The Libra way leads through, asking everybody else's opinions and group consensus, and, really trying to create a harmony and include all of the disparate pieces between the group, bringing everyone together and unifying all of the different pieces into the whole. And that's a beautiful way to lead, and I'm not saying it's not. And then there's the Aries way, who says that, it's very unapologetic in its fire. It says, I don't need anybody else to be in harmony with me. I know I have the right answer. I know I have the right answer because I can feel it burning inside of me. It's pulling me. It is eating away, the fire licks away at myself from the inside out, and I can't not do this. And that kind of leadership is something very different altogether, because there is such courage, I think, in that more than anything else, because we're not waiting on a bunch of people to co-sign what it is that we want. We're not waiting on a bunch of other people to agree that, yes, that is the right way. And in a lot of ways, like, it'd be really hard to have a government based on, the Aries form of leadership, where every single person is like going in their own direction. Like, that there needs to be an element of harmony. But I do think that the piece that we're developing with this Aries North Node transit around leadership is realizing the value and the importance of our personal example. That, like, your example, aka your life, aka your masterpiece, the choices that you have made that have made your life what it is, that those choices, that example of you, the masterpiece that is you, is leading by example, whether you say another word to another human being or not. So just even the way we make our choices, the way we choose to be in the world, do you choose to vocalize your controversial opinion, or do you keep it to yourself because I don't want to piss people off? Like, that choice of, do you let yourself say the thing or do you hold yourself back? You're leading by example in that moment. And so I want to ask you to kind of wrap up this very first this very, well, the first overview, and then we'll get into the deep dive in the next video. But I want to ask you, what kind of lead do you want to set? You think about your kids, maybe, or your friends, or the people that are most important to you in this world. What kind of example do you hope for them to follow? Do you want them to hold themselves back out of, overly diplomatic fear of upsetting other people? Or do you want them to go after their dreams and chase their passions and let themselves live a life of what they're desiring? And we can't make anybody else do anything, but we can influence them through our example. We can set a lead that shows them what's possible. And from there, they can make whatever choice they can live with. But we can play our part by choosing how we are going to navigate within ourselves. And, what kind of a leader do you want to be? What kind of an example do you want to set? Those are huge, huge questions. And for that, I leave you with the song, I Don't Have the Answers by We Are the Messengers. I absolutely love that song when I'm spinning inside of a question that feels really important to answer, but I don't have the answer. And basically, the gist of that one is, I don't have the answers, and maybe that's okay. Some of these questions are meant to sink down inside of us and to germinate through our life experiences. We're not necessarily meant to just know the answer, versus, especially Aries being an extremely action-oriented sign, we'll be shown the answer. So I think even if you aren't really sure what kind of a leader you are, I don't really know. I do think that by the end of this transit, we will have been shown, and we will have a much more solid idea of who we are in the world. What is our example wanting to show as far as what's possible? What kind of lead are we trying to set? Dear friends, thank you so much for joining me for this in-depth overview. This isn't even the deep dive, guys. I got like a whole nother thing coming for you there. Coming at you soon. Sooner than later. Like I said, I wasn't expecting to do this video this fast, but here we are. I would love to hear from you down below. What stood out to you? What are you still curious about? What didn't quite land? What could I do better explaining? I really appreciate you guys taking the time to like this video, to subscribe so you don't miss any of the other uploads I'm doing, and taking a second to comment. Those all mean a lot to me. If you would like to interact with me further, and if you're wanting to expand your spiritual community in your world, I highly encourage you to check out my Patreon, where you can gain access to a monthly spiritual conversation that I host. It's very informal. a different topic each time, very reflective of whatever the current energies are of the soup that we're all sitting in. And it can be incredibly cup filling and affirming to know that you're not alone in what you're going through, that we're all in this together. So, especially as we step outside of our comfort zones and we start taking greater risks in expressing ourselves and our authenticity, it becomes that much more important to be surrounded by people who get what you're doing, who are encouraging you in that inner fire. And the Owning Authenticity Patreon may be one such space that you want to check out for that in your world. So, thank you so much again for joining me. It has been my absolute pleasure to continue this conversation with you. Until next time, I do hope that you take such good care of yourselves, and so will I. Hello, friends, and welcome to another video in this series. I am so excited to be bringing you this Libra South Node deep dive for the transit that we have July 2023 through January of 2025. This series, let me tell you, has a life of its own. It's absolutely gorgeous to watch it come to life. I genuinely thought that we would be on into the transit, like on into July or August when I would record these deep dives. I also thought that they would be one video with a deep dive into Libra and a deep dive into Aries. Um, and alas, none of that's true. So here we are on May 10th of 2023, recording this way ahead of schedule. I just did the overview video, 2-hour video yesterday. I sat there and recorded it. I edited the whole thing, and it's currently uploading onto the channel. Will be released anytime. And then I'm going to release this one pretty much right away. And then who knows when I'll be recording the Aries North Node deep dive that we'll do for this transit. And then the sky's the limit, like as far as what other videos might come about through this transit, through this series. I would love to hear your questions down below. So I think the main takeaway that I'm downloading so far that is very much added to this series, as the series has come to life, which is very Aryan, it's very Aries energy to give birth to something, like even if it's a creative project like a series of videos, um, it's very much giving me the vibes of one, that Uranus transit from like 2010 to 2018, I think, um, or 19, that Uranus transit through Aries planted some really radical seeds, some really like unexpected seeds of some things that I don't think we can even picture how perfectly matched to our divine desires they are. Like, I don't think we even realize yet, like, how incredible this fruit is that's like growing out of these seeds that Uranus planted. And then Jupiter has done its thing. Chiron very much informed these seeds. So these radical things that are growing are very much healing us. Like the effects of all of this are going to be very healing. Jupiter went through and really ripped the lid open on, like, wow, there's lots of opportunities here. There's lots of little seedlings like starting to sprout up out of the ground. And now we have the North Node about to make a pass through this territory of Aries. And what I'm seeing is, one, let it flow. Give give thanks to the flow of energy, the flow of life force energy that any creation possesses. Like, kind of surrender almost to the authenticity of whatever it is that's flowing. Like the best laid plans, right? Like, we can make all the plans we want, and then when it comes time to do the thing, there's a spontaneity and there's a leading edge of who you are now. And who you were making the plan even 5 minutes ago isn't who you are now. And so this chapter of the Aries North Node is really asking us to show up as the leading edge version of who we are now. And there's like a radical self-acceptance to this, of allowing ourselves to take up space in the world, allowing ourselves to take up other people's time to even tell them, like, hey, I want this, or I need this, or here's how I look at it, or to be willing to put yourself out there and take this moment of time from somebody else, like to communicate what it is that you need. Like, that takes a level of self acceptance that is going to explode. Has kind of a negative connotation, but it's really in the flavor town that I'm wanting here, as far as like the radical nature, the drastic nature, the powerful catalyst that this Aries North Node chapter is. And so much of the fuel, like the, to get these sparks to go, the friction that is going to happen. I want to come into this Libra South Node deep dive from an angle that, again, like I had weeks and months of years of reflecting on this transit, and probably like 3 months of having a Word document where I've been like reflecting and pouring thoughts in and coming back and like pouring over other thoughts and having other insights. And like I've been collecting this for months now onto this document. And then this morning, I have this idea, this understanding of like what I want to say about the Libra South Node, and it's nowhere in those papers. And it may tell the story better than like me going through the pages of things that I had prepared to tell you about this. So it's like, a vote for spontaneity, a vote for letting the leading edge do its job and show up and offer something that the world has not seen before. And so, at least I haven't seen it before. So, what I want to do is take something that I was talking about in the overview, being that quote that I shared of when, let me get it so I say it right. We all wear masks, and the time comes when we cannot remove them without removing some of our own skin. And I'm going to put the guy's name on the screen. Great. So we talked about that in the overview video, and I interpreted that in this case, how I'm using it, the skin is the relationships that we may lose as a result of taking off our mask and being our authentic self and relating through whatever authentic lens is right for us, whatever feels good to us at the time. And I want to flip it to help us process and help us get kind of like a running start, get a head start on processing kind of the flip side of this situation, where we are the ones who are witnessing somebody in their fire, in their authenticity, they're expressing themselves, and we have a problem with it. Okay, so this is a very Libra South Node thing, is to like start throwing rocks at the improper ones, or the ones who are being disrespectful, the ones who are being inappropriate, like to start taking the rules and trying to enforce the rules, like the court of law, like the shadow of law and order, is like imposing your personal sense of law and order on other people. And this Libra South Node experience of witnessing someone in their self expression and feeling the urge, good for you, seriously, good for you if you can be witnessing this, like from the urge rising, or still good for you if you wake up in the middle of like a delusion where you're doing the thing where you throw the rocks at the ones who are wrong. So either way, no matter how you become aware, even if it's after the fact, and you realize like, wow, like I was really imposing my idea of fairness, I was imposing my thought onto another person. I was I was overpowering them. I was stripping them of their personal autonomy. I was daring to be the expert and the authority on what's right for somebody else. I was doing that. I was overstepping into their personal sovereignty by assuming that I knew what was right for them. And, like they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Like, I don't think that this comes from a malicious place when we do this. And so that's where, again, I want to help us like open up a space where we can safely process this experience, because I would imagine we're all going to be in it at some point, maybe more than once during this South Node transit of Libra, where when we realize that we are imposing on another person, to reel it back, when we're trying to tell our neighbor how they should decorate their porch, or we're on somebody's YouTube channel telling them their video's stupid, or any time where so often there's this illusion that you get to have an opinion about everybody and everything that exists. And I say illusion, and I'm going to unpack that just a little bit to clarify what I mean is that, like, the illusion part of it is that anybody would need that information. Like, you absolutely are allowed to have all your opinions about everything that exists. That's very Aries energy, actually. Lean in to your opinions. But the illusion part is that nobody actually needs that information from you. Nobody really, like, it's not your job to tell them. It's unless it actually is your job to sit on a bench and be a judge in a court, in like you have the gavel, you are responsible personally because you signed up to be, to make the decision. Like there are times where, yeah, you are technically responsible for judging in this situation. Maybe you're a business owner and you're having to settle some internal dispute. Like there are lots of situations where it is your job to make a decision and impose on somebody else. But 99 million times out of basically 99 million, like very few times is it actually our job. And so often we're doing it and we're imposing and we're robbing other people of their autonomy for lots of other reasons. And that's where I say that usually we have good intentions. There's like a protective instinct of, they should be respectful and they should behave like this, and this is what's right, and imposing that on people so that they can be safe and that they can be protected. And you're like training the fire out of them by teaching them how to be civil, how to be polite. It's so that they'll stay safe. It's so that they don't accidentally get into a confrontation and it ends up them paying the ultimate price. And there is that protective instinct within these impositions. And before we unpack it further, just take a second and like really let yourself off the hook for ever having these urges, where you think you know what's best for another human being and you feel like you have to impose on another human being. Let yourself off the hook, because I do think that, I told a story in the last video where my FFA advisor kind of did that. Like he kind of stepped into my sovereignty and he said, like, please consider this. Please think about this. And I said, I don't think so. And so he comes back and he's like, got more information. He's like, I really think you should consider it because of this, this, and this. And now he's like, kind of got my attention. Now I'm thinking about it. And like, so, there are times where other people have good ideas. Other people can present information that is worth considering. But the second you skip the individual's consideration process and you skip straight to, no, I know the right answer. I know what's right for them. They should do it like this. Check yourself. Pump your brakes. How do you know that? Is that true? Are you sure it's true? Can you absolutely know that it's true that they should XYZ, whatever it is that you think? Do you want to be responsible for the navigational strategy of another person? AKA, do you want their consequences coming back to you? You know, the simple example is like, let's say I'm just making this up on the spot, but like, let's say you're a manager of employees and somebody says like, I'm not feeling well, I'm calling in sick today. I tried to find somebody to cover me and I can't. And as the boss, you say, no, you need to come to work. And blah, blah, blah. Long story short, you impose with your idea. You force it on them. And then they get sideswiped by a drunk driver on their way to work and it takes their life. Like, that's an extreme example, but I think every time we steal the autonomy of another individual, it creates a karmic debt that we personally will have to face those consequences at some point. And how we pay for stealing the autonomy of another person, unfortunately, is to have ours stolen. We become on the receiving end of what it is that we have personally perpetrated in the past. And that is a confronting place to have to heal, is to be on the receiving end of what you did, what you know you did. When you recognize that, like, the actions that are happening to you right now look a whole lot like that ball I threw 20 years ago at somebody else. And now here's this person in my right now reality throwing that ball in my face. Like, I'm in the middle of that experience right now, and it's been very, very healing to recognize that, like, I don't know what's right for anybody else besides me. And so that is a very liberating place to be. And that is really the pivot when we do either, wake up during the urge to impose on another person, or in the middle of making other people's decisions for them in a not our job kind of way. In the middle of doing that, we wake up and realize, like, oh, here I go again, trying to control everybody. Or we realize after the fact, oh, wait, no wonder she was so upset. Like, that's not my job. I was trying to tell her that this is what she should do. And of course she freaked out on me. Like, what was I even talking about? Like, there are so many different ways that awareness can come to us. And no matter when it is, right, we let ourselves off the hook. We realize that most likely, in most cases, this is coming from some kind of protective instinct of us trying to impose what we think is right, and we can't take it back after it's already happened. We can only use it as like a road sign to help us pivot in that moment. Pivot, pivot, pivot in that moment towards what, right? Aries North Node. We pivot towards the only place that I have power and control and full freedom, full reign, full sovereignty, full autonomy is inside myself, inside my own experience, my own life, my own navigational choices. I have free reign. I can do whatever I want, whatever I want, you know? And I mean that. Like, look at how many people break the law. Like, you can do whatever you want. You, as the doer of whatever you want, have to live with those consequences, you know? So I highly encourage you, though I would never, never dream of telling you what is right. Like, there was somebody very recently in my, you know, acquaintances of acquaintances world that got a DUI, and somebody was like, they're basically like planning an intervention for this person, and this person comes to me and is telling me about the situation, and we're going to help him and all of that, and I'm like, I just feel like it's a little bit presumptuous to assume he didn't want the DUI. You know, his higher self led him right there. Why would you think that that DUI wasn't exactly what his higher self needed in this grand unfolding of whatever it is that his soul is upon? He has work here. And just because we don't recognize the divinity in somebody else's unfolding, that's not our job. That's not our job. It's not our job to help anybody else. It's not our job to tell anybody else what's right. It's our job to know what's right and to be that ourselves. Like Gandhi said, be the change you want to see in the world. That's the beginning and the end of our real work on this planet, is to be who we are, to take care of us, to decide for ourselves what is right for us, and then to be that. And within that beingness of our full Aries energy, primal, carnal, raw expression of our humanity, our unique, never been on the planet before, never will be on the planet before, our unique humanity. When we are living inside that expression, that is a permission slip to every other person, not to do it like you, not to take your rule book and be like, oh, well, look here, Carly's got it figured out. No, but for them to feel deeply inside of themselves and come to whatever feels right for you. Like, that's what I'm doing. I'm feeling what's right for me. And I've come to a lot of really strong opinions inside of myself based on the life experience that I've lived. But each and every single one of us have to do that, have to come to, what are your strong opinions? What are the non-negotiables for you? Where do you draw the line on what you're willing to tolerate and what is not acceptable? What is that for you? How do you personally define that? And in sourcing that responsibility of defining what it is that we want in our lives, right? Like, it's never our place to rob the autonomy of anyone else and presume to tell them what's right for them. But it is for us to lay claim to our own autonomy, to our own ability to decide for ourselves what is right. And if somebody wants us to get in the box and we won't get in the box, the answer is to, like, then you need to walk away. It's not your job to tell them, you can't make me get in that box, and like, you shouldn't make me want to get in the box, and why do you even have that box? And like, that is not the point. If they have a box and that's where they need you to be, then turn around and walk away. That's it. That it's as simple as that. And through that, you are demonstrating the line of what you will and won't tolerate. It's not a negotiation. Libra South Node, like, one of the shadows, since we're in South Node territory, one of the shadows is assuming that everything is up for negotiation, and it's not. There are non-negotiables in this life. When we sink into our power, like, one that comes to mind is respect. I refuse to interact with anyone who would disrespect me. I don't care who you are. I don't care what your title is. I don't care what your experience is. I don't care who your parents were. I give no shits about who you are. If you are not willing to treat me with respect, I'm not dealing with you, period. And that is because I hold myself in a place of being a living, breathing example of what it looks like to treat every single life form with respect. You don't have to earn it. There are no rules that you break and then you lose my respect. Like, you're human and back up, you're alive, right? I'm talking insects, I'm talking plants, I'm talking animals, I'm talking humans, animals. Like, I want to be a demonstration of respect and unconditional love. I want to give those things without qualification. And that is why I hold full well the expectation that that is how you will treat me, or you will lose your connection to me, period. And so that feels like, again, kind of the version of the story of like, what if it's you who feels like there's another person who wants you to get in the box, like there's another person who wants you to be small or who wants you to keep your mask on. And you're afraid if I take my mask off, this person isn't going to like it and they're going to walk away. And that is almost always the part that I play, like again, because I try to respect people and I try to love them, I try to celebrate their authenticity as often as I possibly can, again, unless it's becoming harmful to me, in which case I have to walk away. I'm not willing to tolerate that. So I generally love seeing people's authenticity, even when it's messy and gross. I heard reference, I'm going to link a podcast episode in the description box below from the Deja Blue podcast. Um, I don't remember what the name of the episode is, but the still image on it says love the fuck out of yourself. And that is very much the tone of the whole episode. And they reference a spiritual practice in there called swamping. And basically, you embody and give a voice to whatever swampy, messy, tangled up, yucky feeling emotion is inside of you. You embody it. You roar and you yell and you just let it out. And you be that. And in a swamping circle, your sisters or whoever it is that's in the circle with you are encouraging you, like, yeah, get it, like, do it, okay, yeah, and like, more, give me more of that, and like, let it out, and like, not as a way where this is not venting, this is not playing the victim, this is being authentic and real, even when it's mad and angry and spicy and got sharp edges and like it's obviously very important to unleash this part of ourselves in a safe space, and like being mindful of, in a swamping circle, like everybody in there is kind of in the place where I am here to witness the authentic expression of another, and you're not taking it personally. You're witnessing. You're being the sacred witness. That's another video I'm going to put in the description box. Because again, I feel like that's very much healing this Libra South Node, where just because you're witnessing doesn't mean it's your job to judge. Like they have their own inner power that is giving them their answers, and that's not for us to decide. And so, again, what does that look like if we're the ones that are not a fan of somebody else's authentic expression? If they're getting mad or they're, having opinions that are not what we think they should be or whatever it is, like what what is our job as the sacred witness? What is our job as just another human being who happens to be close enough to witness another human being doing whatever it is that they're doing? Like, what's your job in that situation? And I would I would come back to, again, we cannot make anybody else be anything, but we, as the awesome little sponges that we are, we can learn from every single other human being on the planet, and we can feel our authentic, fiery response to what it is that they're doing. And let's say that they have an opinion that you think is unsafe. Well, nobody's forcing you to have that opinion. and if they're associated with you and so you feel like their controversial opinion is a extension of this association that the two of you have, you don't have to be associated with them. You can sever the tie with them. You can let them take their autonomy. You can let them take their sovereignty, whatever it is that they feel they have to do. You can let them have that and take it wherever they need to be, but not in your world. Like you can draw the line, you can draw the boundary if I'm not willing to associate with someone who holds these beliefs. And that is incredibly painful. That is incredibly difficult. It's it's got so much surrender. It's got so much inner security that you wouldn't cling onto, no, I have to get them to release these beliefs because we can't get divorced, or this is my child. I have to have a relationship. Okay, but you don't get to force them to be anything. And so if you can't stop imposing on them, get away from them. Cut the association at least for a little while. And here, I've never told this story on my channel, but you know me, I'll put it all out there for you. And whenever it helps, I'm more than willing. I'm an open book. But there was this interaction at the tail end of 2021 between me and someone who is like this. Like I have an association with this person, a very strong one. Like we have joint interests, and um, this interaction where I was sharing what I was working on and like what I had come up with, and here's what I'm doing, and here's why I'm thinking that. And the way this person responded to me, in my opinion, was completely disrespectful and unnecessarily harsh. Like I felt like it was the equivalent of like a big dog trying to take its paw and like put the paw on the little dog and like just push it down. And I stood there and was like, well, I'm going to do this and you can see it when it's ready. And at that point, if you have concerns, we can talk about them. And I did not go back for a face to face conversation with that person for 11 months. I didn't call, didn't text, I did not reach out, I did not go around them, I did not make contact. And the 2 or 3 times they made contact with me, I answered whatever it was that they needed answered and was very all business, like, here's the answer to your question. And that was a turning point for me. So, like, that whole 11-month period of kind of just cutting ties with them, like, I don't have to deal with you. Like, I don't have to make you be a respectful human being. You can be whoever you want. You can treat people however you want, but I don't have to be around it. That's my choice. That's my power in the situation, is to take myself out of it. And that's a card that doesn't get played nearly often enough in this world. And I see this Aries North Node, people playing that card a whole lot more often, and a whole lot more showdowns where the argument just kind of gets sucked right out of it because people are standing more firmly in their sovereignty and realizing that nobody else gets to tell us what's right for us. Nobody else gets to decide that this is what's fair for you. This is who you should be. Here's your box, get inside of it. No one has that right. No one gets to do that to anybody else. And this moment of possibly having to break free of some patterning around having an opinion and laying it on a person, having an opinion and laying it on a person. And it's like every time you go to voice your opinion to another person, ask yourself, why am I doing this? Why am I being opinionated in this situation? Is it my job? Is this my creation? Is this my production? Is this my company? Is this my job? to have this opinion and make sure that the right people hear my opinion and so that we can take the right action. Is it your job? Probably most of the time, no. And that's where we can flip back to, here's a fun one. We can flip back to being the CEO of our own life experience. That is where you are absolutely the judge, the jury, the executioner, the law enforcement, the peacekeeper. You're all of it rolled into one when it comes to your experience. That is what having full sovereignty means, is that you get to decide what is in your experience and what is not. And so this was like in my last year at the software company, right before I quit and like switched over to entrepreneurship, part of the very beginning of my spiritual journey was realizing I am the CEO of Carly Wharton Enterprises. And I am letting a lot of shenanigans go on around here that I could totally be putting a stop to, because this is my life and I'm the CEO of this life experience, and I am done letting all of these things happen in on my watch in my life. I'm going to be taking myself out of a whole lot of situations, and that started then back in 2016 and continues to this day, like the experience I described from 2021, where I am the CEO of my life experience. And if there is something playing out in my life experience that is not okay with me, I will bring it to a close. I will bring it to an end. It is not allowed to exist. And on the flip side of that, and I feel like I have an advantage here because I have such an allergic reaction to anybody trying to overpower me. I have an allergic reaction to authority figures who use their title to trade on their, like, to think that the title is giving them power. When it comes to people like me, it's not. And I need you to be a decent human being. And that's where, yeah, okay, I can see like we're in this together, and like I'm going to interact with you and I'm going to leave space open for you in my world. Again, I don't care what your title is, but the second that you start treating people like they don't matter and you can just kick them out of your way and like go, like, I no, no, I draw the line right there. And so that led me to quitting my job. It led me to breaking up with my partner. It led me to do lots of things that this does not work for me. And the beginning and end of our power is in what we choose to allow to exist in our lives. And the second that power starts spilling over onto other people, where we're trying to tell them what's right for their life, that's when we've entered this Libra South Node shadow territory. And it's time to pull ourselves back into, okay, so given that you feel so strongly about this opinion, what does that mean about Carly Wharton Enterprises? Like, what does that mean about your CEO role of your life and what you're allowing to exist in your life? Do you want to make some changes? Because as the leader of your life, you absolutely get to make those changes anytime you want. And lots of other people and events and things can inspire those changes, but we're the ones that have to make them. So, talk about the unexpected, like that 35 minutes of deep dive, like none of that was in my notes. That was all just what came through this morning. So perfect. Now that I look back at my notes, I have this overall goal of the South Node transiting Libra that says the South Node in Libra transit aims to dissolve any remnants of our false sense of balance and harmony and allow for a truer reflection of our authentic self to emerge. So that's what we've been talking about this whole time, is letting a truer version of who we really are to be who we show up as in the world on a more regular basis. And just in general, with this South Node, because Libra's an air sign, we can take the South Node going through air in a very general sense as our emotional detachment has gone far enough that like air energy is very emotionally detached, meaning like taking things less personally and kind of takes like sucks the air out of the balloon, so to speak, as far as like you can't have yeah, like it kind of kills the fire when you have all of this air and this emotional detachment and you're not taking anything personally, it's like at a certain point that has been done and is over, and we need to take things more personally. We need to personally step into the driver's seat and be the CEO of our life, and that's what this transit is for. So after we rebalanced power in this last transit of the North Node through Taurus and the South Node through Scorpio, that was very like rebalancing our power dynamics as far as how much of our power are we pulling from and manipulating from other people doing what we want, and how much of our power are we actually getting from sourcing inside of ourselves by taking really good care of ourselves. um, so now that we most likely are a lot more empowered than we were back in January 2022 before this last cycle, now that we've done all that, we need to update what is fair and what is right. Because now that we have a greater sense of our inner power, means we have greater access to options. Now that we have a greater sense of self worth, we're no longer looking on the bargain basement level. We're looking up here at what we deserve because we're worth more than we were. And I don't mean in money terms, I mean in confidence and self esteem. So as we hold more of our own power, where can we stop charming others to get our way and just be direct in going after what we want? You know, like we don't have to pull others' strings like little puppets. We can just make whatever we want for ourselves. And that, you know, again, depending on your Libra energy and depending on your personal relationship dynamics, that can be a lot to untangle. And so I would love to hear kind of your personal experience with Libra energy, your personal experience of relating to others, and kind of what kind of themes are there around that in your life and in your unfolding. We're each having our own experience. Um, but I think for all of us, that this cycle of the South Node through transit, sorry, the South Node transiting through Libra, is absolutely purging our relationship baggage. And so for this, I want to ask a question, and that is, what is the purpose of relationship in your life and your evolution? What is the purpose of relationship in your life and in your evolution? And I'm going to link another video down below called A Way to Simplify Life at Work, where I talk about understanding that it's not even as simple as understanding this is what relationship is for in general. That's part of it, but there's also what is this specific relationship for this person I work with, and like what is this relationship for me and my child, and like what is this relationship for me and my spouse. Like each of these individual relationships is for something different. It serves a different function. And so that process of understanding what is each relationship for leads us to understanding the foundations of each of those relationships and what they're based on. Why do we have this relationship? What is it that's holding us together? Why are we connected in this way? And I think, you know, as we are more empowered, we are naturally shedding kind of like an old skin. We're shedding our tendencies towards dependency and towards codependency and towards people pleasing and shoving ourselves down to like keep other people happy and playing by the rules and staying inside the lines and not being confrontational. Like we're stepping into an era with all of the Aries energy, all the transits, like what we talked about in the overview video. There's this focus on leaving behind any relationship paradigms where we need each other, where I am literally depending on you to protect me because I cannot protect myself. Meaning, I now have to hold on to you like a shield, meaning you're now my security slave. I've enslaved you to my need of I need you to protect me because I can't protect myself. Now you have no autonomy, now you have no freedom, you can't go anywhere because I need you to be right here to protect me. And that is ending. We are learning to be self sufficient in a new way. Like, kind of as a human species, we are learning to source, the word that's coming is our food, like source our food, like what truly feeds us, what fulfills us. We're learning how to source it from inside of ourselves. So here I want to talk about the lowest frequencies of Libra and thinking about these as a way not to beat up on ourselves, not to be like, oh gosh, here's another reason I suck. Like, this is only to let us have awareness of these behaviors in ourselves and possibly even in other people. I think generally, like just kind of as a pattern in my life, I've noticed that if I see a lot of people over a short time doing a certain behavior, I take that as a way of like recognizing like, oh, this is a behavior I'm ready to see inside myself. That's why I'm being able to see it in all of them. And so again, we come back to that, like, how do you take this shadow of Libra and this like wanting to play in a way that works well with others, but also kind of like suffocating yourself on the inside because you're denying so much of your authenticity. Um, the lowest frequencies of Libra, the first one is niceness over kindness. So, nice and kind are two very different things. You know, nice is a mask that we wear to avoid rejection, and kind a lot of times has to be very brave in order to tell the kind truth, in order to be transparent in a way that says, I owe you the respect of being honest with you. That's what's kind, even if I'm scared out of my mind. And so, you know, Libra, this is not to throw shade because again, I love Libra energy and there's so many ways where it is beautiful. And when we do our North Node through Libra here in 9 years, we'll show all the love to Libra energy. Right now, though, we're very much working with it as the South Node and on the shadow spectrum of, you know, there's this playing it safe in niceness that rather than being kind to another person, we're instead hiding inside a self-protective shell of niceness. And that is changing a bit because we're on the Aries side building up our courage. And in this situation, like, who do you want to be? Do you want to protect yourself with niceness or do you want to be kind? And kind takes courage pretty much every time because kind is something that's like in our world, we need so much more of it, I think. But all I can do is be my own example. And from my own experiences of practicing kindness, it really does take so much strength and courage to offer that in any situation versus just being afraid and hiding in niceness and whatever it is that you are trying to avoid. Another piece of that can be playing both sides and engineering peace. And so peace is one that like has pretty much a 100% positive connotation around it. And it's like, who hates peace? Nobody. But there is like again, a manipulation of taking people out of their authenticity and be like, okay, so you come 40% out of your authenticity, and this person can come 40% out of their authenticity. And now we have harmony. Yay, we did it. And it's like nobody wins in that situation. Like, nobody, when we play all sides, when we like try to make everybody the winner, a lot of times we create all losers. And it's like we wanted to avoid having a loser, and then we made everybody a loser because nobody's being their authentic self. And so that that perspective of, you know, there are times where, of course, like I'm one of the biggest fans of win-win situations, win-win solutions. Like as often as we can find one of those, we can both win. I think that's fantastic. My favorite thing. But there are way more often times where there is going to be a winner and there is going to be a loser. And I mean that just in the sense of, you know, the competition of the situation. Like, just like we were talking about on the overview video, like Aries energy is a selfishness to survive. Aries energy is a willingness to take, so that you pluck the strawberry off the vine and you eat the strawberry. You won the contest for the strawberry. The next person who comes along is the loser. There's no more strawberry on the vine. They missed out. So are you willing to win? Because if you want to win, sometimes that means like you're going to have to fight. You're going to have to take away from somebody else. Somebody else is going to have to lose because you won. And that brings me to a piece that I had to really work out with my life coach when I very first started working with her at the beginning of 2023, where I I carried a lot of shame about my personal emotional turbulence and the harm that it caused to other people back in my most out of balance days, and feeling ashamed that I had caused that damage, and feeling ashamed that I had behaved the way I did and that I treated people the way I did. And she very gracefully shared with me that, it's basically an indigenous teaching. I don't remember the full quote that she gave me, but it's like, we will cause harm because we exist. We will cause harm simply because we exist. Like when you eat the strawberry, the next person didn't get the strawberry. And most of us live in abundant enough situations where nobody's counting your strawberries, right? Like it's not a fight to the death on every single strawberry you have to eat, but like there are, I think, especially during this transit, the intro video that I made, one of the questions is, how far will you go? How far will you go? How far are you willing to take your mission? How hard-headed and stubborn about fighting for what you know to be right are you willing to be? How far will you go? How bad do you want it? How much courage do you have to overcome any of the resistance, any of the disappointed faces that you might encounter along the way? Like, if you're a people pleaser or a recovering people pleaser, disappointing other people can be one of the most terrifying things possible in your experience. And so this Libra South Node transit could be incredibly confronting as far as some of those shadows around not wanting to hurt other people, not wanting to disappoint other people. And it really does come back into this grounded inner space of knowing that we are not the CEO of their life. They're looking at us and they're disappointed. That's on them. They're the CEO of their life experience. And if they don't want to be disappointed, then they shouldn't look. Like their disappointment doesn't have to be the rule book for how we behave or don't behave. And so, rocking the boat, definitely. And that can be real scary when you got these people pleasing tendencies. Another lower frequency of Libra is indecisiveness. And I think, in the light attributes of Libra, there's this gift of being able to see all sides of a situation, to be able to appreciate the equality between things that are radically different and far apart. And honestly, like I said, like that's such a beautiful side to our energy, and I don't want to discount it. But like we talked about with the analysis paralysis, like we can appreciate all of these different sides and never actually pick one and never actually commit to a certain path, and possibly we get something done in this big group situation, but the person who is uninhibited by a large group consensus is absolutely moving further and way faster than the group situation. So, like one of the light attributes that we're getting to develop during this Aries cycle, and we'll talk more about this in the Aries deep dive, is decisiveness. And we're going to unpack how decisiveness works, because especially if you resonate more with the Libra end of indecisive, it can be kind of a mystery. Like, how the hell am I supposed to go faster? There's so much to consider. The simple, short version is actually there's nothing to consider. There's actually never the act of decision making is an illusion. It's a myth. It doesn't exist. It's just for fun. It's just for our human entertainment. And in the universal oneness, the all, there is only who I am. and being who I am. There's only the authentic truth of who I am. And at that point, there's no choice to make. There's only being who you are. So at that point, like that's where Aries is called impulsive. And that is a little bit of a misunderstanding from somebody who doesn't know how to do this. It's like they're just being who they are. Well, but then they're selfish and they're not considering other people's feelings. Exactly. Exactly. That's how you get weighed down and lost in the noise. That's how you get lost in indecisiveness is you're considering too many variables. And really, there's only one variable that ever matters. It's X equals X. Solve for the equation. It's X. That's it. Just be yourself. And every single situation that presents itself, there is like, even when we see multiple options, like you see, here's one option, and then you're like, or I could do it like this. I guarantee you, when you start adding multiple options, you are weighing in what other people are going to think about it, what other people are expecting from you, how it's going to impact other people. You're considering the other. When you consider the other, a decision point is created. And when you take the other out of the equation, all decisions evaporate and disappear. And you're left with impulsiveness and action because you are, you exist. And the truth of your being is what it is. And any amount to decide and engineer the right outcome or the right anything is leaving behind the divine essence of who you are and entering into the human realm of playing politics with the other. So, another piece that I think it really helps us to look at in this deep dive contemplation is this idea of the majority. So, Libra South Node is very related to majority, to like that's the most fair, is that if we have 51% of people who want this, then that's what we're going to do. Like we're going to let the majority decide for everybody because as long as most of the people want it, that's close enough to covering satisfaction for everybody. But you see that, like, and this is where we are in our current political climate here in the United States, is that we are at that point where it's like 49%, 51%, and you see how grossly inadequate the majority system is because, like, in this situation, you hope that the majority is like 99% and like everybody's basically on the same page and we all want the same thing. Great. We're only leaving out a couple people. Well, what happens when it's nearly half? It's just shy of half of people who have to eat a shit sandwich because one extra person wants this one. What? Like, there is a lot of anger out there, as there should be, because the majority system is disrespectful of the minority. And I don't personally have an answer as far as how do we include every single person's voice and what's right for every single person in like a government system, like especially at the federal level, where we've got hundreds of millions of people who are subject to having to go by what the federal government is deciding. I don't know how. I don't have the answer, right? I don't have the answers, and maybe that's okay. But I can tell you that you are the president of your own life. You are the CEO of your own life. And to the extent that that gives you the power of getting to decide things, the more we exercise that power over our own life, I think the more we see that power grow to have our viewpoint more represented in what's happening at the collective level. And the collective level will always be averages. Like that's just kind of the whole point of the herd, of the group of us, the 8 billion of us that are here at this time. Like the collective energy is always an average of all of the individuals. But if that collective energy is going to move in a direction of honoring each and every single individual, that macrocosm effect happens because it's rippling out of the microcosm that it exists inside of each and every single one of us. Every single one of us is a universe unto ourselves, is a political system unto ourselves, is an entire energetic ecosystem unto ourselves, and we get to decide how it works inside of ourselves. And that is where we can implement all the change that we want We can learn from anything that we see out in the world, and we can implement those changes within ourselves, within our own actions and our own choices. We can lead by example, what we think the whole should be. And one of those pieces, one of those um, outcomes is that I think, and this is just what I see energetically, I think the more of us that do this, the more of us that get on this page of self-empowerment, basically, like, let that be the 100% majority of all of us being self-empowered, and then there is no minority. Like, let the minority evaporate by every individual becoming self-empowered and letting us see what the system looks like at that point, letting us see what it looks like when more people are willing to not be personally ashamed of their situation and more look at the system that is around us and be like, this sucks. I think I'll fight for a new one. I think I'll devote my life force, my fire energy, my creational spark into this world. I think I'll devote it to creating something better for us all, even if it takes my whole life and I'm dead and gone before the next generation's going to get to benefit from it. I don't care. The average never tips into the next one if more and more and more individuals aren't adding theirs to the other side. And so I think the more of us that are anchoring self-empowerment into ourselves, the faster this average towards self-empowerment, towards individual empowerment is going to shift in our favor. So the questions to really sink into and really contemplate throughout the life of this transit: where are we hiding our inner fire to keep the peace with others? Those are great places to start. And I'm not talking about go drop an atomic bomb in the middle of that situation. I'm thinking like in your journal, like, where am I hiding my inner fire? Well, here's a place where I regularly catch myself biting my tongue or, thinking that this, another place to think about this is like, where are we using our fire to overpower another person? Where are we trying to substitute our fire for theirs? So any of these could be places where in your journal you're able to explore, where is that coming from? Why do I feel so strongly about this? What is it that wants to be enacted in my life? And like look for what those changes might be. Because again, that Libra South Node illusion of thinking you have to sort it out with another person, it's just that. It's just an illusion. The change will always be made inside of yourself in terms of your relationship between you and you. The other question is, what is craving expression within you? What is craving expression? What is hungry to come out? It's in there. It wants out. It wants to be seen. It wants to be felt. It wants to be lived. What is that? We all have one. What is yours? Oh, where are we believing someone else's balance? Where are we believing someone else's balance is more important and is worth giving up our own? Where that outer balance versus inner balance? Where are we balancing the outer world? We're playing nice, we're playing small, we're getting in the box, whatever it is, so that the balance of the outer world can be protected, and we're sacrificing, we're paying the cost of our inner balance in that process. Where is that going on? What groups and dynamics is that, causing you to want to hide? The question there is kind of like back to this, you're the CEO of your life. So do you want to continue to regularly spend time in places where you feel you have to hide away the real you? And maybe the answer is yes. Maybe there's something in that situation that is totally worth it, and that's a trade off you're willing to make. Cool, right? Like, you are the one that has to decide what you're willing to live with. But maybe you realize, you know what? No, in an ideal world, I would get to be around people where I don't have to think so hard about, oh yeah, I'm not allowed to say the F word, and I'm not allowed to talk about my lesbian lover, and I'm not allowed to talk about this. And like, you know what? Like, I just want to be me. I just want to talk about my life, and I don't want to worry about who's this gonna upset. And so rather than necessarily blowing up any of those situations where you're not really safe to be your full authentic self, possibly you have like a simultaneous thing where like that's allowed to go on. Maybe you like lean back just a hair just because, why not? Like obviously any amount of time that we can spend in safe places where we are free to be ourselves is going to stoke those fires and fan the flames. And so possibly you get proactive about looking for a spiritual space or a safe space where you can spend time around other people who encourage your authenticity and encourage your inner fire in a way that lets it burn brighter, not dump cold water on it and be like, hey, get back in your box. So yeah, where are we believing someone else's balance is more important and is worth giving up our own? Who are the people who encourage your inner balance? Who are they? Do you have them in your life? If not, that's okay, but maybe that's one of the things that's coming out of this transit is as you lean into your own inner fire, perhaps you magnetize that and you loving your inner fire creates this draw for other people to be able to love your inner fire too. Like I said in the last video, you never know who's like right there ready to fall in love with the part of you that you've kept hidden. So this is a powerful moment of being seen by the all, and some of them aren't going to like it, and others are going to think it's the most majestic thing they've ever laid eyes on. Your authentic self, your inner fire. So the more we can lean in, the smoother this transit will go. Hello, dear friends. It's Carly, and welcome back to another video in this series. This one is yet another perfect example of how this series is birthing itself. As I shared with you on the Libra South Node deep dive, which was also supposed to be the Aries North Node deep dive, that would be what I would be doing next, the Aries North Node deep dive. I lied again. This is why we don't make promises here on Owning Authenticity, because you never know what the leading edge is going to be, what the next impulsive move is going to be, like when you're sitting in your bed at 11 o'clock on a Thursday morning and all of a sudden you're like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go get the clippers and I'm going to give myself a haircut over the bathroom sink. So sometimes you have to do that. And then load it full of gel just to see what would happen. And I'm like, hey, this is kind of cute. Okay, I can rock this for a minute. It grows so fast. Oh my gosh, that's the beauty. Ooh, see, look at this leading edge. I had no idea. That's the beauty of these impulsive actions and allowing our leading edge self to get to show up is that typically, like, even though fire energy can absolutely do damage when we just, like a fire hose, like shooting it out into the world. But generally speaking, allowing our fire to bubble up and allowing our authenticity to bubble up, even if it does cause damage on the surface, one, it's gonna grow back really fast. Really fast, things grow back. In the earth realm, things regenerate themselves. Almost all living creatures have some regenerative healing capacity. So even if damage is caused, number one, healing occurs. Cool. We're going to move on. Like there's going to be a next new moment and a next new moment and a next leading edge. And so, like, even if we mess it up a little bit because we, acted in the moment without thinking, like, yeah, maybe a little harm done, but like not so bad. not so bad. It's going to grow back really, really fast. So even if you mess it up, that's okay. And number two, and for this one, I have to go to a slightly different analogy because my haircut, I really don't think is like replenishing anything. But if, like in the springtime, I live in Kansas, and in the springtime, a lot of areas get burned off in like a controlled burn scenario. Specifically, they set fire to these pastures. I'm going to see if I can find a video of like a controlled burn. I'm sure I can. And they set fire to these pastures and they create perimeters of like burning it and putting it out so that hopefully the fire stays where it's supposed to stay. But they want that because the grass that grows up out of a burned down pasture is full of the nutrients of like the fire catalyzed the old dead grass from last season. It burned it to ashes, and those ashes put the nutrients all back into the soil. And then when the grass grew up out of that soil was now much more nourished than the soil that grew the grass last year with no burn. So, like burning it down and putting the nutrients back into the soil so that something more nutrient rich can grow up out of that ground. And I'll even tell you one extra bit is that when cattle farmers are renting pastures to like put their cattle out for the summer and let them graze and they gain weight and maybe in the fall you take them to the feedlot or whatever, maybe you take them back home, who knows, different for every cow. But when they're going to rent those pastures, the pastures that have been burned off and grown back are worth more money. Like they rent those pastures for more money because the nutrient rich grass is worth more because not just because, like, hey, look, we did this thing and now you're going to pay us more. No, because when the cows eat the nutrient rich grass, they put on more weight. They gain weight better on one of those pastures than they would on the regular grass that didn't get the controlled burn. And so, all of that to say that, like, yes, absolutely, fire is damaging to an extent, and that sometimes that's exactly what we need. Sometimes we need a controlled burn that is going to eliminate and reduce to nutrients to fall back down into our soil. We need to eliminate the things that have, like, they lived their life in our experience and it's over now. And it's died and it's just sitting there, and then we burn it down. We eliminate it from our experience. We clear that space. And by clearing that space, doing the controlled burn of the things that are in our world that do not serve us, by doing that, we get to reabsorb the energy, and what grows out of that, it's worth more. It's an investment to unleash a little bit of fire from time to time. And this Aries North Node is absolutely a permission slip. It's what came to my mind. Um, and I'm going to link a video in the description that is me talking about encouragement and like what's possible when other people are encouraging you and how that like fans the flames of what it is that you're doing and how much of a risk are you willing to take. It's like somebody in your corner who's like, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it, like you got this, like you could totally land on your feet, like of course you're going to be able to do this. Like to have somebody who believes in you, like ride or die, confident in your ability to be self-sufficient, somebody like that in your corner cheering you on, that is what this Aries North Node is. And I see a lot of us taking more risks in our fire energy. And that's where I'm going to start is like basically wanting to talk through, these nodes. Again, none of this happens in isolation. This is also interconnected with all of the other transiting planets in the sky, right? So as the nodes make their journey, they make aspects and are having a conversation with lots of other things that are going on in the sky right now. And as the nodes make their journey through each chapter, they're also making aspects, aka having a conversation with each and every single individual's natal chart. And so I don't talk a whole lot about aspects so far and in much of my content, but that's basically what this video is going to be, is looking at not the, well, I guess technically this could be applied to the transits affecting the other transits as they come and go, but I'm not going to talk about what those might be. I am going to talk about more if, like, you have natal placements, let's say in Sagittarius, the Aries North Node transiting through that sign in Aries will at some point make an exact trine to your placement in Sagittarius. A trine is a 120-degree angle. It's like one side of a triangle, trine. So like all three of the fire signs exist in, like, let's say you did have planets in all three of the fire signs and you have all three of the trines, that is a grand trine when it fully completes itself. And so what I want to talk about though is, like, if you do have planets or points in Sagittarius, if you do have planets or points in Leo, that this Aries North Node will be trining those placements at some point during this transit, during these 18 months. And so looking at that, and what is the flavor then of what this Aries North Node, Libra South Node combo is going to do to your fire signs, to your air signs, to your other cardinal signs, so that's what this video is, and there are timestamps in the description if you want to check those out. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, I really appreciate it if you do. I also really appreciate you giving a like on this video and leaving some comments down below. That all of that helps to push these videos out into the universe and helps other people to find this work. So I really appreciate all of those kinds of things, those little nudges that you give on the channel. Thank you for doing that. And so, yeah, let's talk about these North and South Node combo. And as we take this, we are going to add one more element to it. And I'm going to put some sketches on the screen. You guys are going to love this. I'm such an artist. I'm going to put some sketches here so you can see where this all kind of is like coming together. Because as the Aries North Node is trining our fire signs, we will also have automatically, exactly across from the Aries North Node, is the Libra South Node, and air signs make sextiles, which are 60-degree, half of the trine, 60-degree angles between the air signs and the fire signs. And both trines and sextiles have positive, supportive energy moving between those two signs. So it's kind of like, you can think about, like, they are very much on the same page. They're very supportive of each other as far as like their overarching goal and way of getting there. I still have hair on me from my haircut and now it's all itchy. So they're supportive, and so those are harmonious aspects. And so these are encouraging aspects to have made. So the nodes being in Aries and Libra are encouraging any of your fire sign placements being Sag or Leo, any of your air sign placements being Gemini, Aquarius, Libra. And like, what is the overarching effect then? And so first we'll take the fire signs. So the fire signs, Sagittarius and Leo, are getting trines from the Aries North Node. Also, Leo and Sagittarius are getting sextiles from the Libra South Node. And remember, the Libra South Node is purging. It's getting rid of what no longer serves us. It's having us look at some things from our past that aren't probably how we want to do things going forward. So there's this like cleaning out the closet kind of vibe with the South Node in general. And in Libra, that's around relationships, it's around relationship patterns, and just kind of in general, how do we relate to the other? Libra very much represents the other, opposed to Aries, which represents the self. And so the South Node is purging and supporting with these sextiles towards the fire signs. And the fire signs are also getting this trine, this like burst of energy. Trines are definitely more powerful as far as how much of Aries North Node energy is able to come into Sagittarius. Like I would say you're able to get a whole lot wider pipeline of energy from Aries to Sag with a trine versus the pipeline of energy with a sextile is just smaller. So like the Libra energy coming into the Sagittarius placements, it's just not as big of a like conductor, the sextile, versus the trine. You're getting a lot of energy moving back and forth. And so really mixing those. And so, yeah, the fire sign placements. And again, I'm very excited because I have placements in late Leo and late Sag. So that means early in the Aries North Node because it's entering at the end, the 2959 mark. Very early in the Aries North Node transit, I'm having these trines to my 29-degree Sag, Uranus, and Saturn, and my 24-degree Leo moon. And so I'm excited to see what exactly is going to play out. But here are a couple things that I think, yeah, I have two that I think are going to be like the effect, the energetic effect of this transit, this Aries North Node talking to Sag and Leo, while the Libra South Node is also having its own kind of conversation with Sag and Leo. And like I said, I think the Aries North Node is like that friend in your corner who's like, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it. And I'm telling you, the things that we are capable of when we are being flat out encouraged, openly, somebody fanning the flames of us doing what it is that we want to do, the likelihood of us doing that goes up significantly. So I see this as like kind of the Aries North Node, almost like the controlled burn, is on the roof of what it is that you're currently allowing your fire energy to be in your life. Like the Aries North Node comes through and like burns open the ceiling. And then the Sag Leo combo placements are like, hey, we can get bigger now. So I think there's gonna be just like a general expansion. And the more fire energy you have in general, Aries, Sag, or Leo, like just this eruption of the beautiful divine spark of life that you are, aka your fire energy, the part of you that is so unique and is so creative and effortlessly flowing through us all the time, this leading edge that we don't have to try. We don't have to be anything. There's no target, there's no bullseye. There's like no script, there's no recipe. We just be it. We just do what feels right to us. Like with this haircut, like the only reason I have this specific haircut was because the part that was bothering me about my hair before was the part that was like on my ears, and I just freaking hated that. I needed it off my ears. And so I just take the clippers and go choo, 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 and just like get it off my ears. That's all I needed. I needed it to be off my ears. That's why I have this haircut. And then the gel was like, it's friggin' 117% humidity outside and my hair gets real frizzy. And so that's like, again, like I'm okay, taming the frizz and fluff or whatever. And then I'm like, whoa, look at this. If we just follow what's natural to us, like, I don't want my hair on my ears. Okay, then get your hair off your ears. It's that simple. Like there is no, like I was talking about in the Libra South Node deep dive about kind of scratching the surface on indecisiveness and cracking the code on how to be decisive. You just get the hair off your ears. The second thing is the Libra South Node, and kind of like to support this burning off the roof and to support our Sag and Leo placements growing in their confidence to get bigger and take up more space and possibly do more damage out in the world in like a bigger controlled burn kind of way. um, the confidence to do that is supported by this Libra South Node and its sextiles by basically presenting us with other that makes it easier. It makes it easier, this version of the other, to have fire because we can no longer stand it in our soul to harmonize with that other. Like, I see a whole lot more, you know, just not being willing to play nice, not like seeing the damage that fire can do, yes, but the damage that playing nice and condoning awful behavior because I'm not willing to rock the boat, so we're just going to harmonize with the status quo. He's being, I can't even believe this, but conflict is bad. And I need to keep the peace and like I want to be a nice person. And any of that exists within us, like that is the roof. That is the limit to what we are currently allowing our fire to be. So this Libra South Node, Aries North Node is the controlled burn that is burning off that roof. It's facing and eliminating the fears of, I don't want to make other people mad at me. Facing and eliminating the previous limitations of what's appropriate, what's acceptable, what's respectful of another person, what's kind, what's loving. Like, at what point is it loving to go along with something that you believe to be incredibly harmful? At what point is it more loving to attack the harmful thing and be like, no, this is wrong. And I'm going to speak up. I'm not going to be quiet about how wrong I think this is. This is not good. And how many people at that point, this is like the encourager, right? This is the Aries North Node in the corner of the Sag and Leo placements going like, do it, do it, do it, do it. Because when you start saying these things, when you start burning brighter in your own fire, those sparks fly off and they catch other people's fire. And, some people who I feel like kind of every time is this in a way as far as like burning the roof off of what we were and like we get bigger by developing into our north node, but like I feel like there are times where and it's not all at once. That's a good way to say it. It's not all at once, where maybe the burn that you do because of whatever experience it is that you're running into, it burns like this little hole and it's like, whoa, yeah, that is more open and I can kind of like start exploring up out of this space. But then the fire kind of goes out and it only gets this big and then you run into the next experience and it like lights it again and like whoa. Whoa. Wow. Yeah, really. Oh my gosh. And so like that process goes and goes and goes and goes. And so because we have the South Node in Libra, what are the themes of what's going to be bringing this to us? The other, a reprehensible other, just makes your skin crawl other that will absolutely inspire us to get with the program and devote our life force energy to fighting for what we believe to be good and right, and to trust in what we know to be good and right, and to burn the roof off of going along with the majority. Like nobody else seems to have a problem, so I guess I'll just like let this go. Like that's a scary slippery slope if we're all doing that. So who's going to say something that lets all the rest of us know that we're all thinking the same freaking thing and that this is freaking nuts? Like somebody has to say something. Somebody has to start it. And that cardinal fire of Aries, the beginning of a fire, again, it comes through friction. And so even though Aries energy is all about the self, who is going to bring this to us? The other. And how is it going to start this fire that burns our roof off? Through the friction of rubbing up against the reprehensible other. And I tell you all of this not to be like, get ready, it's a shitstorm and we're all going to be miserable. Like, definitely not. Take that anger and channel it in a way that is you being the CEO of your life experience. If you think people shouldn't stay quiet, then start a YouTube channel and start telling your story. If you think that people should, you know, be more involved at the federal government level, then go to Washington. Go to Washington and meet with your Congress people. Like, if you what is it? What is it that you think people should do? And then you do that. And our anger is a beautiful alert system that lets us know we think they're doing it wrong. We think they are doing it very wrong. And so that is your case study. What pisses you off? What gets the friction? What gets the sparks going? What makes you so angry? That's your case study. That person is showing you the exact opposite of who you are. They're giving you the best possible mirror ever to figure out, okay, so then who am I? Right? That's that Aries energy of self-discovery. Who am I? Being able to say, I am this, and to mean it and be confident in it, and to lean into it, to be able to bet on that, to be able to bet on, I can do this, right? Like, as an entrepreneur, like what this reminds me of, as an entrepreneur, opening your first business, right? Like, to be a business person with no business experience, no experience running a business. How do you get experience running a business? You have to open one with never having done it before, with reasonable confidence that I can do this, I think, right? I have enough confidence that I'm tipping into a place where I am going to put myself as a brand new beginner into this situation because this is who I think I am. And through that experience, I'm going to have it confirmed to me that not only am I a business person, but at this stage in the game, a couple days ago, I was on a Zoom with a group of people working on a project. And I wrote the business plan for the group, and then we were talking to the people who are doing the financial projections. And the guy who does the financial projections, he's like, "Well, Carly's the business consultant, so let's have her weigh in here." And then he stops talking and is like looking at me, waiting for me to speak as the business consultant. And I'm like, "Oh my God, I'm a business consultant." Like, what? When did that happen? It was like a whole moment of like burning the roof off of who you thought you were, and being able to see like, oh my God, I'm definitely more than I knew I was. And this Aries North Node transit is going to be like one giant like experience after experience after experience of the roof coming off and having a new awareness around I am. So that's the effect on Sag Leo, is that it's like gasoline on the fire that you already have, and it's big. Let's go now to the air placements, so Gemini and Aquarius, and what effect are they going to have on them? Because for air placements, Gemini, Aquarius, they have the bigger pipeline, the trines, with the Libra South Node. So they're getting more energy from the Libra South Node, and then they have sextiles, those smaller pipelines of energy, coming to Gemini and Aquarius from the Aries North Node. So still a little bit of supportive energy, but not near like what they're receiving from that Libra South Node. That's definitely the bigger one. And so again, we're going to be really looking at the limits to our curiosity, to our perspective, to our questions, to our thoughts and ideas, to our identities. And we're going to be exploring what those limits are made of. Libra South Node. I'll bet they're made of fear of social rejection. They're made of, we are playing politics. We are trying to be liked. We are, in it to win it. We're trying to win the popularity contest. And while you're doing that, while you're running for Miss America, that is an impossible stage to let your authentic mind roam free. Aquarius is incredibly free spirited. Do not tell them what to do. They'll go in the opposite direction just to prove to you that you can't tell them what to do. And Gemini is curious, endlessly curious. And putting a limit on those things you think about, like, in order for a fire to take and grow, there needs to be some air, but not too much at the wrong times. Like if you have wind and you're trying to get a spark to catch on to whatever, like the wind keeps blowing out the spark because the spark is just little. And like that's what this Aries North Node, Libra South Node is. It's like kind of a wind block in some ways for Aries energy, that initial spark to get big enough. And that bigger spark is going to catch more fires in Sagittarius and Leo. And like meanwhile in the air signs, it's this wind block slash like one of those things where you're like pumping the air into the fire. I don't know what it's called, doesn't matter. Um, but like both. Like it's it's a protective emotional detachment at times, like that wind block that's like letting the outside world be whatever it wants because like it doesn't affect me personally. Like, you know, an emotional attachment in its highest frequency is a beautiful thing. Um, but at the same time, kind of like the fire can only get so big without breaking out into the open. And like there's a roof on that Libra South Node. There's a roof on what we are allowing ourselves to be at this time. And so part of like the fire burning brighter, it's just gonna like the wind block that is these trines of the Libra South Node going to Gemini and Aquarius to say like, guys, like I think we're holding back a little too much. Like I think we're like kind of at a loss with how to even harmonize with this other one because it goes so against who I am. Like my identity feels like it cannot merge with whatever this other is. It feels restrictive to my open Gemini curiosity. It feels restrictive to my identity. And those trines from Aquarius and Gemini to that Libra South Node, they're begging for freedom. They're begging for freedom. And so that is just like stoking that Libra South Node end, which is allowing the Aries North Node end to burn brighter. And through all of that, just experience after experience after experience of the roof coming off what we are allowing ourselves to be at this time. So I see like controversial curiosity, you know, like rising to the surface and busting through controversial viewpoints and ideas where that would be the part that Libra South Node isn't going to let you go there because you can't rock the boat. Well, what if you could rock the boat? What if that was allowed? You know, what then? What then do you think? What then are you curious about? What then do you want to say? Like there's gonna be some of that. And I see that as like, you know, Aries being ruled by Mars, Gemini being ruled by Mercury, Mars sextiling Mercury, like getting each other going is like controversial viewpoints, controversial things that you're saying out loud. And you're rocking the boat in a good way, in a controlled burn. We need to reabsorb these nutrients kind of way. I also see where the South Node trining Mercury could have us reviewing our mental filter. It could also, like the South Node trining Uranus in the Aquarius rulership side, and Saturn as the traditional ruler. Um, I see those as having us reviewing our mental filter, our like um, the filter through which we relate to our own authentic self. You know, like Aquarius, like in Uranus, there's our pure individuality. There's our fully self actualized self at the highest frequency of Aquarius and Uranus. And then Saturn, the side of it, is like the tradition and the expectation and the status quo, the like social norms, basically. And so, like in the lowest frequency of Aquarius, we are allowing ourselves to go with the flow of what other people want. And so, having those sextiles from Aries, the Aries North Node sextiling any Aquarius placements, sextiling the Gemini placements, like really stoking the freedom seeking, like no longer willing to be contained by the playing nice with the other who wants ridiculously crazy things compared to what I want. You know, like I don't think I have to go along with that. I think I'm going to ask my question. And if he doesn't want to answer it, I'm going to rephrase it into, no, I need the answer to this question. Otherwise, like, I don't know how we can make this work. I don't know how to harmonize with this. Like, I feel like the Libra South Node in general forces harmony for harmony's sake. Ooh, yeah, yeah, that's a big piece of it. Forcing harmony for harmony's sake. And I feel like this entire cycle is letting us embrace a little bit more conflict, a little bit more confrontation. And again, of course, anything can play out in lots of different frequencies. These aren't predictive. This is just potential. So, like, if you're really struggling, this could look like lashing out aggressively at the people around you. Or, like I said, if you're channeling it in a constructive, productive, controlled burn kind of way. Like, let me reabsorb the nutrients of this anger and let me redirect it into who am I in this world and let me take up more space. You know, like, I don't like the way they're doing it, but I don't run that YouTube channel. I run this one. And so let me take up more space with what I think is right and what I think feels good. I also see how this configuration of the air signs really funneling energy into that Libra South node and vice versa, and then the support from the Aries North node of that like individual raw primal spark. I see this healing social anxiety. How good does that sound? I know it sounds good to me. Of not worrying so much about harmonizing with the other. And I think to some extent, social anxiety is one of the lowest frequencies of Libra. It's like you're so desperate. Apologize for the harsh word there, but I'm not going to hide it because we need to understand we're so desperate to harmonize with the other that we are so guarded against our authenticity accidentally spilling over in some kind of unapproved way that we are stifling and suffocating the fire within us. And this suffocation of our fire can be felt as social anxiety. I, like I've said many times around the concept of fun and like the concept of enjoying our life experience, like someone who's enjoying themselves is not impatient, is not looking around them to see what are other people thinking, what are you doing, what's going on in your experience. Like you're very much living from inside your identity, your curiosity, your awareness and presence and observation of this moment. Like, there's nothing to harmonize with anyone. And I think social anxiety is when we get too tipped into the side of Libra and the shadow of Libra, where that's how we're determining if we're having fun and being successful in this interaction, is if we're able to attain and maintain a certain level of rapport with the other. And letting go of that will heal social anxiety. Being rooted in your fire, your awareness, your identity, knowing who you are. Like there was a quote that I found at the very beginning of my self awareness journey that preceded my spiritual journey, um, very beginning, that just landed at the core of what I now understand to be my Taurus energy and my values was when you walk into a room, instead of worrying if other people are going to like you, try worrying about or like thinking about if you're going to like them. Like you have power in all moments. And it is found inside your fire energy. Like that is very much like our ego strength, our ego power that like knows we are good just because we exist. So, like that Libra energy of needing to harmonize with the other before we can feel like we're at equilibrium, we're bringing that equilibrium point inside of ourselves through this transit. And I think all of the air and fire signs are lit up, are activated anytime the nodes go through one of the masculine, aka fire and air combos. Just like in this, last cycle of Taurus Scorpio, all the water and earth signs got these transits. So, we could also look back, you could kind of back it up a little bit and talk about it in a very similar way as far as, the South Node end was in water. So the water signs were getting the trines and the sextiles from the earth signs. And then flip it for the earth signs, we're getting the trines from the North Node going through Taurus. So, like, really exaggerating our earth energy, like, really just grounding us into the right here, right now moment and the security, the well being of that. And this going forward, I see it as, yeah, like the next level of burning the roof off of who we are currently allowing ourselves to be. And even though it may appear like that is causing a little bit of damage in the world around you, one, it'll grow right back. And two, we need to reabsorb these nutrients. It's time. It's time to reabsorb these nutrients. In general, I think because our masculine energy is being lit up, Aries and the ruler Mars both have an ability to mobilize. Like, it's a very action oriented sign. That's what it wants, is to charge forward, to like ram forward. Um, so with the mobilization of our air energy and our fire energy, um, and coming off of this last feminine cycle of Taurus North Node, where we know our values more precisely than we ever have at any moment in the past. And we know what's truly important to you. Not because anybody told you that's what's important, but because you can feel it in your body. It relaxes your body. It lets you feel safe and secure in this world. When you hear these thoughts, when you hear these ideas, when you have this particular value satisfied, then I feel like I'm at equilibrium. And we are coming out of that cycle into this masculine cycle of mobilizing our values out into the world, taking up space using those values, using whatever it is that you think is beautiful and you love it and you think it adds a positive, uplifting element to, I'm talking about Venus and Taurus, like, it adds a positive, uplifting contribution to the culture of the world around you, while this is most important, this is core of Taurus energy, while bringing you peace and comfort at the same time. So, whatever that is for you, and we've been studying it during the last 18-month cycle of the Taurus North Node, whatever that is for you, now here we go into a masculine cycle of mobilizing our authentic self, mobilizing ourselves onto the planet. Again, not to fight it out with other people, but to simply be, to plant our flag in the ground, to start our YouTube channel, to launch our blog, to get out there and be who it is that you think people should be. Like, I think about the guy who moved to like a remote island and has planted maybe even tens of thousands of trees in his lifetime, and like nobody even caught on that he was doing this till like 20 years later. Like, I have a lot of Gemini influence, and like, so communication tends to be where I go with things, but you could just as easily like move out into the middle of the woods because you believe that people shouldn't, be consuming off of the electrical grid, and we shouldn't be doing industrial agriculture, or like whatever your beliefs are. Like, instead of, bombing and protesting industrial agriculture sites, go live in the forest, go live off the land. You do it. If that's what you think that we should be doing, then you go do it. And so whether that is telling other people what you're doing or not, with Aries energy, is definitely does not have to be part of it. It's mostly just the act of actually being it. Um, and what I want to say to summarize this point of like mobilizing your authentic self is, this is for the good of the all. Like, if you go back to the 300,000-foot view of these cycles, like, we're growing into this North Node conjunct Pluto in Aquarius moment that's happening later in the 2020s. And at that point, we will get to see, we will get to understand how our authentic self serves the highest good of the all. It's like freaking ridiculous how us doing exactly down to a T what works for us as an individual is what's in the best interest of the highest good of the all, right? Like you're automatically serving your own highest good by doing what's in your own best interest. And by serving your own highest good, that is how you serve the highest good of the all. Is that you give yourself permission to be your authentic self, aka you automatically sign a permission slip for every other person around you to be their authentic self. This is what is in the highest good of the all, the self-empowerment of the individual, the mobilization of the authentic self of the individual. And oh, so exciting. Um, so the last one, the last one that I'm going to go through as far as like how these aspects are lighting up, you know, your natal chart, and if they do happen to make any transits as they go along here. Um, the last one I want to talk about is like when we'll always have this grand cross. And a grand cross is when you have four squares. And when you have four squares, that means you also have two oppositions. And so the North Node, South Node is always an opposition. And so um, no matter what sign the nodes are in or what signs, they will always, at some point, not always, mostly, make a grand cross while they're in their signs doing their thing. And so this would be like if you have Cancer and Capricorn placements in your natal chart, you will have, especially if they're exactly opposite each other, which I'm picturing one of my clients right now who was born on a full moon of like Sun in Cancer, Moon in Capricorn, that are almost exact. And so, like in that example, the Aries South Node, Libra North Node, they will come into an exact grand cross. In this case, because we're in Aries and Libra, Cancer, Capricorn, it'll be a cardinal grand cross, meaning you have energy flowing through all four of the cardinal signs. Yeah, so when that happens, squares, uh, so like the Aries North Node, for example, would be squaring Cancer and Capricorn, while the Libra South Node is also squaring Cancer and Capricorn. So, like, unlike the supportive, harmonious elements where it differed, right? We had the air south node trining the air signs and and then the fire north node was sextiling the air signs. Like this is two squares onto Capricorn placements, two squares onto Cancer placements. And so from both sides, from both sides, you're getting it. And a square is what's called a tense aspect, or like it adds tension into the mixture. Oppositions are the other ones, and these are also referred to as hard aspects. Um, I don't, I am a big believer, this is a very strongly held belief for me, that, you know, harmonious is actually the weaker link, and the tense ones are actually the stronger placements, even though they're harder to work with because they challenge each other. They they demand the best possible collaboration of the parts and pieces. While, like, let's say, especially a grand trine, if you have that in your natal chart, um, I have one, but it's so close to the ends of the signs that one placement is in earth while the other two are in fire. So my grand trine is two parts fire, one part earth. And so I think that kind of saves me from some of this, but I can still see where it happens, where you get kind of like a reinforcement thing where on the encouragement side, that can be a breath of fresh air, especially when it's a transit that you don't have all the time. That's like a breath of fresh air of encouragement, you know, like you can do this, like move forward, you got this. And like that can be really good for growth. But the problem is, especially if you have it in your natal chart where you're carrying this energy all the time, it's like they reinforce each other in their shadows just as much as it can be in the light. And so you can get kind of like reinforcing bad behavior, reinforcing, the shadow that they all have in common. They agree on that. They think it's okay to burn a little bit of stuff out in the world. And so if you get a little too much encouragement, you lose track of the air signs and the feminine signs. At that point, like, yeah, you're definitely doing damage. And this grand trine is just going to let it keep happening. Like, it sees no issue. It's like, burnt, so what? We're reabsorbing nutrients, man. Like, we're doing good work here. So you can take it too far, basically, with the grand trine. Like, it can be a little too harmonious to where nobody realizes this is not okay. Nobody's throwing up the red flag. Like, hey, what are we doing here? Why are we doing this? So again, going back to the squares and the hard aspects, this is like a check. This is a coming face to face with, it can be neutral. So it can be coming face to face with an equal opposite who sees things completely differently than you do and who has something to say that you personally may not have come to on your own. And that's not to say, right? Because we're in the Aries North Node. So that's not to say that, like, oh, you have to do it like they told you to do it. It's like, no, that's great information to have, especially when it's a transit. Again, you're not carrying this energy all the time. So it's a passing through of that grand cross coming through your chart as far as like, working with the oppositions that you have in Cancer and Capricorn. So those squares are going to possibly ask some tough questions. But the result is that Cancer Capricorn can be even more effective at the end of that. And let me make the case for that, as Cancer and Capricorn are an extremely nurturing sister sign pair. Even Capricorn and all its harshness and whatever, it's doing that through a mechanism of like, I believe that this is best for you. I believe that, me nurturing you is me pushing you to get a job so that you can learn responsibility and like make your own money. Like, that's how a Capricorn nurtures versus a Cancer is like, come sit on my lap and I'll hold you. You need both. Yeah, I'm a big believer. You need some of both of those. Um, but they do it very differently. But they share that like everything they do is to nurture the growth of whatever it is that they're trying to raise. And so whether that's a business or your child or a creative endeavor, you're nurturing it, you're trying to grow it. And so if this Aries North Node, Libra South Node can show up in your life and give you a reflection or some insight that can help you nurture even better. Like, imagine telling the cattle farmer, like, hey, guess what? If you burn this pasture first, then the grass is more nutrient rich and your cattle, they'll grow faster, healthier, stronger. Their immune systems will be better, so you'll have to medicate them less. Like, there's all of these different benefits for being an even more effective nurturer if you consider this slight update to how you're doing things. And so, again, it's not for anybody to ever tell us what to do or how to do it, but there can be moments where we interact with someone with a completely different perspective. And what we walk away with is like, wow, this little nugget out of what they just said, like, I'm going to apply it over here and bam, now my cattle grow faster. My thing that I'm trying to grow, like, it's shooting up and it's so leafy and robust and it's putting off fruit already. Like, like watching it come to life. Like, that's what Cancer Capricorn wants to watch it grow and become its own thing. And the nurturing elements of those energies can be fueled with a little bit of tension from this Aries Libra. And, we're still in the vibe of you be your authentic self more. That's what they're going to say. And so what that could look like, let's say you're at a work situation where you have this sense that the manager is mistreating this other employee. And you have seen this behavior, but like, it's really not my place. And like, he's the boss and, this other employee doesn't seem to mind. And so I'm just going to like mind my business. That's Libra South Node. That's like keeping the peace to keep the peace. And so what happens when the Aries North Node, Libra South Node comes along and starts talking to this Cancer Capricorn opposition? It's like, Why are you not standing up for them? You can see it's wrong. Like, no, they're not saying that it bothers them, but you know what that is. You see them shrink. You see, like, what effect this is having on them. This is not constructive. And I'm not saying you even have to go blow up at the manager, but maybe, make a stand of some kind to take the manager aside and, like, figure out something to say. Take a risk on behalf of the nurturing of the people around you. Like, why are you letting that go on? That's damaging. That's destructive. Why are you condoning this? Why are you staying silent about this? And so, again, we don't have to act in pure fiery fashion. Like, we don't have to explode or, detonate an atomic bomb at work or like blow up on our manager in front of everybody. Like, none of that is what I'm saying. But I do think that the conviction to stand up for what you know is true and what you can feel to be true and to protect and, stand between the aggressor and the one that's being aggressed. Like, just because they're not standing up for themselves, like, make a stand and look to them like, dude, if call me off here if you need, like, if you're good with this, like, I guess I can back away, but like, dude, like, you cool? Like, what? I was talking to somebody the other day who was telling me about their son who's like 22, and I just am floored and impressed. If he gives a workshop, I want to be there because I'm like, whoa, that's amazing conviction in this kind of way where, and I wonder, maybe he has like this kind of Aries squaring Cancer Capricorn kind of energy. I don't know. But like what you get out of that is somebody who can feel, who is intuitively connected to the feelings of the space of whatever they're in. And so he's in line at the convenience store. It's not even his turn. Somebody else is up at the register. And the cashier person is running into trouble with like what they're doing. They can't figure it out. And so they holler at the manager person to like come over here and help them out. And the manager person starts like really talking down to the cashier person, like, gosh, you can't get anything right. And like, didn't we talk about this already? And like, what are you even doing? Why would you push that? That's not the right one. And like, just like having it out on this employee. And the kid, the 22-year-old kid, steps forward and is like, ma'am, what is your problem? Excuse me? Why are you talking to them like that? And like got in between them. Like the cashier didn't say anything, like acted more than anything like this probably happens all the time. And the kid could not take it, could not stand to see someone treat someone like that, could not stand to watch the person shrink under the ice cold, destructive energy that this boss was giving them. And so he stood in front and was like, no, you deal with me. What are you doing? Why are you talking to them like that? Like, oh my God, like what I hope, I would be able to muster that kind of strength of conviction to stand up for the nurturing of others around me. And yeah, kudos to him. So I really hope you've enjoyed this look at how these Aries, the Aries North Node and the Libra South Node, are going to be activating our natal charts in all kinds of different ways. You may have planets or points in all of these areas that we just talked about. And so there's a lot to unpack. I do offer individual sessions. I don't do very many just because I do other things also. But you're more than welcome to check out my site. And if you have any questions, you can always email me at owningauthenticity@gmail.com and get some, I wouldn't say help, but like just get a reflective space where possibly we can unpack and unravel the pieces of what is going on in your unique energy and get some clarity on each of the pieces and then possibly like, start putting it all back together to like, okay, so like, what do I do with this? What does this mean? Aries North Node, what does this mean about who I am? right? Like I won't have those answers, but I'm a very curious person and I like to understand and I like to get to the bottom of things. So I'm good at asking questions and helping to illuminate the parts that maybe we need to think some more about this, or how does that impact this piece, and like bring this piece back into it. So what does that mean about this? Those can be really eye-opening conversations. And if that's something you're interested in, I do provide those services. So feel free to check out that link in the description. I also, on a not so personal one-on-one basis, I also host a spiritual conversation once a month in my sacred circle over on my Patreon. You can join the Patreon for whatever feels good to you. The price is set, it's open, as little as $1, as much as you want. And that gets you access to the Zoom that I do once a month, where we come together and have kind of an overarching themed conversation that reflects the energy of the moment. So we do pull in astrology a lot of times, but it's not a purely astrological conversation. It really runs the gamut of life and like kind of depends on whoever's there that day. So that information is down there. There will be more videos in this series. Who the hell knows what the next one's going to be? I'm not even going to promise you what it is because I probably don't even know yet. But until next time, I do hope that you take such good care of the beautiful being that you are, and so will I. Hello, friends. It's Carly, and welcome back to another video in this Aries North Node series. This is actually the fifth video, number 5, in the series. So if you haven't checked out parts 1 through 4, I highly encourage you to do that. Parts 1 through 4 represent about 5 hours worth of content, and none of that is repetitive over any of itself or the like hour 45-minute deep dive I did into the nodes when we had the Taurus transit. So this is a library, a wealth, a literal wealth, a literal small fortune of information that I have been like on hiatus from my life for like a week now, like swimming in the depths and just exploring the ethereal space, the 5D, like very meditative, very still. And this information is pouring through into this space. And so I thank you so much for any liking the videos, subscribing to the channel, commenting on these videos helps to nudge them out into the world where more people can hear what it is that's come into this space. I personally am once again so grateful for this series and the way that it is birthing itself. Like when I go to my own leading edge, it takes everything that I had planned and it's like, that's so cute, and gives me something that's like so much better than that. And so once again, this morning, here I am sitting with this awareness of the North Node and understanding it even more deeply and even more beautifully than I ever personally have. And so here I'm going to, like, I was like, oh my God, I gotta get on there. I gotta make this video. It's time. The baby is ready to be born. She's crowning and we're this is it. We're having it. It's happening. What's the protocol? Get your stuff together. Get ready to record. So I did that for the last 15 minutes and now here we are. So let us think and open ourselves up to what is the North Node? What is the North Node and what does it symbolize? And really to understand any of the planets or points, which the North Node is a point, it's not a physical body, it's a mathematical calculation. So like you can't find it in the sky. Don't look, it's not there. It's calculated, and I'm going to find a good video that has a nice explanation for you on exactly how that happens, because that is just so not what lights me up about anything in astrology. I don't get all nerdy about the math of it. I definitely really resonate with the energetics of it. And the North Node energy is one of my favorites. And I have to say that I can see why for most people it's like their least favorite. And I can totally see why. There are plenty of people on this planet who live their entire lives in their South Node, hanging on, proud as punch to be there, and do not give two shits about exploring their North Node. So, like, I can see why that is, because the North Node represents, like, where have you not gone before? What have you not explored before? What is unknown territory for you? What is the weakest link, the most vulnerable place that you could go in your energy? Where is that? North Node. Good luck getting most people to go there. That's not much of a sales job for most people. Most people are wanting the known, the comfort zone, the safety blanket of like predictability and consistency and getting to know what's going to happen next, being an expert in what's going to happen next. All of that is in the South Node. All of those patterns of knowing are in the South Node. So, what do you do to explore the North Node? You let go of what you know and you go back to knowing nothing. You go be a beginner, and you be a student. You practice being a novice and having to study and having to struggle to comprehend something brand spanking new. And again, I will like step back and just applaud anybody who's chasing their North Node, because it takes a level of confidence, it takes a level of self-esteem, it takes a level of catching yourself when you fall, a level of getting knocked down and getting back up over and over and over and over. Like, how many thousands of times will you try? That will measure the success of your own personal North Node journey. How many thousands of times are you willing to try? Trying is such a vulnerable place to be, you know? Like, trying meaning, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to push on this thing and I don't know if it's going to move at all. It could bust right open and there could be a pile of gold on the other side. Like, and I could have got that. Like, whoa. Or I could push and push and push and push and push and never get anywhere with it. Like, there's just trying. There's open-ended willingness to try. Willingness to try something that I don't have a guarantee of how it's going to work out. The North Node is extremely growth oriented. And again, anybody who's on a North Node journey, like, good for you. Take a second and pat yourself on the back, because that's huge. That's huge to be on a soul leading edge evolutionary journey. Like, you're a freaking pioneer in your own life. Like, good for you. That's not nothing. That's not simple. It's not easy. It's full of fear. The unknown is one of the worst things we can come up against as far as like hijacking our fear brain. Like, when our mind starts to lose the plot and we're like, we don't know what's going to be around the corner, that starts to build the anticipation. The adrenaline starts pumping to prepare us. Like, what if it's an enemy around the corner? What if I fall flat on my face? What if it just turns into a cliff and I just fall right off? Like, as soon as we don't know what's coming, our mind can imagine a million nightmarish scenarios. And that becomes a living horror show. And so, working with the fear and the vulnerability of the North Node is something that obviously here we are in the North Node in Aries deep dive video, and this is the main piece that needs to come out. First and foremost is to not underestimate the way the North Node works with us. Like when we say that, for example, I said in one of the videos that when you have your nodal return, so like in this case, if you have your natal North Node in Aries, that means when the North Node transits Aries, you're going to have them line up at some point exactly, the transit North Node and your natal North Node, and that is your nodal return. And so all of us go through a nodal return every 18 and a half years. And when you do, what I said in the other video is that it's a turning point of getting more up on the path that your soul came here to live. And I'm not criticizing past me. I think, this series is it's a deep dive if there ever was one. So, the deep dives to spank all deep dives. That's what I just heard. Whoa, what a tagline for this series. Uh, so, how I would take it deeper and how I would add to that very lofty abstract sentiment of you're getting up on your soul's path that that you came here to live. So it's like a little bit of grounding, Ever heard anybody? Oh yeah, that's what we learned in this cycle that, I'm recording this May 15th, 2023. So in the cycle that we're just wrapping up of the North Node through Taurus and the South Node through Scorpio, what we have leaned into, the growth that we've leaned into is to find our sense of inner security within ourselves such that security and like being safe becomes a constant. Because as long as you have you, which you will until the day you die, and like you separate from your body, like as long as you have you, everything is okay. Because in here is where it's coming from all the time. And that, for some of us, myself, front of the line, like that's new territory. Okay? Like being able to feel afraid of like what's going on in the world around us or like what unknown exists up over the horizon that we can't see yet, and you feel yourself start to like panic in that. And at that point, one, the Taurus North Node has helped us to cultivate our own presence, our own ability in the moment to notice that our body is in distress. Our heart is pounding and our breath is shallow and like whew, I feel like I'm ready to like run. I feel like I need to run away from an enemy right now. Like the Taurus North Node has trained us, has like brought our attention into our physical vessel such that we are more aware when that physical effect is taking place, and from there this like very grounded earth Taurus energy is able to ask itself, like, is my well-being really in jeopardy here? Is there really danger, or am I fantasizing about danger? Because either one will wreak havoc on my body, but they're two very different things. And that Scorpio South Node of like kind of being drawn into the chaos and the drama often treats them the same. So like just yesterday, I spent like all day journaling, like all day. Yesterday, yesterday, May 14th of 2023 was also when Mercury stationed direct in Taurus, just a couple degrees from the North Node. And I downloaded this whole thing about this inner security that I was very much lacking. I was very much taking my hijacked fear brain that got hijacked because I'm fantasizing about what could possibly happen over the horizon. I'm fantasizing about danger, and then my body gets all out of whack and freaked out and full of anxiety, and then I call the person that I was fantasizing about and I'm like, what are you doing? What's going on? And I take all of that fear and I direct it into the 3D, into the real world, into a real relationship with a real person. They just received my fantasy. Like there wasn't anything. I'm not in danger. I got myself worked up into believing that I was, and then I called them demanding that they make me feel safe. So like that was the pattern that I was seeing in myself yesterday. And again, working with the South Node or the North Node, they're both such a vulnerable place to be, where you have to look at what was your part in all of those situations and figure out, like, okay, so if I want something different to unfold, North Node, then what do I need to do differently? You know, what is it that I need to unlearn? And for me, it's been very much seeing the difference between when am I fantasizing about danger versus when am I actually in danger. And I'll tell you what, I've been practicing this whole time the North Node has been in Taurus, so like 16 months, and I have never actually been in danger. Every single time. Every single time. I'm not in danger. That is a fantasy. It's not real. Of course, it could happen, right? Like, I have strong Sagittarius and Pisces energy, like Jupiterian, like possibilities. Jupiter in my first house, like the possibilities are endless. Anything could happen. But that doesn't make it real. And Taurus, that grounded, fixed earth energy, that stable earth energy, knows that only when it's real is it worth hustling and getting a move on. Okay? Only when it's real. And then don't mess with a Taurus. Like, they have all that power and stamina from all the energy that they didn't waste worrying about the things that weren't real. They saved it all for the real fight. So like, even on the surface, Taurus looks so peaceful, but like it's a long-term strategy to win, to which is very Aryan, very like much where we're headed, as far as like you getting what you want and you using your life force energy to affect the world in the way that you want to cause effect, whatever that looks like for you. Bringing to life your grand vision of what the world could be using your own life force energy. So in order to do that, we have to pull all of that energy back into ourselves. And so much of that means choosing to let go of the fantasy of danger. Choose to let go of being afraid of the unknown and accept that the unknown is an inevitability. If you want to evolve, get comfortable with the unknown. You know, like, if you're in a pattern right now that you don't like the outcome, that means that in order to get the outcome that you want, there's a different pattern that you have to act out in order to get there. So everything that you're doing right now, and not to say everything, right? Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? Like, it's so much more granular. This is a very general video, and I don't want to lose you in abstractions like everything, right? Not everything. Some things in your current pattern are leading to outcomes that you don't want. And some things in your current pattern need to be reevaluated. And for me, for example, one of those things was during the Scorpio South Node transit, Taurus North Node transit that we're just finishing, I found that I spend slash waste a lot of energy worrying about danger fantasies. And I made a choice, like in a very Taurus North Node, what are your values kind of way. I made a choice to stop worrying, to wait for real danger. And if real danger presents itself, then I will get a move on. But I'm not going to sit here and leak all of my energy all over the place in all these random directions, because what if this could happen, or what if this could happen, or what if this could happen, or what if this could happen? And letting go of those potentialities have let me see that, like, you know, just as often with the North Node, like, it can put you out of your depth by showering you with a blessing, you know, that you didn't have before. For example, case in point, like I have a Pisces North Node, and so Pisces North Node in the 12th house. And so there was a turning point in my career. My North Node also sextiles my midheaven in Capricorn, where I left my software job to become an entrepreneur. And I did that because my intuition was telling me your business is ready. And that was such a beautiful turning point in this journey of leaning into the unknown, because what it wanted from me, the leap of faith, which that's a perfect little phrase for like a North Node keyword, the leap of faith that it wanted from me was to quit my job with no plan of what I was going to do next, with this intuitive hit that your business is ready for you, but you don't get to know what it is or how it's going to come about or when, but it's ready for you. And so, you know, Field of Dreams style, if you build it, they will come. And I I quit my job and was planning to spend a year unemployed and living off of my savings, and to see, you know, if this business that's like ready for me, like if it's going to unfold or what. And 5 months in, it did. And it was the biggest blessing I have ever received. This was all during my Saturn return. And the biggest blessing I've ever received. I only got there because I took a leap of faith, and the growth edge that blessing brought me. I swear to you, if I had known, if I had known the growth that would be required to undertake this journey, I never would have gone. So, like, I'm also hearing, okay, so like the North Node, like it's breadcrumbs. It's breadcrumbs for a reason. And the reason is fear. Okay, like we're very frightened beings. We're very, very frightened beings. Like that amygdala fear brain part of our brain, that reptilian part of our brain is the oldest. Like, what is that word? Like the circuitry. The oldest circuitry in our brain is that primal sensing for danger. Like just on the lookout for danger, and like where is it and what is it and what's it going to do to me and how do I stay alive? Okay, so like that's the most beautiful piece to remember about our fear, is that it's on our freaking team. Okay, like it's like the point person on our team, like the front scout on our team that is constantly scanning the area to make sure it's safe for us. Our fear is keeping us safe. That's what it's trained to do. It is like the most loyal soldier in your army is your fear. So no hate on the fear. We love our fear, okay? That's a good thing. And because of that fear that is so natural to us, that is why the North Node is breadcrumbs. And they give you these breadcrumbs, one little morsel at a time. They're like, hey, your business is ready for you. I'm like, really? They're like, quit your job. And so for 2 months, they're like, quit your job, quit your job. Your business is ready for you. Your business is ready for you. And I'm like, what business? They're like, well, you don't get to know that yet, but like it's ready and you need to quit your job. And so for 2 months, I was getting that message, and I would not until, you know, the day I did, where it was just like so obvious, like, dude, I'm in. I'm in, okay? I'm quitting my job. You're not going to tell me what this is all about. We're going to go. So like I did the breadcrumb that they gave me, which was to quit my job with no plan. No safety net isn't entirely accurate. I had savings. I was going to be fine. And I lived in Dallas, full of software companies. I came from a software company. I was a project manager. I was like, I'm going to get a job. I'm going to land on my feet, if nothing else. You know, like that's worst case scenario. And so again, it's however you relate to the fear and however you like get yourself to move on each individual breadcrumb. Like I think so often, sometimes the reason that people may not ever make any real progress on their North Node journey, their like soul evolution in this lifetime, is because they want to see the whole kit and caboodle. They want to see like, okay, before I quit my job though, like, what is the business? And like, who's going to be my business partner? And like, what's the net profit margin going to be? And like, we'll have all these questions about like, what is it? And let me decide, let me judge, let me use my free will to say, yes, that's what I want. And like all of that, I'll say, for me in my 2 months of like getting the message, like, quit your job, quit your job, quit your job. And I'm like, no, tell me the path and then I'll go. Like, that's what I wanted. I wanted more breadcrumbs. I'm like, you're not going to get me to eat this one little breadcrumb without telling me more stuff. No. And 2 months later, fine, eat the breadcrumb. Like, I feel like it's very Matrix-like, like the presentation of the two pills, the red pill, the blue pill, like, which one are you going to do? And like, are you going to stay in safety or are you going to take the red pill? Are you going to eat the one little breadcrumb? You're like, God damn it. Like, I have this name for this is just what came through. Like, I have this name for a podcast, but I don't know what I'm going to talk about. Like, how am I supposed to start a podcast if I don't know what I'm going to talk about? It's like, download a podcasting app. I highly recommend Spotify for podcasters. And you can find it in the App Store, Android, iPhone, super easy. Like 2-3 clicks, you're like making an episode on your phone anywhere all the time. Like, so easy. So like, this is what I mean by eat the breadcrumb. Like, I have the name for a podcast, but I don't know what I'm going to talk about. It's like, okay, so download the podcasting app and register the name and go on Canva or some other, design, whatever, and like make the little logo for the name of your podcast and like put that on there. And like, dude, like, there's so many steps just off that one breadcrumb. Set up the podcast. And then when the breadcrumbs come that says episode number 1 is called Go For It, and I'm going to talk about how sometimes you don't feel ready at all, but you do the thing anyway, even though you're scared. Like that, I'm just going to tell that story about, like, this is basically what I'm doing right now. Like, this is the story of my podcast. This is why I have over 100 episodes on a podcast, because I only had the name. I only had like the general theory of like what these episodes were going to be. And I downloaded the app and I got the little logo ready. And then one day I come home from work and I'm having a beer and this idea drops in and I made my first episode. And the next morning I made the second one. So like, get ready. Get ready. Eat the breadcrumb. If you build it, they will come. Whatever the first breadcrumb is that you have in front of you that you've been going back and forth with for 2 months is what I'm hearing. Like, the answer. You have the breadcrumb. And so when you eat that one, then there will be another one. And when you eat that one, then there will be another one. And I am just over 6 years into what I now call my grocery adventure, because it's not just one store. Now I have 2 stores and a grocery consulting career. So like, this adventure, this leap of faith that your business is ready for you. Your business is ready for you. Your business is ready for you. They couldn't have fucking told me what it was because I still think I don't even know what it is, right? Like, holy crap. Like, all of the things that this adventure has led to and has brought me all the breadcrumbs, and they just keep coming, right? Like, the second store was a breadcrumb. All of the different events, the event that I came up with that won us the award at a national level, like, that was a breadcrumb of our very first summer. I was like looking down this, like, we have it's like 18 feet wide of our center aisle, and we use it to merchandise different things. And so I was like looking down the center aisle and really thinking about Christmas and how I see it just decked out for Christmas. And I really want the entire store to just be like freaking Santa's workshop up in here. And I also very, very much knew and realized that, like, we have no money. Like, we're doing good to pay our expenses every week and not have to fork over more cash to like make the thing work. Like, there's no budget. There's no budget for Christmas decorations, like less than zero. And so this is not going to be, like, we're not going to be able to do this. So I'm standing there though that day and I look down the center aisle and I see these 4 Christmas trees. And all of a sudden, this like whole breadcrumb dropped in that was this Christmas tree decorating contest. And I was going to partner with 4 local nonprofits. And there would be a Christmas tree decorating contest where people could use their receipts to vote for whichever tree they liked the best. And at the end of it, the winner would get a certain amount of money to spend at the store on groceries for whatever event they wanted or whatever purpose they wanted. They could do whatever they wanted with that grocery credit. And that breadcrumb, like, again, like, we don't need all the information to make it happen. Like, all I needed was that one vision of the 4 Christmas trees and the loose rules of like how this whole thing is going to go down. And from there, like, one of the teams was for a girl who had cystic fibrosis, and she actually died right before the contest was over. And not only did the community, like by a landslide, vote for that tree, like for her family to win the money or the grocery credit, but all 3 of the other teams donated their team's winnings back to her family. So her family ended up getting like all the credit that we were going to give away. And so like $800 worth of groceries that her family got to buy, again, because she died before. This was like after her death. And I can't imagine what their life was at that point. I didn't know them. But to be able to provide that to total strangers, because I saw a vision of 4 Christmas trees. And then also fast forward a couple months later to we won this National Grocer Award for creative marketing for doing that contest. And so we ended up being recognized at a national level. I got to go to San Diego and accept the award in front of everybody and like whatever. So like these breadcrumbs unfold, these little visions, these little pieces of information where it's like, tell me more and then I'll go. No, just go. Just start. Just start chewing on the breadcrumb that you're given. And by the time you're ready for another one, it will be given to you. So I honestly, wholeheartedly, this is the part that like really needed to be said, is like, it's protective that we don't get to see all of the steps along the way before we go. Like, there's a reason that we're only given the one little piece. And once we do that piece, then we just get the next little piece. Because if you saw the whole thing, you'd never go. You'd be too afraid to move. So don't even worry about that. Like, the well-being is dominant. The danger, sometimes it's real. And in that case, our body is a powerhouse of self-protection. But sometimes, like, the self-protection that we really need is from ourselves, from our danger fantasies. And one of the best things, in my opinion, about the North Node is that it automatically takes this into account for us, that it automatically saves us from having to know what's coming, so we can't obsess about like how everything is going to happen. Like, you just don't get to know. And as hard as the unknown is, it's easier than knowing. It's easier. This is the path of least resistance, is to not know. Because if you knew, it would be so much harder. So the breadcrumbs, the one at a time little breadcrumbs, they are our friend. So all of that introduction wasn't on the script, wasn't on the plan. That was a drop in at the last moment. So I think I feel really good about that. And now we will get into specifically talking about the North Node transit through Aries. And to do that, I want to start off with this quote that says, "True happiness is not attained through self-gratification, but through fidelity to a worthy purpose." Helen Keller. I open our Aries North Node deep dive with this quote because Aries, part of the shadow of Aries is that it's aggressive and it fights and it's, the warrior, and it can be harsh and it can burn other people and it can be selfish, and like there's all of these different shadow words that we could associate with Aries energy. Number one, we all have Aries energy inside of us somewhere. We all have a Mars placement. So we all, basically what I'm getting at when I say that is we all possess these things. We're all selfish and we're all a warrior in some way, and we all have a worthy purpose deep down inside of us somewhere that is worth being loyal to, no matter what that means. Okay? And really, to paint that picture, I want to use the warrior archetype, and very specifically, like wars. I mean, as much as we can look back in history and see, different wars and how they played out and like what brought them about, like why did people go to war with each other? And we may look at that and say, like, oh, they didn't have a reason, or like not a good one anyway. And it's easy to think that, but when they went to war, like when they attacked the other side, they were being loyal to a worthy purpose. In most cases, they're fighting for territory or their country or, whatever it is. And again, we may look at that and say, but that's not a good reason to fight with people. Like, that's not a good reason to go to war. Like, again, we didn't live it. Like, that's not for us to say. When they were inside of it, they were paying tribute to a worthy purpose by paying the ultimate price of their life and putting their life on the line to guard and fortify this worthy purpose of their country or their territory or whatever. And so I think the point here is that there's a question, right? Like, it's not just like we talked about in the Libra South Node deep dive. Like, it's not for us to find the right answer and then impose it on other people. It's for us to find what feels right to ourselves. So, what is your own worthy purpose? And some of us are, on a path of, we have some kind of like creative purpose, or we have a spiritual purpose, or we want to be an entrepreneur and create a full supply chain, like integrated business model. Like, everybody has their own. I'm also just hearing like some of us are on missions of like cleaning up the planet and restoring balance to the planet and finding eco-friendly solutions to create some transformations around how we live our everyday life on this planet to be in greater right relationship with it. So every single person has their own mission. And then there are those who have children, and this becomes their worthy purpose. This becomes their mission in life. And one is not greater than the other. Like, there is no right worthy purpose. There's just, again, like that relationship between you and you, where you know what your worthy purpose is that you would lay down your life for, and what's not that. And again, I would go back to that Taurus, sinking into our own inner security and being mindful of, am I fighting on behalf of my worthy purpose, right? Like, is this fight me being loyal to my ultimate purpose in this life? Like, this is what my life is for. That's why I'm fighting this fight, because this is what I was born for, like, maybe. And maybe sometimes we're over here arguing with Karens and managers and things that just like don't fucking matter. And we're leaking our life force energy out the door on things that are not our worthy purpose. Trying to gain consensus with other people, Libra South Node. Trying to find balance and harmony with other people, Libra South Node. On this Aries North Node end, it is very much like you are the only one who can live out the worthy purpose that your soul came here for. That's why you came, because nobody else was going to do this thing, whatever your worthy purpose is. And again, like maybe that's having kids, like nobody else is going to parent your kids. Like maybe that's opening this particular business. Maybe that's creating this particular healing modality. Maybe that's creating this particular technology that helps us stop burning fossil fuels. Like who the hell knows? Like none of it is better or worse than any of the rest of it. So like finding what lights your soul on fire, what stokes your ember, what gets you into the headspace of I was born for this, I was born for this. What is that? And how can you, day by day by day, 1 degree turn by 1 degree turn by 1 degree turn, how can you reorient yourself into greater and greater energies going towards that worthy purpose, and fewer energies leaking out into these relationships with other people who, while they're all well and good and possibly have even like beautiful intentions for why they want to seek harmony and connection and relationship with you, if it at all stands in the way of your worthy purpose, this transit of the Aries North Node is asking you, which is more important? Which is more important? The reason that you were born, or harmonizing with another person? And it all gets very confusing, I think, when, one, we're not really meant to leave the Libra North Node all the way behind, meaning there's always going to be other people. There's always going to be other people, even when we're on our own worthy purpose and we're fighting with all we've got. Like, there's probably other people in that with us. Most of the time, sometimes, depends on what your fight is. And we also have all of these other energies at play. Like right now, at the time of recording this, for example, the Pluto is at 0 degrees of Aquarius, and 0 degrees Aquarius is very much talking about how to bring your own life force energy and your own worthy purpose to the table with a bunch of other like-hearted souls who are going to bring their worthy purposes to the table, and you're going to pile them all together, and we're going to have something synergistic that is even bigger and more positively impactful than we could have been on our own. And so all of this is kind of happening simultaneously. And so I don't want to get us confused as far as like, oh, she's saying to burn all the bridges and like fuck everybody and like nobody else matters. Like that's not entirely what I'm saying. It's a little bit more complex than that, but there is a simple path as far as like in order to sit at that table that I'm describing with the right others, the heart aligned soul tribe others that are upon similar worthy purposes, complementary worthy purposes, to where they're not doing what you're doing. They're doing their own thing, but they fit together like puzzle pieces. And they bring something even more magical into the light. So in order to sit at that table, you have to be shining your authentic light. Like you have to be living your worthy purpose in order to come together with other people who are also doing the same and collaborate from that point. So it's like there's a precursor, a prerequisite to that beautiful Aquarian soulful collaboration for the greater good. To show up at that party, the invitation is going to the address of your authentic self. And if you're not living from that life, then you're not getting your invitation. So this transit of the North Node through Aries is about really making sure that you live at that address. So that when your divine collaborator invitation shows up at your authentic address, you're right there to open the door and say, oh my God, I was born for this. I've been waiting for you. I've been expecting you. Like this, it gets to be perfect timing of readiness for you and for them, and you both get to come together and swap stories about how you became your authentic self. And that swapping of stories even is part of that, the Libra South Node that we really aren't supposed to let go of, and the Pluto and Aquarius 20-year period that we're just on the very beginning of. And these air energies where the collaboration with the other is absolutely at the core of like these next 20 years. And yet, in order to be the collaborator, the one half of that divine collaboration, it's your authentic self. And so I'm not at all, let me check myself, because I don't mean at all. And I feel like I've done an okay job towing this line. Like, I don't at all mean to say, like, you're not authentic enough yet, like, you need to be better, or like, whatever. But like, from the vantage point of the North Node, which says you will evolve as long as you are here. So, like, it's never over. The chapters just keep coming. So, like, it's like, just what flavor of evolution are we in right now? And the only thing that ever changes is the flavor, right? So we're going to keep evolving. We're going to keep becoming more and more and more of our authentic self. And that's okay. That doesn't mean that we're not doing good enough right now. It just means that in this next cycle of energy, we have new and different opportunities for how we are going to become a more authentic version of ourselves. Which brings me to the overall goal of the transit North Node through Aries is to awaken you to the immediate truth of your inner power. Awakening you to the immediate truth of your inner power. You have the power. You have the power to decide what rights do you have. Our rights are not given to us by society or the law or anybody else. Our rights are given to us by spirit, the fact that we have life, the fact that our heart beats. We are here, we exist, and our rights are inherently of that life. That is where our rights come from. And at any point when we feel that we are not able to claim what is rightfully ours, the Aries North Node will come in and will introduce a new situation, a growth-oriented situation. And often how it does that, I was mentioning in the Libra South Node video how, like, basically in this dynamic of Aries the self and Libra the other, I see kind of the archetypal manifestation that introduces this growth North Node Aries energy is an other that is just like unharmonizable, right? Like someone that is so outside the boundaries of what you think is right and fair and like what you have a right to. They're treating you so differently than how it is that you believe you have a right to be treated. And in that moment, that is a perfect example of this South Node, North Node dynamic at play. And with the South Node in Libra, the old pattern, the like overgrown, outlived its usefulness, kind of going toxic, growing mold energy in this case is that Libra side of, well, but I don't want to rock the boat, and I'm sure he means well, and I'll just stay out of his way, and I'll just, he's fine. Just, yeah, leave him to, okay, whatever. And you like acquiesce. You come over here and you balance with whatever the fuck they got going on. And I'm telling you, at a certain point during this transit, like, it is a showdown of like, no, you will not speak to Precious that way. That's the quote from, I shared it in one of the other videos, but I downloaded it at a very, yeah, the precious is worth it. You will not speak to the precious that way. You will respect the precious. And when I downloaded that, I wasn't picturing me saying that to this other person. I was picturing me saying that to me. You will respect the precious. And when I choose to allow myself to be mistreated and just acquiesce and balance to whatever dominant force they are over there that I don't agree with, but like, I'm not going to fight that tide. Balancing with their energy will become so painful. It will grate like a cheese grater against your soul until you fight the tide and you stand firm on your side of the scales and say, if we are going to have harmony, you will begin by treating me with respect. And we say that because we believe that's how we deserve to be treated. And so this Aries North Node, like building up of our courage, building up of our willingness to show fidelity to a worthy purpose. And like in that download of you will respect the precious, the worthy purpose is me and my beingness. And I will not allow myself to be mistreated. I won't. And so it's not personal to anybody. It doesn't apply to this one person. It applies to me and my relationship with me, that I will respect myself. And in respecting myself, sometimes that means that I'm not going to be able to harmonize with disrespectful behavior. You know, like sometimes that means others will be disqualified from harmonizing with me because they're not willing to treat me with respect. Conflict, courage, vulnerable, exposed. Like these are Aries North Node words. And that is again where the warrior archetype sounds so brave and like, oh, like charging into battle and like the war cry and vicious warriors and badass. And like on the surface, yeah, but I would almost guarantee that they're like psyching themselves up to be able to overcome their fear, right? Like our lives, the fear of death is like the scariest thing that our human self will ever have to rectify with. That's why we don't like the unknown, because the unknown could have something in it that's going to kill us. So we don't want that. Again, the body is a powerhouse of self-protection, and these instincts, they just live inside of us. And so at a certain point, this self-protection will blossom. And the word that's coming is bully. That like there's a bully who is going to force you. They're going to back you into a corner, demanding that you acquiesce to them. And that will be your moment of like, I will not be treated this way. You will not speak to me like that. You know, like there is an oppositional force with Aries. Like if you think about the warrior archetype, they're not fighting themselves. They're fighting the opponent. And without the opponent, really like there is no war. And so showing fidelity to a worthy purpose often requires some level of opposition, who is like, again, in the kids example, like there are people who would struggle greatly to protect themselves, but as soon as their children are threatened, as soon as they see harm coming to their children, then they're like, I will not let my child receive this kind of treatment, even though, like, I was watching the Scientology documentary the other day, and this is what happened. This woman, she'd been in Scientology for years and years and years, and had been mistreated and like locked up and like all of these things. The documentary is called Going Clear. Scientology and the Prison of Belief. If you're interested, you can watch it on YouTube. But yeah, like what finally snapped her out of it was they took her baby. And when she finally got reunited with the baby had been totally neglected and was like in very bad shape, very disgusting conditions. And finally she was like, oh my God, I cannot let my baby be treated like this. And she took the baby and she left Scientology and like was out of the cult from that point on. Um, I was going to apologize for calling it a cult, but that's what I think is true. So I think I'm just going to leave that there. And the 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 opposition and like the circumstances of whatever causes you to wake up and to advocate for yourself, advocate for whatever worthy purpose that is. And like, again, sometimes our Aries energy is used to shield and protect vulnerable others that are really important to us, like our family, our spouse, our children, like whatever it is, or again, ourselves. Like, if you believe that you have a mission of bringing something extremely valuable into the world, wouldn't you protect yourself? Wouldn't you, like, stand up for your own rights of freedom and liberation and ability to be whatever size and shape and whatever you think you need to be to live out your worthy purpose? Like, yeah, like we get to say what our rights are. So who gets to decide what rights you have? And that's where, again, like maybe you think it's somebody else, or maybe this Taurus North Node transit has brought you to the place of knowing that your inner animal is basically like driving the ship, like basically telling you what you need. And we have a right to what we need. Like, it's that simple. So that's where kind of Taurus and Aries work together. Like, Taurus is feeding us, here's what you need. Here's what's like core value, important nourishment to your soul. This is what we need. That's what Taurus says and just got done telling us. And then here comes Aries to be like, okay, I will fight for that. I will protect us in that space. I will, like, it is very feminine in the Taurus space and masculine in the Aries space, value and protecting the value. So yeah, when the outside source doesn't agree, when the other doesn't agree that you have a right to what you need, who wins? What does that moment look like? And again, the Libra South Node shadow is giving up. Oh, I don't, I'm supposed to just take this and that's all okay, yeah. Well, you're the authority figure, so I guess you know. You're the more powerful one, so I guess you know. No, they don't. No, they don't. We know. We know inside of ourselves. And this Taurus North Node transit has helped to open us up to that knowing. And this Aries North Node transit will just continue that. So these are my keywords for Aries energy, and I'm just going to take them one at a time. So self-discovery. If you're just starting out, and really, again, I kind of think like no matter how far along your journey you are, because we're in the North Node territory and the North Node through Aries, Aries being self-discovery, North Node being brand new territory that we've never been there before, it's like, what if there's a whole other plane of existence inside of you? Like, there is a whole other wing of your house inside of you that you haven't explored yet. And so self-discovery, no matter how far along your path you are, is absolutely something that this transit can bring. So it's like hours later at this point, same day, hours later. And I have like a whole new leading edge to bring you. Of course, the leading edge of the Aries North Node deep dive would expand while I'm making it. So then you have to come back later and like build a, it'll be never ending. At some point I will have to cut it off. But this next set of keywords Like, basically, where I just stopped with talking about self-discovery, I stopped it because my intuition told me that my hard drive was about to be full, and like, you're gonna just, pause right there and make sure you get what you just got, the 30 minutes or whatever. And so then I started again, and I captured about 7 more minutes, and when I stopped that one, it was like, nope, you didn't have space to save this. That basically never happened. And that was me talking through the rest of the keywords, and I was like, divine timing, total trust, thank you so much. We've all been spared from having to listen to me do that list. And during these last few hours, during the exploration that I've done, my self-discovery that I've done in just the last few hours, we have a different list of keywords that wants to be seen. And we are going to leave self-discovery as the first one. And the original list took it all the way to self-actualization. And I debated, like, is that even possible in life? Like, is it even possible to be a physical human and become fully self-actualized? Or is self-actualization a verb, not a location? Like, it's a way of traveling. You're actualizing yourself. And so really, like, at that point, the whole list that I had originally could be boiled back down into self-discovery. And what I want to speak to are the people who are really long along their path of, like, you've already done so much self-discovery. You've already done so much healing of yourself. You've already poured into your cup over and over and over. You've built up your sense of worthiness, your sense of inner strength. You've already started to build up your courage. So it's like you're not at square one. And that's a very clear message for basically anybody watching this, is that you are not starting this Aries North Node transit from square one. And what does that mean? What does that mean? Well, it means that, like, as good as it already is, it's about to get better. And how exciting is that? How exciting is that? This Aries North Node transit is like the cherry on top of, okay, so now that you have this courage, now that you have this strength, now that you're in touch with your worthiness, what does that mean? What does it mean? And this next topic, I gotta admit, I gotta be authentic. I gotta own my authenticity right here, right now, and tell you how uncomfortable it makes me to talk about sexuality, my own especially, like, in the details of it. It is one of those rare places in my Gemini openness that I do actually feel very private about my sexuality. And what I'm realizing, just even here this morning, is that it's not just private from you guys, it's kind of private from me. I keep it somewhat repressed, like, even within myself. And what is coming through is that one of the primary arenas of self-discovery that we are entering into is a sexual one. And like, again, I laugh because I'm uncomfortable. I'm also excited, like, pleasure, hello, that sounds fun. But I also know from, like, basically that understanding of, like, taking this into a sexual space, like, it brings up my sexual history and, like, any of the baggage or wounding that is still present within me because of my sexual experiences in the past. And that I can see why, like, for kind of survival reasons, like, it was just too much. Like, merging sexually with another, like, it was just too much. And so I have, like, really pulled back and, like, distanced myself and really focused on building up my sense of worthiness inside of myself. Stella is yipping in confirmation of the good work that we're doing here. Keep it up, guys. So yeah, I've been really, really focused on building up my inner strength and my inner worthiness. And this Aries North Node, fire energy, exploration and discovery, moving to the edge of your comfort zone and beyond, what's coming through that is, like, beyond my comfort zone is my own sexuality. So, okay, that's interesting. right? And that's all I'm going to say about it. It's like, it's interesting and it's food for thought. And there are some questions that want to be answered, that these are what my spiritual support are posing to me, for like me to think about in terms of like what is right for me and what do I want. And I'm not going to answer these questions. No, on this video. In my journal, this is the work that I'm upon at this time. And so I am going to share those questions with you. So actually, let me grab. Okay, so here is the piece that is what we are discovering. And it's, very understandable that, okay, so in sex, there's giving and receiving. That's like the basic idea that we're working with here. And the questions are, how much receiving and giving do you do? So, like, what kind of a ratio? Is it all giving, no receiving? Is it all receiving, no giving? Like, is it all other words for giving and receiving might be like directing and following, like setting the vibe and submitting to the vibe. Like there's lots of different ways we can picture this dynamic. And again, I'm keeping it very hypothetical because of my discomfort. But these receiving and giving and how much you do, like right now, and just as kind of like an observational starting point. And taking it then to the next level is, how much do you want to do? How much giving and receiving do you want to do? Like, what is an ideal mixture of that as far as what you would like to be offering? And then how much receiving and giving do you want your partner to introduce from their side? So these three questions: how much do you do? How much do you want to do? How much do you want to be done to you? These are the questions that are part of this sexual self-discovery and exploration that is, I think, part of this upcoming cycle for a good many of us. So the next one is physical strength. And this is a very Aries concept, a very first house concept, in more modern astrology, where you're associating the first house with Aries. It's the concept of like the spark of life and the physical body that you were born with, like the physical dimensions of you, like the natural shape of you. There are things that we can change and tweak about our body. Like, let's say if I did an hour of yoga every day, which I do not, that'd be awesome. My body would be like banging. I don't do that. And so I don't have the strength that would come with that. So I'm more looking like the body I was born with, not necessarily the body I could have if I chose to engage in a certain daily routine. That body that you have as a result of your routines is much more Virgo in the sixth house, where your daily routine is producing whatever kind of body you have or that you inhabit. And so when we're in Aries energy, when we're in the first house, we're more talking about like the parts that you can't change. So like, I'm 5'5". Like that's pretty much set, other than as my spine shrinks as I grow old, like I'll probably shrink a little bit. But like for the most part, like I'm 5'5". Like that's just part of who I am. And so there's this physicality and physical strength and a strengthening within what you are. So like, it's not realistic for me to think that I'm going to be like some Hulk Hogan bodybuilder. Not only do I have no desire, I also don't have a physical form that could probably transition into that. At least it would take years of like solid daily routine to get me there. Um, like I'm a marshmallow, pretty much. Like just like, yeah, And so like that's what I got going on. But I can feel already this pull into my body and this pull into my physical energy, like my life force energy that like lights up my muscles. Like, for example, when I lived in Dallas, Texas, when I cast my chart for Dallas, Texas, it changed my rising sign to an Aries rising, where on my natal chart, I'm a Taurus rising. So just like going south 8 hours, like made me an Aries rising. And when I lived in Dallas, like I can attest to being a whole lot more physical. Like I was a runner and was just a lot more active and with my exercise and like going to yoga studios and like really being intentional about like investing in strengthening my body and taking good care of it, making sure that it's strong. Maybe not strong as like some unrealistic fantasy version of myself, but strong in what I'm working with here. Stronger than marshmallow status for sure. I had like muscles in Dallas. Like it was hardcore. And there's just like, I don't know, I've just been on bed rest for a couple years now, and that's resulted in marshmallow body. But I'm not mad about it. I just can feel that there is this shift of kind of having a different relationship with it, like where we've been through the Taurus North Node, where that's like a Venus ruled North Node. It's been very like pamper ourselves and be nice to ourselves and tuck ourselves into a comfy bed with a cozy blanket and a yummy snack. Like let's max out the sensual enjoyment of our life right now. And so I've been in that mode for a while, not to mention I'm a Taurus rising, Taurus Jupiter in the first house. So that's kind of my life in general. But I can feel that the Aries North Node is pulling us back into a place where the joy and the exhilaration and the pleasure side of it with a Mars ruled North Node, the pleasure is going to be more coming from using our muscles, feeling our strength like in our muscles and doing things that require that strength and feeling your strength pushing beyond what you've done before. Like I mean when I was a runner, that feeling of like running the half marathon and crossing the finish line and knowing that I trained hard for this, right? Like I worked hard with my body. We did routines for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks to get ready for this one big exertion of my strength. And the recovery process from that was wicked, but it was so pleasurable to have the strength to spend. So that's the part, the pleasure of spending the strength is what can motivate us to do the parts that we need to do to invest in the strength that we have within this body that we were born with. So the last keyword is decisiveness and impulsivity. And what I want to like, okay, so like there's your thought form about what is decisiveness. Like when I ask you that question, you have a response inside your mind of like maybe pictures or a memory or a person that you think is really decisive. Like your intuition is serving you up your own thought form around decisiveness. And same with when I ask you what is impulsivity to you, what does that mean to you? You also have your own awareness of what is impulsivity. And perhaps, that, for example, maybe that's something that people have called you, and like you associate that with the black sheep of your family kind of thing is what I just saw of like, yep, that's why society rejects me. I'm too impulsive. Like maybe that's one way of looking at it. Maybe it's the other way of like, yeah, my parent was so impulsive when I was growing up and it really made it so I couldn't feel stable and secure. Like it really made it so I felt like I had to, be the stable one or the secure one because they were just all over the place. Like you just couldn't predict what they were going to do. And so like there's all different ways, right? When I ask you what is impulsivity, what is decisiveness, you have your own understanding right now, right here of what those two things are. And what I want to say, what I want to introduce, I want to plant this little seed down into the thought form of those two things, decisiveness and impulsivity. And I want to say that they are like synonymous. Synonymous. They're synonymous. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Because I almost didn't. I'm like, wait, what? Synonyms. synonyms, you know. There's synonyms for each other, decisiveness and impulsivity. Also, authenticity is another very harmoniously similar concept of what Aries energy, like in the highest frequency of Aries energy, one of the gifts is survival instincts. And survival instincts are born from something that Aries energy in its highest frequency is really good at, which is split second decision making. Split second decision making. You do not have time to think, you have to act, and there is no time to think. Life is not going to grant you that right now. So act and hope for the best, right? Like that's where Aries shines. And it's because that energy is our primal authenticity. It is who we are. So there's nothing to think about, there's nothing to decide, there's nothing to choose, there's only action. It's so simple and beautiful that when we tune in to who we really are, the entire world simplifies tremendously to where it's this sounds so cliche because I've heard so many people say it. It's like once you get there, you realize like it was inside you all along. Like, but that's really how it is. It's like nothing really changes. The outside world is still the same crazy thing that it was yesterday, but that's not my world. You know, like my world is in here. Like this in here is who I am. There's nothing to decide, there's nothing to portray, there's nothing to aim for even. There's only the natural shape of the spark of the essence of who you are, who you were born to be. And that like this process of owning our authenticity or even knowing what our authenticity is so that we can own it, this process is not about learning who you are. It, and again, this is so cliche because I've heard it so much too, but it is so true here. It's not about learning who you are, it's about unlearning who you're not. You know, like the courage to just be, the courage to listen to your body and let it tell you what's true for you. That's not complicated. It's not hard. It's not difficult. It's not complex. It is actually the easiest thing you will ever do. Like when we get into the highest frequency of our Aries energy, we will be amazed at what our body is truly capable of. It will show us things that we could not orchestrate it to do ourselves. It's just capable of doing this. And we get to live inside this magnificent vessel that is capable of all of these beautiful things. That is our blessing. That is our biggest blessing. That's the biggest reward, the biggest lottery jackpot we will ever receive in this life is the body we manifested ourselves into. This authenticity that Aries energy fans the flames of, that this Aries energy is like kind of just promising us that it'll be okay. You know, like that North Node leap of faith. If you find your melody, the world will join in harmony. You know, like if you express your authenticity, that may be a birth canal, you know, to use an Aries reference, a birth canal that you do have to travel through solo. You do have to go through it by yourself. But when you get to the other side, the metaphorical other side in this situation, there are people there who recognize and familiarize with your authentic self and the connection that's possible at that point is nothing that's possible while we're living inside of who society wants us to be. when we're portraying the character that is us. We're playing ourselves in the movie of our lives, using the script that was given to us when we got here. You know, no shade, no shame in doing that. We all do that for the first part of our life. That's chapter one, you know, and some people's chapter one is longer, shorter, wider, deeper, higher. Everybody's story is different. That's why we're all here. So that's okay. And it's okay that we have a chapter one, right? Like a story is only good if you can set up a really good protagonist. So, you know, that chapter one, it really gives us a lot of, you know, like I'm seeing like dry lumber, like wood chips and newspaper pieces of like, it gives the flammable materials for when we do come into our power and this fire is lit within us. That all of these things from chapter one, all of these little nuggets, these burnable little nuggets that contribute to how huge of a fire is capable of glowing within you. Chapter two is where you burn that shit to ash and the phoenix rises in chapter three. So, yeah, like everybody's in their own story, everybody's along that journey somewhere differently. Like, you know, if you're familiar with the hero's journey, I think Joseph Campbell is who really talked about that a lot. There's a series of videos that I'm going to link in the description that I haven't even watched through all of them, but some of them. And just this like there's the archetype of the hero that Aries energy really has each and every single one of us playing the hero in our own story. And this Aries North Node chapter of the 18 and a half year nodal cycle, this is really where I think we get to see like what storyline are we upon? Like what opponent are we up against? What truth, what worthy purpose are we fighting on the side of? You know, like in the epic battle of light and darkness, which side are you giving your light to? Which side are you devoting your life force's momentum to furthering? You know, we vote with our energy, our attention, our dollars. We devote our resources, our precious time and energy. We devote those things to the causes that matter most to us. And a lot of us, we spend our resources without really meaning to. We give our attention away willy-nilly because people ask for it. We do things that everybody else is doing because that's the trend right now. We do all kinds of things that spend our resources in ways that don't add up into soul gratifying outcomes for us. And this Aries North Node transit is asking each and every one of us, like, is your soul nourished by your life? And in what ways could it be more nourished? You know, back to the point of like, think about how good it already is, and it's just about to get better. So, the fact that it's going to evolve can be very exciting. And for me, that's exactly where I'm at. Dear friend, thank you so much for joining me for another installment in this Aries North Node series. I am so excited to be birthing this series out into the world. A friend reminded me this morning, she's like, you know that series is for you, right? Like, you know that here in a year when you're up against it and like you're going to be able to go back to this series and like rewatch this grounded wisdom from the before, you know, when I'm naive and I have no idea what I'm up against. I've only eaten the first breadcrumb, right? Like, I haven't found the other breadcrumbs. And then I get like further into it and the breadcrumbs get scary. And she's like, you'll be able to go back to this. And it really is, I can say proudly, like, this is the series I wanted to watch. Like, this is the way that I thought this transit deserved to be handled. Like the royalty of astrology transits that it is. I am so excited to be in this ongoing process of bringing this information onto the planet. If you have any questions at all, I would love to hear from you down below. I would also love to hear from you just about your relationship with your personal Aries energy in general. At the time of recording this, I do have one more video that I am considering making. I have some notes outlined for it. As I've seen through the rest of these videos, that don't mean shit. Most of what's in here is not what was in the plan. Aries energy, classic. Going with the leading edge and taking up more space, not less. If this is something that's resonating with you, I feel compelled to invite you to please come check out my Patreon. I host a monthly spiritual conversation on the fourth Tuesday of each month, and we get together and we chat about life. So astrology comes up a lot, but really it's more of a conversation grounded about life and what's going on and what are we processing, and what page of our story are we on today. And these people who show up in this space are others who will witness and want to be witnessed in the telling of their authentic story. So if that's something that rings the bell inside of you like it does for me, I mean, obviously I love showing up in that space, then check it out. And the price is set at pay what feels good. It will charge you monthly, but it's as low as $1, as high as you want to go. Whatever feels right to you to let you show up in that space, knowing that you have every right to receive the love that's there for you. Dear friend, it's a magical bubble that I highly encourage. If that feels at all good, please go check it out. I'll also link in the description, I have a video about like a free preview of kind of typically like at the beginning of the Sacred Circle, I'll chat a little bit about kind of whatever's coming through at that time and then open it up for discussion. And then we just kind of popcorn and bounce around and everybody gets a time. So again, check that out if that feels fun. Check out the other parts of this series. Those are linked in the description box below. There's also a music playlist that I'm so excited to share with you. It's called Need a Little Extra, because sometimes when we reach inside for our strength and our courage, we come up just a little bit short and we could use just a little bit of encouragement. And so pretty much every song on that playlist, you can't go wrong. Any of them are just like a little boost to, you can do this. You can totally do this. You're an empowered divine being on this planet. Like, the perfection of your form cannot be overstated. You cannot do anything to lose it. There's nothing that would ever disqualify you from it. It is yours, it belongs to you, and it is breathtakingly radiant. This is who you are. In truth, this is who you are. Dear friend, thank you so much for joining me. Take such good care of the radiant being that you are, and so will I. Hairs in front of the camera. That's good luck. You see them flying around. That's good luck. It's like a feather out in nature. Welcome. I'm Carly, and this is Owning Authenticity. This is the avocado that I'm holding. And this is the latest installment in a whole series on the Aries North Node transit. So that is coming up July of 2023. At the time of recording this, it's coming up July of 2023 through January of 2025. So about 18 months, we're going to have the North Node moving through Aries. And for whatever reason, if you've been watching the whole series, this transit is really speaking to me for whatever reason. And as it is downloading this energy and the layers of it, I feel myself healing in this process and getting up to speed with this transit myself and unlocking all the little chambers of healing myself. It has been incredibly inspirational to share it on my channel. And so if you've been enjoying the series, I'm so glad. I would love to hear from you down below. If this is the first video you're catching, no worries at all. You can totally take them in whatever order you want. This one itself will stand alone just fine. Just know that there are 5 other videos in this series, and this is number 6. So welcome everyone. We are here to talk about the rulers of these nodes. So this is something that, rulership in astrology, to give you a very basic version, it's like every one of the 12 zodiac signs have a planet that's associated with them. This was something that was done back in traditional astrology, like when they were first kind of making it up as they understood it. So each sign has a planet associated with it, and that planet then, as it travels through all the signs of the zodiac, it's kind of like the scout on behalf of that energy. And so basically, because we have through this transit, we'll have the North Node moving through Aries and the South Node moving through Libra. And that means that the North Node this go round will be ruled by Mars, and the South Node will be ruled by Venus. And the reason this whole video exists is because, as I was following the Taurus North Node transit, I was very aware that the Taurus North Node is ruled by Venus, and the Scorpio South Node in traditional astrology would have been ruled by Mars. In my deep dive video on the subject, which is also linked in the description if you do want to look back at the last cycle we had of the Taurus Scorpio nodes, you can check that out. And in that video, I did talk more about Pluto for Scorpio, the modern ruler of Scorpio, for the purposes of what I was feeling through the energy. And I also want to just loop back to that then and say that, like, really the traditional ruler of Scorpio is Mars. I heard a tarot reader that I love, Lotus Tile Tarot, the other day. She said that she thinks of Scorpio as the incognito fire sign. Like it's like the fire sign that snuck into the water tribe, I think is how she put it. And it really made me chuckle. Because Scorpio is ruled by Mars. There's so much. Oh, it's hard to say it's not fiery, right? Even though it is a water sign. So anyways, I didn't really dive into that before, and I'm not going to get a whole lot more back into Scorpio. But I am going to share this connection, this aha moment that I had, as then I'm tracking this second cycle that I'm paying attention to, right? Not the second cycle ever, but since I came to know about what's going on in the nodes. Now that I'm looking at the Aries North Node, we have the rulers reversing positions, right? So the Taurus North Node ruled by Venus now becomes the Aries North Node ruled by Mars. So the North Nodes are switching, and same on the other end. The South Node, Scorpio ruled by Mars, will now be the Libra South Node ruled by Venus. So like they're switching, and I'm going to put a little diagram here. I haven't even made it yet because I'm still like really trying to grasp all this and put it together. But it's like they do this process every time, right? Like this is the normal nodal cycle that it takes 18 and a half years for the nodes to go all the way around. So every 18 and a half years, we have this process of the Taurus North Node, Venus ruled North Node, and then the Mars ruled North Node, and the South Node doing that same switch. And then on the flip side, right? So like that's every 18 and a half years, we have that exact cycle where it's North Node through Venus ruled first, and then North Node through Mars ruled. And to go ahead and lay in a piece, this is not a great great, perfect. It's maybe great, but definitely not perfect. Like piece of these archetypes is that Mars is historically a much more masculine archetype, while Venus is feminine archetype. I say it's not perfect because Mars, this masculine archetype, rules Scorpio, which is a feminine water sign planet. So what's up with that, right? And then you also have Venus, this feminine archetype, ruling over Libra, which is a masculine archetype. So again, like, it's not perfect. Like, basically, even the planets, even Mars and Venus, have their masculine and feminine, just like all of us. We all have masculine and feminine. We all have light and dark. No matter what kind of a gender biological situation you got going on an energetic soul level, you are masculine, you are feminine. This is what I believe. Nobody else in the world has to believe it, but it really makes my life process a lot more sane to know this. And so I share it here because this is part of how I'm understanding this. So you think about, like, basically boil that way down into a very oversimplified, fully admitting oversimplified essence. Meow meow, Lolo. You gonna come say hi? Oh, Lolo. She's feeling it. Yeah, you are. Am I doing okay? You think I'm doing a good job? Could it, could it, yeah? Oh, oh. You have any other words of wisdom for us, Lolo? That's all for now. So, um, what could it be? Yeah? She wants you to see her, I think. Where'd you go? Where is she? She's hiding. Oh, there she is. Lolo! And then you have Scooby come out from under the bed just to get to say hello. Oh my goodness. You better get back under that bed, Scoober. What you got to say to the people at home? Hmm? You want to share some love with them? Tell them some encouragements? What she wants you to know is that your presence is more than enough. Just being. Just being in the world is encouragement enough. Right, Lolo? We just be. Scooby. Oh my gosh. Well, that was fun. That was a fun little detour. Um, so every 18 and a half years, we have this cycle of the North Node moving through Venus's sign, and then the North Node moving through Mars's sign, Taurus, and then Aries. Every 18 and a half years, we have the North Node first opening us up to our feminine and really anchoring into the power of our feminine is basically what's happening for me in these last 18 months of the North Node moving through Taurus, which is not really at all what I expected, except I did expect more embodiment, but I don't think I knew what that meant at the time that I recorded the Taurus North Node deep dive. So I knew and I didn't know. And now I know that embodiment really is the feminine principle. It's the surrendering to what is. It's the allowing of what is. It's the surrender to what's natural. It's nature. It's chaos. It's out of control. It's unpredictable. It's, in the masculine, feminine, you could also say that that's the light and the dark. Like the sun is the masculine. The sun is very bright and outgoing and gives life and is everything. It's like nutrients itself. And then you have the moon, which is the feminine, which lights up the darkness. It doesn't need everything to shine. It can shine with nothing. It doesn't It doesn't try to be everything to everybody. It just is. It just does its part. It handles the darkness, just like the sun handles the day. So this every 18 and a half years, the North Node moving through Taurus, Venus's sign, opening us up to our feminine, opening us up to, while we're opening up to our feminine, the South Node in Scorpio, the South Node through Mars's sign is really, again, allowing us to surrender to what's natural for us, what is going on inside of our body. That's the thing about embodiment, is like, you don't make it happen, it just is. So it's like the opposite of the masculine principle. It's like there is no action required. Actually, action will get in the way of your embodiment because it's effortless, it's flow. And so every 18 and a half years, we have this cycle of first really letting the feminine blossom and then moving into the North Node, moving into Mars's sign, where now the masculine gets to blossom in response to the feminine, right? Like this is the dance that has really captivated my fascination, and so I'm making a whole video about it. But it's like, the reason I draw this out is because on the flip side, right, like at the halfway point, at the 9-year point, we have the exact opposite. So on that side, and this is again where I'm going to put up my little diagram, on that side we have, again, the nodes are always moving retrograde, aka backwards. So again, we have the nodes moving backwards, first going through Scorpio and then going through Libra, with the North Node coming from Sagittarius into Scorpio, Mars's sign, masculine first, even though Scorpio is a water sign. This end is extra tricky. I love this end almost even more than the other end, but I love the other end really good too. That's where we're at right now. On this end, which we'll go through next in about 9 years, and we last experienced it about 9 years ago, it's that halfway point. On that end, the North Node blossoms the masculine principle first by going through Mars's sign. I also love, though, that even though we're blossoming the masculine principle, we're doing so in a feminine setting, aka a water sign. So like that's fun to chew on in your brain candy zone, in your brain as well. And then so we bloom the masculine principle first, and then we have the North Node move into Libra, which blossoms the feminine principle again in a masculine setting, aka an air sign, a Libra, a emotionally detached yet feminine place. It blossoms in response to the more powerful masculine. It's like irresistible. It's like you can't help yourself. Again, there's a surrender to what is. So we do this dance every 9 years, and it's really fucking cool. And I'm so excited to dive into it even deeper with you in this video. So one of the first pieces that I do want to kind of like unpack a little bit more, that's gonna have to get resituated. Okay. That was all just straightening the legs. Oh, I got so in my fun of my voice that I can completely come out of my body. That happens to me all the time. Although I will say not near as much as it did before this Taurus North Node transit that we are currently in the tail end of. Actually, I'm going to show you the transits. That's a real first piece I'm going to unpack real quick, is the right now transits of what we have going on in the sky at the time I'm recording this. Number one is the actual North Node at the time of recording this is sitting with Jupiter. So that point of our future destiny unfolding, sitting with the greater benefic and that the great expander, again, I was listening to another astrologer YouTuber the other day who actually also happens to be my life coach at the moment. And she was talking about how, like, Jupiter's origin story. I'll link that for you in the description box if you want to catch the beginning of her Sagittarius full moon video. She was talking about it, which is also today, by the way. At the time of recording this, this is a Sagittarius full moon. She was talking about how Jupiter was on its way to becoming another sun, and that didn't happen. It didn't work out that way. It stopped where it stopped, and now it's our gas giant planet in our solar system, but it also revolves, same as all the other planets in our solar system, around our singular sun. And basically the point she made, which just has like taken hold of my, again, of my fascination, is like, what would have happened if it would have become a sun? And she had the same first thought that I did. We probably wouldn't be here, because this planet hosting life is very much about it being the perfect, like, it almost impossibly so, the perfect set of circumstances to allow us to be here. And a huge piece of that is the temperature. So if there was another sun, just a few planets that way, there's no way our Earth's temperature would be what it is, and we wouldn't be here. So Jupiter was on its way to becoming a sun, but it didn't actually become a sun because that was not what was in the highest good of the all. So this Jupiter greater benefic, this expansive being, it's, I loved what she said, like, it's not expanding just for the sake of expanding. It's expanding us into what is in the greater good, the greatest good, the highest good of the all. And with that in mind, yes, we are meant to expand. We are meant to take up space, but there's also this detachment that's so beautiful with the Scorpio South Node purging everything. And that's the, I'm loving that I'm getting to include this, because I didn't think I was going to make a whole video about it, but it does fit here too, where, you know, I see everything out there in the, well, I don't see everything, but I see so many of the astrologers that I listen to, they're talking about Jupiter conjunct the North Node. And so I'm taking all of that in because it happened like 2 degrees away from my rising sign, my 0-degree Taurus rising. In my first house, this conjunction of the destiny point and the great expander, it's like on my nose. And so I'm like, whoa, what's this going to be, right? And what I've been feeling into is not so much the on the nose part, because wouldn't that be nice? But like, what I'm feeling is the effects of Jupiter opposite the South Node, right? Like, while Jupiter's conjunct the North Node, that doesn't happen all by itself. Like, that conjunction of Jupiter and the North Node means that Jupiter's also exactly opposite the South Node. And the South Node is just a couple degrees away from my 0-degree Scorpio descendant, the ruler of my 7th house. And that's what I'm feeling. I am feeling Jupiter opposite the South Node, as far as like how much of your leftover emotional gunk can we get out of you in the next like 4 weeks, right? Like, today alone of this process of like this Taurus Jupiter opposite Scorpio South Node, I've cried like 17 times already today, and mostly from an ecstatic place. Mostly from a place of like, I feel so good to be alive, that it just keeps coming out of me. And then sometimes, like, while I'm crying happy tears, all of a sudden there'll be sad tears, and then there'll be mad tears, and then I'm yelling. And embodiment. This is what embodiment means, is letting it be what it is. And what I kept thinking is like, I'm so glad that I'm here by myself, because like, one, I would never be able to hold this in. And two, somebody else watching me would probably want to commit me. Like, I look like a fucking crazy person. Like, I'm having a whole spiritual experience like inside my body. And look, at Stella came to tell you hi. Did you want to give him some loves? You want to give me some loves? You is full of loves? Yeah. He's very good. They're all gonna be in the video, apparently. Where's Nugget? Nugget! We're only missing Nug. Yeah, so embodiment, letting it be what it is, letting the truth be what it is. And this masculine and feminine dance of understanding what is truth. What does that mean? And I think you absolutely need masculine and feminine in order to really deeply understand what's true. Because, like I was saying at the beginning of the video, like, I believe all of us are feminine and masculine. So if we are disintegrated in either of those sides of ourselves, we know not what is true for us because we have a huge big chunk of ourselves sitting around in our shadow. That's what I'm feeling. It's like Jupiter opposite the South Node is like yanking back, like literally opening a valve of whatever else is in my shadow and allowing it to come to the surface. And that, South Node in that Mars ruled Scorpio sign, the South Node purging the masculine, this past pain that like was so fucking awful that I couldn't even face it until the last couple weeks, and all of the resources that were able to click into place in my life these last 18 months, Taurus North Node resources coming to us that help us to have the just like the best life experience that you can have. And that's different for every person, like what exactly you want that to be. But that Taurus deeply embodied in your inner self, your inner vessel, the truth of who you are, that feminine North Node cycle of allowing whatever is you, like allowing yourself to see the beauty of that, the natural beauty of exactly who you are. And while you're doing that, while you're falling more and more and more in love with the natural beauty of who you are, Taurus North Node, the masculine parts of you are coming to you in that love, in that newfound self-acceptance, and saying, what about this? What about this pain? What about this wound? What about this awful, traumatizing event that we have blocked from our memory? Can we figure out how to love this too? And with Jupiter conjunct the North Node, what I feel more than anything, I manifested, a friend of mine that I met almost like right after the North Node entered Taurus, and we've been, developing our friendship now for the last like over a year. And she recommended to me that I sit in on this free wealth retreat from this practitioner who my friend had like signed up for a whole year container with this woman, and she's phenomenal. And she had told me about her and how phenomenal she was multiple times. And so when I saw a free wealth retreat, I'm like, I'm in, I'm there. And it was online. It was like so amazing. And this was the same week that Jupiter entered Taurus. I'm going to put the dates on the screen because I don't remember off the top of my head. But while we were having the free wealth retreat, going through the days, it was 5 days in a row, Monday through Friday. It was like 6 o'clock in the morning, my time. I'm super early bird anyway. It was so perfect. It was dark. The world was dark. And here I am in my darkness, in my feminine fucking power, feeling myself come to life in a way that I have never felt before. And so much of the part that really, really resonated with me, I'm gonna put her information in the description too, because holy fucking shit, the part that really resonated with me was when she talked about your wealth womb and that this is like, whether you identify as male or female doesn't matter, like energetically we all have a wealth womb. And if you have an actual womb, like the biology of that, that's where it is. And if you don't, that's where it is. And so basically it's like a chakra thing. It's like an energetic space in your vehicle that is extremely tied to your sex, to your sex organs, Scorpio South Node. So like it made total sense that as she did a fantastic job, literally phenomenal. I see where Jodi's coming from. She did a fantastic job of relaxing me, allowing, like creating this space and talking us through it in a way that allowed my nervous system to relax in a way that, like, I've never gone this deep into myself. I've never traveled in my wealth womb. Like, I know not of what you speak, but I'm totally open and I think I'm here for a reason. And it's a wealth retreat, right? Like, you think you're going to manifest money. No, no. Wealth, as in a wealth of abundantly good feeling life experience, is what I'm manifesting from it so far. Obviously, this was only like, a few weeks ago, maybe like early May, I'm pretty sure, is when all that was going on, the wealth retreat. And what came up for me personally as I sat with my wealth womb and my abundance and my life force energy, and who and what am I in this world, and what do I want my life to be, and really calling my power into that space of creation. What came up for me was a shit ton of sexual shame and total repression of, I think I'm up to like 8 now, in like moments in my life where I was sexually shamed by one of my parents. And I, in all of my healing journey for the past nearly 7 years, and kind of off and on for 4 years before that, like in all of that time, I have I've healed a lot of things. And I think, like all processes, we start on the surface with the part that we can face. And there is a very real reason why these wounds only came to me after, 15 months of the Taurus North Node really magnetizing like all of these resources to me. So many resources that supported me dropping into my feminine, into my feelings. And I'm going to link a video below that talks about, like, I think I made this maybe in like February or March of 2022. So, like, right after the Taurus North Node journey started for us all. And just know that, like, everything I talk about in that video has only intensified after I made the video. And basically, the video is like, I just can't stop crying. I just can't stop. Like, these waves, like fucking powerful waves of intense emotion just keep rolling through me. And that opening of letting the emotions come, that started literally 2/22/2022, the day that I hosted my first Sacred Circle on my Patreon. Little teeny plug, like, go check it out if you're called. It's a community where we have spiritual conversations. The day I hosted that first Sacred Circle, when I sat in that space, gathered with about 10 of all women, it happened to be, it didn't have to be, but all women, and we sat in this space of like seeing each other on our spiritual paths. And as I welcomed us all into that space, I broke down, and it took me like over a minute to get myself together enough to say anything else. I just sat there and like basically cried slash tried not to cry, but couldn't hold it in. It had to come out, and we all just sat there in that moment of silence, and that was the beginning. And when I got off that sacred circle, I just fucking like bawled for hours, it felt like, just until it felt like there was nothing left. And then the next day it started where like it was about 6 weeks where I just cried off and on all day for 6 weeks. I mean, that's all I did. At the time, like, if for those of you who are wondering, like, how the fuck did she do that? At the time, I was on a contract. I had actually gotten a grant to create a training course. And so, I mean, I was able to do that, like, literally 24/7 whenever I felt like it. And so, that was really helpful that I was on a project where I was working on my own anyways, and I got to completely set my own schedule so that I could ride these waves. And I did make the training course. I actually released one of the videos the other day on the channel, or shared it on the community tab. Anyways, that's how I ended up in a space where I did have the freedom. And honestly, that project that set me up like that, I attracted it during during the Gemini North Node that came before the Taurus North Node cycle. But again, that was kind of the beginning of like attracting these resources to myself that would allow me to have the space and safety. I cannot emphasize enough how much safety plays a part when you're exploring your feminine, because you relax into it, right? Like it's that simple. Like, right, you don't have to take action. It is something that just is. And so all you can do is relax into it. That's the only way to get to your feminine, is to fall in. Let it happen. And most of us are clenched fucking shut and not in a mood to surrender to anything, or at least I wasn't. And so allowing myself to sink into safety, it started with the sacred circle, and it just continued to unfold these last, like, I mean, I still, like I said today, like I've just cried like all morning, and it's felt really good. And there have been some that were kind of sad, but even the sadness doesn't really feel bad. It's just kind of intense. It's just a different sensation in the body. And if you saw me from the outside, I probably look like I'm in agony, but really the release of it feels pretty good, if I had to say so myself. It's a very nice release. It's like a pressure valve of allowing what's in there to come out, and then it's not in there anymore. It's like melting it to where it no longer exists inside you anymore. And that's what I've felt as I've done this North Node through Taurus journey of opening up into my feminine. I've relaxed my body. My body is at ease more than ever before. And now that I'm, at peace, and maybe you are too, or at least way more than we were before, right? We're not reaching for perfection, just more. That's just the general heartbeat of the universe. It's just more, more, more. That's all. That's not unusual. That's not greedy. That's not unnatural. It's totally normal that we evolve as we're here. So now that we're gonna, make this switch into the North Node moving through the masculine. I talked in the Aries North Node video, if you saw that, as I went through the keywords, I talked about sexuality. And the very first thing that I said, it's so adorable. When I watch back, I recorded that before the wealth retreat, mind you, if you're really tracking my whole story here. That Aries North Node video and that discussion of sexuality was before I got hooked in to my wealth womb. And I'm in there now. And it's like night and fucking day, that the difference in embodiment that I have. And at this point, sexuality feels like the most, like, speaking of feminine being easy, natural, you relax into it, like, when you really relax your body, what happens is you get really turned on. you get really aware of the energy, the electricity, another word for energy, the electricity freaking running through your body. And the North Node going through Mars's sign of Aries, like that is taking advantage of how safe we feel and opening us up into a new leading edge of our experience. Oh, dear friends, thank you so much for hanging out with me and chewing on this brain candy of a contemplation of this cycle of the feminine and the masculine and the nodes of fate, opening them up one after the other, and then the other after the one, and then the one after the other, and then the other after the one. And that cycle, that inhale and exhale, the natural heartbeat of the balancing of our masculine and feminine that is happening every 18 and a half years, every 9 years. Like, there is this dance of the rebalancing and the reintegrating of both sides of who we are. And we go through the Taurus and Aries version, and that's utter perfection. And we go through the Scorpio Libra side, the North Node through those, doing them in reverse, the masculine into the feminine into the masculine into the feminine into the masculine. It's so fucking beautiful. Like, this is, I feel, this is the most extreme version of this that I've ever recorded, and this is such a beautiful note to end on. Like, I have podcast episodes out there on my I Learned podcast where I'll talk for like 40 minutes just to make like one little point, just to be like, okay, so now you understand, and this, and that's it. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, the lead up, like, you have to get in the right context to be able to like let this really sink in. And I feel like this is what this series has ultimately wanted to reveal to me personally, and to anybody else who wants to watch it, is this dance of the feminine into the masculine into the feminine into the masculine into the feminine, the feminine into the masculine. The harmony between the two that is natural. It's like, I feel like there's a lot of effort. There's a lot of that masculine principle that is being purged through the Scorpio South Node. That releasing of the masculine wound that says, I have to make it happen. Because the Taurus North Node is here to tell you, no, you don't. And actually, the more open your pause, the more you're able to receive, right? The less you believe you're making it happen, the more you're able to receive. So come to it from a place of receptivity. And then, like, that inner fire that burns just because you are, the natural life force energy that is our body being alive and animated, and our heart beating, our lungs breathing, like, it's just so natural, it's so beautiful. And then it's like you get that fire going with the Taurus North Node, and then you like pour kerosene on it with the North Node going through Aries, and you see what's possible when you are deeply empowered, and then you're handed a dose of, like, I don't like those words that came first, but they were real world power. But I would say, like, you know, that makes sense for me growing up when I did, as far as the patriarchy rules. So real world power from my conditioned standpoint is patriarchal power. So, like, masculine power of having influence over other people in the outright, like, you're the boss, you say, and they do. And that exists. That's part of frameworks everywhere in our world, is that masculine power of, you know, somewhat having a certain amount of control over another person. But every 18 and a half years, we go through this beautiful cycle of what I think is essentially grounding that power, that masculine power, back into the feminine, like zipping them back up to where you would never use the masculine power without the feminine power. You would never exercise your control over someone in a way where you're not also empathically receiving the consequences of the impact that you're having, right? Like that receptivity of what is the energy that I'm cultivating, and the control that I have over anyone else, the impact that I have over anyone else is coming to me first and foremost. And that's what that Taurus deep in your body is showing you, right? Like, we are not immune from the energetic impact of our actions on other people. You will live that impact right along with the people you're impacting. We're all in this together. So before you go wielding your sword all over the place, like the Mars North Node, right, the Aries North Node, that we only get to that burst of our power, this life force energy, we only get to that through a portal of first get in your feminine power. And the more you do that, right, it's a balance. So the more you get in your feminine, the more your masculine's coming online. And that's what's happening next. And that's what's happening, 18 and a half years from now. That's what happened 18 and a half years ago, and 37 years ago, and 50, on and on and on through history. So I think the real piece, the real piece that really wants to come through here, that I personally am integrating within myself as I bring my own masculine and feminine back together, is that they're not actually as apart as we think they are. This whole illusion of the patriarchy, it confuses us into thinking that the masculine has overpowered the feminine, but it's never true. It is an illusion. That like every 18 and a half years, when we go through this cycle of get in your body as deeply as you can, you discover the feminine power has been there the whole time. And there is a wounded masculine that keeps us from going there, but it's not the patriarchy right now. Maybe the patriarchy taught you what you know that's keeping you repressing yourself, right? Like me not going in my wealth womb, there wasn't anybody telling me I couldn't go in there. I just didn't, right? Until somebody showed me, like, here, get in there and see what happens. And I cried a lot, and I resurfaced a shit ton of sexual trauma. And it was the best thing that ever happened to me. It's like the most embodied I've ever been. And it's so cliche, but it's been here the whole time. That power has been here the whole time. So relaxing into allowing it to come online is the most revolutionary act of the feminine ever. To relax yourself to the point where you're now allowing your own masculine to flow through you in a way that is bringing your sexuality to life, bringing your pleasure to life, your drives, your appetites, your compelling forces that flow through you. They are taking hold of us in new ways. And this Aries North Node, this masculine cycle of the North Node getting to blossom that masculine energy within every single one of us, is taking us to, like I just keep hearing, new planes of existence within ourselves that we've never trekked there before, ever. And this is so fun that this is getting recorded on the Sagittarius full moon, this adventure, this opening, exploring. I have no doubt in my mind that whenever you are watching this, basically that energy of the Sagittarius full moon is blossoming within you right here, right now, regardless of when you're actually physically watching this. Dear friends, the relief of vocalizing these reflections, these contemplations. It is absolutely my pleasure, I'm sure you can tell, to get to share this energy with you. I would love, 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 love to get to hear from you down below as far as what energy this moved inside of you. I am always curious about the experience and the perspective that is opposite from mine. I feel like we really get to like look into some different crevices and parts of ourselves when we get to hear those very varied reflections. So, thank you again for joining me. It has been my pleasure. Until next time, I do hope that you will take really, really, really good care of the so many words multidimensional, universal, meta universal, trans universal, energetic being that you are. Please take care. And by that, I do specifically mean relax. Relax. And so will I.